It's been a great journey here in Brescia in the north of Italy over the last couple of weeks, but today is our last day where we'll have to say goodbye. But before that, we have 5 T10 matches on the way. Both the series still alive after day one. It's Italy and Spain going head-to-head in men's and women's action today. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Internationals, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Buongiorno, buenos dias, bon dia. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 2 and the final day of this ECI, Italy, Spain. So yeah, it'll be men's, women's, men's, women's, men's. That's how it's going to work today. And we are going to start with the men's match between Italy and Spain. Now look, it was a bit one-sided, that's to say the least, yesterday. Spain just not really adapting to the conditions for me, but they'll be hoping they can turn things around today. So Italy hold a 2-0 lead in this. Spain would have to be perfect today to win the series. And look, to be honest, there's so much talent in there. Who's to say they can't do it? We know that the ECN format is so unpredictable. They just need to get on a bit of a run, don't they? But Italy, I've got to say, they were pretty impressive yesterday. I've got to say, Mohamed Arslan's a guy that's really impressed me, making the most of his opportunity. I suppose that is the word when it comes to this series, opportunity, with teams maybe picking a few fringe players to see what they can do on the big stage. Let's talk weather, and I can tell you it's a beautiful day once again. We're expecting 26 degrees, currently already about 18 degrees to get it going. And this pitch, we know it is flat, it is bouncy, but I think yesterday some of the bowlers maybe get a bit carried away dropping it in short because the batters that can play those horizontal bat shots obviously are kind of loving the consistent bounce here. So coin toss time now. Bit of a fun fact, Spain only won 1 of the 5 matches yesterday, but they did win all 5 coin tosses. Let's see what happens. Can it be 6 in a row? And can the Spanish side get an early win maybe before we start the game? Let's go over to Tyrone Peters now with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Spain to call. Tails is the call. It's tails. You can have a bet.
So there's the news from the toss, and it is 6 in a row for Christian Munoz-Mills. Now, that's the kind of form you might want to take to Vegas, but right now he's going to pick up the bat, and I've got a feeling we might see him at the top of the order in this one. Here, Spain had a little bit of a rough day yesterday in the men's, and slightly better in the women's. We'll come to that in a moment, of course. Yeah, we'll have alternating series today, alternating matches. So in the first game of the men's, Italy put on 160 for 4. Zayn Ali was in really good form, 62 off 20. But Simran Singh was a breakout innings for him, wasn't it? 61 off 25. Naqvi got them off to a good start. Despite 2-fers from Murad Ali and Mohamed Atif, they went for a few runs as well. And Spain just never in the hunt, in the chase. It just couldn't get going. Always Ahmed was the best of the bowlers. Mati Ramadani does score 25, not really quick enough, just couldn't get going. And Arslan was pretty handy in the reply as well. And he had another good game, didn't he, Arslan, who rocked up and smashed 31 not out of 10 late in the innings and then came up with 2 for 22. In Italy, similar kind of scoreline. I suppose a few more runs for Spain and a handful more for Italy, but 168 to 123. So it's kind of the same old story. So I've got to say, I do like the decision of Christian Munoz-Mills to bat first, just to change something up. Essentially, you're looking at a side that they've been chasing 2 big targets. This way it's like a blank slate. They can just go out there, they can play the shots, play the natural game, and then it'll just have a different feel to it. So 2-0 in the series. Still 3 matches to go today, though. So if Spain can go bang, 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 then they will win the series 3-2. I don't think we've got any chance of rain, so I think we'll be decided on the wins, which is the primary way that we decide bilateral series. If for some reason we had a no result and they were 2-2, it would go to points, and Italy did take a 4-pointer out of yesterday as well. I want to say good morning to everyone in the chat. Great to have you with us, and a few people mentioning have gone quite summery today. Well, the temperatures have been rising in more ways than one. And today we're expecting 26 or 27 degrees. I'm going to keep an eye on the mercury. These are the 2 teams, and you can see Spain have listed Christian Munoz-Mills and Wasim Abbas
in the opening positions. Wasim Abbas had a bit of a disappointing start to his international career yesterday, but today's another day. Snaith Reddy also listed in the top 5. Always comes into the side. He'll be keeping in this game. Got to say, I was pretty impressed with Murad Ali, even though he didn't necessarily have the numbers to suggest it, but I thought he bowled with good pace and good fire. And Mohamed Atif, big day for him yesterday. He picked up his 150th ECN wicket. Italy, though, they've gone for a fresh tropical opening combination. If it sticks like this, Sharif and Naqvi at the top. Zain Ali, got a feeling he might still open, though, because he did so well yesterday. Rajmani with his change-ups is pretty useful. Haven't seen too much of Joy Pereira yet because they haven't needed him. Kala Gamage is a real kind of jack of all trades, and he was bowling spin and bowling it really well yesterday. Arslan had a kind of breakout day as well. So Sukhvinder, the left armour in the side, and along with Hassan Ali, fellow left arm, and Vic Murthy, the back flipper. And I think including a gymnast in your top 11 makes sense. Italy 75% versus 25%. Maybe the Spanish would feel a little bit underwhelmed at those odds. But I suppose in a way there's no pressure on them here. It's the first time we've seen them playing outside the Spanish borders. And I don't want to use terms like flat track bullies or anything, but Corey can obviously hear my commentary. That's why sometimes I say a few things I probably wouldn't. But he was pretty philosophical last night. He said, that word again, opportunity. It's the opportunity to impress. Obviously, it's a very different looking team. Only 2 players retained from the T20 win over Jersey 2-0, which actually got Spain into the top 30 in the world. So trying to include more players in the program. I remember Corey saying in the Emerging Cricket podcast that it had been something like 13 months since they played a T20 international, so they're difficult to organise. So these ECIs provided a golden opportunity to blood more players and get them in the system. Here's Hassan Ali to get us going on day 2, and it's going to start with a blast over the offside, up and not quite all the way, but you can see that they're going to attack from the get-go. There's Naqvi cops one in the face in the first ball of the day. Welcome to day 2. The old edge of the picture. This is one reason. Sometimes you see people keeping with helmets all the time. This is one good reason. And he's all right. He'll just shake it off. Wasn't going too fast, I suppose. Hassan Ali's a really exciting young cricketer. I mean, he wasn't too far away from Team Europe the selection, I think, as well. Did see him playing in the ECL recently. He spent the northern winter playing club cricket in Australia and doing very well. But anyway, this is in the air, and it could be trouble. It should be called. No one knows whose it is. No one can see it. Arsad's trying to find it. He can't. Well, he almost did the full 720 there. He couldn't find it in the sky. It's too bright. And he almost had 2 people trying to give him verbal cues about which way to go. They probably should have called him off it. A bit of chaos there. The Bermuda Triangle forms and dissolves just as quickly. And that's a life. Wasim Abbas really should have been gone. In case of too many cooks there in the infield. I will say that position is looking directly into the mid-morning sun. Christian Munoz Mills faces up for the first time. First one, big no call. Abbas scurries back. Hassan really has a bad game, to be honest. Left arm up. It's in a dangerous spot as well. Munoz Mills got done by the angle. I want to say hello to Jeff Mobbs, who said where he is, it's 37 degrees, feels like 43. I assume you're talking in Celsius there. That sounds pretty warm. Hello to Lewis Clark, who says, Vamos España. Yeah, Spanish supporters. We need to get behind the team today, get them to rally. That's nicked away, and it's pretty well trapped there by Vimukti. I gave him next to no chance of reading this bounce. He almost yorks him, but he does well to kind of get something behind it. There's not much of Erosh. Good stop. Also want to say hello to Jules,
He says we're in for a cracker of a day in Italy and France. Yeah, of course it is the Medina Cup final coming up in around about an hour and 40 minutes. The hosts France versus Belgium, match 7, the decider. That's a really good shot. It's slightly over pitch and it's out of here. Well, a little bit of friendly fire there for the Spanish bench. That's right into the tent. Should be extra points, but it's Maximo. And that's what we've come to expect from Wasim Abbas. He's just a few days shy of 43 years old, playing his first weekend of international cricket. And that Maximo will make him feel a lot more at home. End of the first over. And yeah, I suppose a bit of an even battle there, if I'm completely honest. These are some of the upcoming events that you will see on the network with, May Madness, we're calling it. We have the Medina Cup wrapping up today and Brescia wrapping up today. So Estonia, that's actually around about 24 hours away from a start. No, Rico is already there. Portugal Night Series actually starts in 2 days. So I'm sure there's a lot of organisation that has to be done for that. And don't forget, we've got the Netherlands Tri-Series starting in less than a week's time as well. Here's Sukhvinder Singh, so go for the twin left armers to open up. A little bit short and nicely pulled away. There was a mid-wicket in on the boundary, so decided to go a little bit squarer. That's intelligent cricket from Christian. And he executes that very well. He is tall, so it's hard to out-muscle him with the short ball. Plays his cricket for Sporting Alphas and has for a long time. I'm sure quite a few of them are tuning in today. Yeah, pushes and pretty well set field there. I like that, the kind of angles there. Joy Pereira, the captain, just making that 1-9 impossible off the push. Hello to Dave B as well, and Crooms in there. How's the weather in the UK? How are we looking? I know we're only, what is it now, 2 weeks away from our first ever ECS England. Nice shot, carved away, no one stopping that. That's going to be 4. So let's check the boundary. But again, just lets it come to him. Not a lot of footwork, but he watches it well, doesn't he? Still. So, yeah, 4 runs given, correctly given as well. Minos Mills. He's a bit of a chameleon. He can fit in anywhere in the order and blend in. Right now, he's trying to make some noise. This one not called a wide. Remember that balls have a bit more latitude now. They can hit the line. That's one. 2 miles, probably slightly inside. It's a good area from Sukhvinder. He was part of the winning Punjab side the other night. 2 days ago, I suppose, in this European Cricket Series. In Brescia. Another good pull. This time goes the other side of the fielder. He's going to fumble it. Well, you don't see that too often. That's Simranjit Singh out there. One of the best fielders going around. But he just didn't really organise himself. He kind of scrambled over there. And yeah, it just shows you even the best sometimes do make errors in the field. Took some great catches yesterday and he's been outstanding over the 2 weeks. But that's one that he won't want to look back on. Now it's going to go around him and over him, and that's going to be a Maximo to finish the over. Oh, new day, new mode of play for Team Spain. They're 28 without loss after 2. And all they need here, they need a bit of momentum. And we know this game, it is crazy, and it's ECN cricket's littered with stories of comebacks and unexpected results. And the way they played yesterday, obviously, you'd say it's a long shot, but it's only one game at a time. They've got the talent to do it. They've got the experience to do it in there, even though some of these guys are not especially experienced at the international level. But some of them played dozens and dozens, in some cases over 100, over 150 matches in the format. So they've achieved some pretty special things. Italy, though, they need a turning point. Arslan had a good day yesterday. He's going to bowl over number 3. Right off the end of the bat. Finds Vimukti, who's in the circle. Yeah, Arslan is a guy who I think's taken kind of that next step from what I've seen so far this year. has represented Italy in an ECC before. He doesn't make too many appearances. But he's been good with the bat, he's been good with the ball. He's shown he can handle himself. That's the thing. When you go up a level, sometimes you have to see who sinks and who swims. And this is going to be the old Maximo. It's gone all the way. Maximo. How do you like that? So, yeah, maybe Spain feeling this is their day where things might go their way. Couldn't have been more straight behind him. And Abbas riding his luck all the way. Had that drop catch. It was a tough one, though. He went straight into the sun. I don't think Arslan saw it too much. And now, short ball. Nowhere near the middle of the bat, but disappears over the ropes for 6. Slow ball knocks him over. Really clever bowling from Mohammad Arslan. And Abbas, his luck runs out on 15. Got to say, Arslan is a very, very clever change of pace, well disguised. We'll check it out here on the replay thanks to Spring Media. He's just too early through that shot. Let's see what he does here. Does a little bit of magic, I think. It's that back of the hand slow ball, but because it's such a zippy action, I don't think Abbas picks it at all. And he's miles early in the shot. Blows up the stumps, and Spain have lost their first wicket. Disappointment for Abbas. He does have some promising moments there, but he's the first wicket of the day, out for 15. And halfway through the third over, it's 34 for 1. This will bring Always Ahmed to the crease, back in the side. Actually batted pretty well in their first match yesterday. Sat the second one out. He'll also have the gloves for Spain. But yeah, it's a very clever bit of bowling. So a regular ball that you bowl as a fast bowler, a seam bowler, actually comes out with a little bit of backspin because of the grip that you use. But this one has overspin because it's basically everything backwards. Comes out your back of your hand, and you can see that one dropped a lot. The overspin creates that drop. And Wasim Abbas, his innings is over. Here's Always, though. Let's see how he gets out of bed here on a Sunday morning. Pretty well. It's just a kind of medium pace ball from Arslan on the off stump, but a fraction short. And Always puts it away. Always, when he gets going, there's not too many better than him as far as the power factor goes. We've seen him do it to good bowling. He is kind of an up and down proposition, but if he's up, I think Spain will be up here. Gets that number 3 spot. Well bowled, though. We come back from Arslan. It was a bit quicker. Fun fact, Always Ahmed faced the first ever ball in an ECC when Spain took on Belgium in September 2021. And I think it was a single. It was very exciting. It's a first ever ball at the Cartama Oval as well, not just an ECC. First ever ball at the Cartama Oval. Just think about how many hundreds of matches we've done there since, making history. Goes after this side. It wasn't an easy one to muscle down the ground. As Arslan has a pretty good over there. He'll take 1 for 12, end of the power play. It's 40 for 1 after 3. So what's par here? It was kind of hard to say. I was kind of feeling around the 140 mark yesterday. You can see there 10, 18 and 12 in the power play. Yeah, actually, when I looked at the numbers, it was 13.5 and over, but I do think that was kind of dragged down a little bit. I think it was kind of an under par day across the board. Of course, only 2 matches in the men's yesterday. It's going to be Vimukti that gets a bowl. So yeah, first time we've seen him in the series. And pretty good start. Gets it full. Mills misses out. I suppose facing a guy I've probably never seen before. First one's always a little bit tricky. Never quite know how quickly it's going to come out or what exactly it's going to do. Now he's had a look at him. This one's driven away. Fielder comes around, drops it. Another one with the sun's a factor this time. That's Kalagamage out there, who is a very good fielder. That was flat. Maybe the sun wasn't as much of a factor because that was a bit more of a line drive, wasn't it? Gets two hands, just bounces out. Pitched up, goes for it. Does he get enough? He does. Well, the right fielder's on the line, Zane Ali. Don't get too much taller than that, but Maximo for a waste. He times up nice. That's the one where he's kind of opening up himself up a little bit. Gets quite front on, but still able to get the bat through it. Now could be trouble, and they can take their pick here. I think that Simran's going to take it. He will. So, always Ahmed can't get going and actually loses a shoe in the shot. And just didn't get too much of it. Simran had a bit of a discussion, I think. There's Hassan Ali out there as well. I think it is Simran's catch. And actually, when he takes off, he blows a shoe. If that shoe had gone on the stumps, it would have been out another way. Anyway, Chris Munoz Mills there to help out, give it back, but it's time for Always to walk back. And Spain have lost a second wicket, 47 for 2. We know the way that Spain play the T10 cricket. To be honest, Italy's no different. You've got two teams here that have gone deep into the ECC a couple of times, and they will continue to attack. They won't be too spooked by the wickets falling. No, it's not ideal, but see that they'll back their batting order. Here's Nahith Reddy, who I'm sure is keen to make a good impression. We have seen putting out some good performances for Men in Blue. And he's kind of been in the fringe of the side, in and out. He chops on first ball. And there's the flip from Vimukthi. So, well, that's the 2 in 2. If he gets the 3 in 3, I don't know what he'll do. But Erosh, he provides a little bit of the spectacular here on a Sunday morning in Brescia. Feet didn't really go anywhere, and he was ready for it. Sticks the landing. And so 47 for 1 becomes 47 for 3. And Erosh announces his arrival. Oh, well, Reddy will be devastated with that outcome. But how about this from Erosh? We did have some hat-tricks during the ECS. We haven't had an ECI hat-trick here in Brescia this weekend. In the men's or the women's is an opportunity for Vimukthi. Hat-trick ball. Won't be a hat-trick. That's a pretty good shot. That'll take some stopping. It won't be stopped. Great effort out there from Kalagamagay, but is always racing away from him. Bowler applauds the effort, though. That's a solid start. Danny Long Martinez gets an opportunity. I'm sure he'd love to score a few runs as well as we'll get to the end of the over. And it's 51 for 3. All right, come on. Let's have one more look at this. Erosh, doesn't he? He takes 2 steps and he's away. He's straight into it. And this guy, I mean, he is an excitement machine. Well, sign him up. Get him over to Paris. I think he'd be pretty good in the vault. 51 for 3 after 4. I mean, I think it's already pretty. It's a pretty bad feeling when you chop on first ball, and then you have to walk past a guy that's basically done a proper double flip in the air. I don't know whether that makes you more or less upset. Anyway, it's going to be time for some spin now with Krishan Kalagamagay. Bowling over number 5. He's right on the money. The wrist spin has been coming out very well for Krishan. Nice looking shot. This one's also going to go. Yeah, you see how fast this field is. I mean, it's got hotter, it's got drier, and this field's got faster. It's just a very good cricket shot, isn't it? From Danny Long Martinez. Again, kind of challenges him on the drive. Fielder is going to get more of it, but not enough. Vimukti. Now the ball's doing backflips on him. And that's going to sneak away to the boundary again. This looks easy maybe on TV. It ain't. That probably went a little bit sideways on him at the end. Oh, bold. I like Kalagamaga challenging the stumps. And one thing about him, he can't afford to drop short, I think, with what he's bowling, and he hasn't. But he's rarely bowled too full. I think the length has been the key to his success. And down the line, actually. Again, kind of gets a drive, drives on an elevator, just a single. Crazy thing about Krishan, who we actually saw playing for Team Europe in the Western Shield fairly recently, is he's actually one of the fastest bowlers in Italy. But he's smart and he doesn't bother with that anymore because he can bowl spin. Oh, geez, that's close. And he's gone. He hits him in front of off stump, tries the reverse. And to be honest, it looked pretty adjacent. Kalagamaga will break through with his first wicket, just 11 off the over as well. Probably should have been less. Yeah, I don't think you can have too many complaints there. Hits him on what becomes the back pad. Hits him in line. It's going on to hit. So, yeah, some promising signs for Danny there, but he'll be disappointed that he goes for 13. And Spain at the 5 over mark. 62 for 4. So, umpire, I think, spot on there as well. I want to welcome you into the Cube because it is the last day here in Italy. Vinny Sandahu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And it's been a great 2 weeks, honestly. And I suppose this is the time also where we start to look ahead. But right here, right now, we've got 2 series that are alive. Remember that after day 1. What about the Spanish women last night getting a win? Their first ever win over Italy in the 6th match that they've played them. And that made it 2-1 to Italy. Here it's 2-0, but still 3 matches to play. Let's get back to the action over number 6. And Vimukti. And he's kind of a hustler and a bustler, isn't he? He comes in and plays in cricket for Kent Lanka, who they're a team that based more in the centre, or certainly further south than up here. A couple of those players from that area, including Krishan Kalagamaga, for example, had a come up for the series to represent the national team. Again, he's full though, doesn't he? He gets full and challenges the batter to come forward. I just think that batters probably make more errors trying to come forward than if you drop short. It doesn't always work. Obviously, you can get driven out of the ground sometimes, but the percentages are to keep the ball full. It's a good slow ball. It's a really good slow ball. Again, this looks like a back of the hander to me with a little bit of leg cut on it as well. Check the hand out here. Yeah, it's a very difficult skill to do and to get it accurate as well. Now goes pace on in the air and drops. Another drop for Italy. And look, they have had a few smashed at them this morning. It wasn't really a miss hit. It was just a non-elevated hit to Zain Ali. I suppose did everything he can. Did everything right. But when that ball's travelling so fast, it can easily bounce out of the hands. Certainly hope there's no damage to Zain Ali. He had a really good day yesterday. Goes after this, over the offside and out of the ground. Maximo! Christian Munoz-Mills hasn't really had the majority of the strike, has he, Christian? But when he has been there, he's been reasonably productive. And that will take him up to 29 on 15 balls. Vimukti 2 for 19. Will we see one last flip from him? Up in the air. I think that's going to travel as well. It's 6. Maximo back-to-back as the Spanish skipper rolls the dice. And it comes up Dotte. Double sixes. And after 6 overs now, Spain are 76 for 4. Nice shot though. I like that. I like the way he holds his shape there. It's a good shot selection from Christian. often go back to this mantra. Hit the ball hard, but hit it correctly. Hello to Jamie Dodger. A few people liking my shirt. I know you probably can't see the bottom half on the camera, but kind of got the Italian flag colours on my last day. Got a white belt and the red trousers. Just a little bit of a nod. Also, I suppose you got the red there, which is kind of a Spanish red as well. Some great cricket ahead today. I can't wait to see the women out there as well. Second game of the day. Can Spain square the series and take it to a deciding 5th match? Shiraz Iqbal has joined and he's facing up. First one. I think with Kalagamagay, they are leg spin, but they're not really floaty. They tend to kind of skid on or kind of slide onto you a bit quicker than you'd expect. It's just a hard guy to get hold of. Hello to Binge Watcher as well. Hello to Shohag. And anyone I've missed. Just scrolling through here in the chat. Good to see so much discussion on a Sunday. Happy weekend, everyone. Hopefully you had a good Saturday night. We had a little bit of a dinner to celebrate Mita's birthday, of course. Dabs on here. Going to get a run. At least knocked down. Kalagamagay's put the brakes on a bit, hasn't he? Just go for a couple of 4s, but one of them probably should have gone to the boundary. This hit straight, again testing the outfielder. Simran is up to the task. Shiraz Iqbal, 3 off 6. He's on alert. Still batting to come. It's really good bowling. He's dropped the ball in there so nicely in this spell. I think with Kalagamagay, a bowl leg spin to right-handers, a bowl off spin to left-handers. And if you're rubbing the wrong way, it can probably knock your head off. He's a pretty good cricketer. Solid with the bat as well. Nice ball for him. Right on cue goes Minimo. So there you go, down leg side. And actually, it's hit some of the leg. That's kind of a lucky break for him in a way. It means he won't have to bowl again. Let's have a look. See with the deflection. Yeah, you can see it back pad. Just a little flick off the back pad. Takes away from Nakvi. So it won't be a Minimo, but still a decent result for Spain, who are 83 for 4 after 7 overs. Don't forget today, as I said, we also got the final day in the Medina Cup in France this year. Now, France, the host, are taking on Belgium in that. Traditional hosts, Malta, unfortunately, did not win any of their 4 games. They were competitive in spots, but they couldn't quite put a whole game together. Probably their best game was their first game against France, where they had France on the ropes and were in a winning position. France fought back through a good innings from Kanasane and ultimately proved a bit too much for Malta to handle. Also, just from what I've seen over there as well, I think the Malta, sometimes their fielding's let them down a little bit. Charlie Hunt, of course, will be there, and we'll be keeping an eye on each other, I'm sure, during the day. Just the one match there, of course, because that is the final. Every other day had 2 matches. Here's Rajmani Sandhu to bowl over number 8. And the first one's a stop delivery. I think with Rajmani, he's got that back of the hand slow ball as well. So Spain kind of dropped off the pace a little bit, haven't they? With Kalagamagay only going for 7 in the over. Now 4 of those were leg byes. Only 3 will be credited against him. Mukti did a pretty good job. There's that change up, and it's going to disappear. It's a thin edge. It's going to go for 4. So Iqbal gets out to jail. I think with Rajmani, he's got a few different deliveries. It's not just the kind of the pace on and the slower ball. He's got a few other kind of slight, more subtle changes of pace. Iqbal very experienced in the domestic scene in Barcelona. There's the slow ball, but he hits it well. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. 4 carreras. This time more off the middle of the bat of Shiraz. often I say it's one thing to pick it, another thing to hit it. But I suppose picking Rajmani, a lot of batters will probably pick him. But then if it's in the right spot, it's hard to play. That's an example of when you can pick it and it's in a fairly comfortable spot to hit. Had that bit of width, could just kind of play a traditional cover drive, elevated slightly. Now this one is a blast up in the air. Maximo! And well, Booney has just taken that in the right thumb. Well, they talk about getting your eye in. Almost had his thumb caved in there. It was Spanish Booney. Batting gloves are normally easy to catch him, but only if you get him in the middle. That's the second ball that's gone into the tent. I mean, Bubba will say that he saved his teammates, took one for the team. Slow ball. This is hit pretty well. Bit of work for Hassan. He does the fielding. He still has an over to go. Probably, I think, will bowl the ninth. Anyway, Bubba probably keen to get out there, whack a couple of sixes to distract from the fact that he just dropped that. Setter. Now goes full and wide and fast and 6. Maximo. Nice shot by Christian Munoz Mills. And it just much money approaches the line more than anything, just letting him down a couple of times. He goes magical in the 8th, and Spain trying to get back on track. 104 for 4 after 8 with that shot, also bringing up the 3 figures for Equipo Rojo. As advertised, it will be Hassan Ali to come on and bowl over 9. He bowled the first over, bowled a pretty good one. He's going for 10. 6 of those came off the last ball. And Shiraz Iqbal will be facing up. Say it all happens in the 9th. Spain will be hoping it does. Love another magical, but won't be easy against this talented young left armour. First one sprayed across. He wants the wide, but let's have a look at it. It does create that angle that if you don't kind of cover the line. Yeah, it looks tough one. Probably gets a bit of the line. Probably straight over the line. Iqbal didn't offer. Remember that now if it does hit the line, we're judging that when it passed the popping crease, it won't be wide. So clever bowling by Hassan. Gets the call. Tries again. This one is going to be a wide. Probably just a fraction further over. I don't mind that. Gave him one over there. Says, yeah, I think he probably got some of the line in the first one. It is a tough one to judge with the left arm coming over. But remember, the umpires, if they have doubt, they'll still call it a wide. That was one of those ones. Maybe it's a tiny piece of the line, but it's hard to tell with the angle. The umpire, I think, correctly calls that one wide. Brings it back a little bit and beats Iqbal for angle. I wonder if Booney's warming up here. And now Iqbal goes large. Maximo. Well, you can see why they've got confidence in Iqbal. He's a guy that could give you a big finish. Slightly underwhelming start to his innings. But he's trying to catch up at the end. Hassan Ali just gets a fraction short and disappears over the leg side. Iqbal to 24 now. 9 balls left in this innings. Spain 111. The computer thinks they'll get 130. Hassan Ali with a comeback ball. And hit straight. Is this got the legs? It does. I think, yeah. Maximo. Hassan Ali probably could have used a trampoline a couple of times on the boundary. He's tall, but not that tall. And Iqbal goes back-to-back Maximos. Gets himself out of a tight spot. suppose Hassan hasn't really hit the Yorker, has he? It's still been a kind of challenge kind of length, step hit length. Not easy to do with the angles he's creating, but Iqbal has been good. That's what I'm talking about. Has to go full. Iqbal goes across it and loses his stumps. But he'll probably take the trade-off as 6-6 and out. Spain will lose a 5th wicket. End of quite a productive partnership of 55 with 7 balls remaining. It's 117 for 5. Well bowled. This is a difference in length, isn't it? We didn't give him too much to work with. Shiraz will go for 30 off 16. And here's Booney. Baba Khan coming in at number 7. Again, he's a guy who can bat anywhere in the order. Might get an opportunity opening later on. Remember, these teams have 3 matches today, and obviously, because of the depth and talent they've got in their squad, they're not going to use the same players the same way all the time. So Shiraz at least can kind of catch up a little bit. He was behind, I think it was 3 off 6 at one point. Ends up 30 off 16, not too bad at all. Here's Booney, last ball of the night. He'll be trying to bomb it. And he won't. It's good bowling from Hassan Ali. And a bit of everything in that over. We had 2 sixes a wide, 2 dots a wicket, and another dot. And at the end of 9 overs, the score is 117 for 5. Now, Rajmani, I think, would have been slated to bowl the 10th because he went a little bit rogue. You can see the bowling figures here. Maybe they'll look to bring back Sukhvinder Singh because the left armour worked pretty well. Or you trust Rajmani to do his job, and that's actually what they're going to do. They're going to bring back Rajmani. I think I would have been pretty tempted to go Sukhvinder, though, just because he does have an over. Felt the left arm was, I suppose it was kind of working well. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. But they kind of stick with their original plan, I'm sure, which was to have Rajmani bowl over number 8 and over number 10. Hello to Charlie Hunt, who's popped in the chat. Charlie, hopefully you're well. Good morning to you. How's the weather in France? I bet everyone's getting excited for that Medina Cup final. Sandhu to bowl the last. And first one is out of here. Maximo. Well, so far, so not very good for Italy. He decided to go back to the right armour. And it's a solid strike from Christian Munoz-Mills. Yeah, and going to the 9th over, he only faced 20 out of the 54 balls faced. So yeah, it's crazy. You'd expect, on average, you get 50% of the bowling. He's had 37% of the bowling. He has moved to 48 now. He's trying this round the wicket tactic. Kind of worked for him pretty well. He kind of exaggerates the right to left because he'll bowl that slow ball a fair bit as well. He put the pace on. It's going to be 50 for the skipper, El Capitan. Felicidades. He's really put up his hand, I think, to try and turn things around. That's what good players do. It's what good captains do. 54 and 22 balls. Well, there's the women's sides just getting off the coach, getting ready for their first game, of course, which will follow this. But yeah, 2 balls, 2 sixes in the 10th. 129 for Spain now. How high can they climb? Got to run hard here. I mean, Booney's not the kind of cut out for 2s. I don't think they're going to attempt it here. Was one that would have been suicidal to go for it. So you take the one and you see if Baba can reproduce some of the magic that we know he's capable of. He tries, mishits, fielder goes back and will hold the catch. Disappointment for Baba. Off-speed delivery there. Pretty good catch by Arslan running back. That's what I was talking about accentuating that across angle. It was a back of the hand slower ball. And now Baba does the right thing, tries to muscle it up. Wasn't an easy ball to hit and stay in control of your shot. So he holds out. It'll be the 6th wicket to fall. Good morning to Derek. Here's the traditional bat swap. Nice catch by Arslan running back. He's had a bit of a working over in the field, to be honest, this morning already. So Sandy does get a wicket. I suppose more importantly, it puts a new batter on strike, and that new batter is going to be Matthew Rahman. So lefty comes out. Rajmani probably goes back to basics here. Tries to jam a New Yorker. That's what he tries to do. And his little edge is going to fly for 4. So Mati has a bit of luck. Un poco de suerte para equipo rojo. And that's going to be 4. 134. Mati, he'll be hoping that this can disappear out of the ground. Munoz is going to finish facing only 23 balls in the 10 overs. But he's struck pretty sweetly when he's been there. Last ball coming up, seatbelts on, and it will disappear out of the ground. So 140 in time to take cover. The Italian women's team heading to their warm-up area, and they had to fend for themselves here. Nice shot by Mati, and Rajmani just kind of gets a little bit into his pads, goes with the angle. Good batting in Spain. That's a score on the board. I called it the pass score, 140. If their bowlers can perform, if they can hold their catches, they'll feel they have got a good shot of at least getting on the board in this series and keeping it alive. Let's go back to the start. There was a bit of captain chaos early, wasn't it? As Arslan couldn't see a high ball. Eventually he found it, but he couldn't hold on to it. Abbas had a bit of luck, and then he would actually launch a couple out of the ground. It was almost like a full moon, wasn't it? Because Simran, he misfielded one. That went for 4. Just looked like Abbas might have his day, but he was undone by a really good slow ball from Muhammad Arslan. That crashed into the stumps. Always Ahmed came out, and similarly, he was able to smash a couple of 6s, like his Barcelona compatriot. But then he would hole out to Simranjit Singh, who made no mistake. Meanwhile, Always was a bit of shoeless Joe Jackson. And now, never mind that, how about the backflip from Vimukti, who goes full on Paris 2024 style. What a piece of television that was. And then had some issues just fielding a ball. But then Kalagamaga, I actually thought he was a real weapon in the middle of the innings, keeping things quiet. Catches continue to go down. Okay, these aren't easy. They're getting smashed. Zayn Ali couldn't hold on. You know, Christian Munoz Mills, when he did have the strike, he was able to do quite a lot with it. Hit 6 6s and 3 4s. He kicked that 4. Barbart dropped a sitter. Probably not innings that he'll want to remember. But Spain with some good late hitting. They get to 140. Hassan Ali, that was the only bright spot really for him in the 9th over. Did disappear out of the ground a couple of times. They did go back to Rajmani Sandhu in the 10th. There was a bit of a risk. And in the end, he went for 3 6s and a 4. A single and a wicket as well. But 23 come off the 10th. And Spain climb from 117 up to 140. And they outperformed the computer's expectations. They had them on for about 130. But certainly, I think the decision to bat was a good one. And this time they can defend. And Italy, they've got a bit of the scoreboard pressure going against them. 55 not out for Christian Munoz Mills. I love watching him bat. He's Spanish as they come. He's a real leader and tends to perform when the back's to the wall. 55 off 23 for him. A bright 30 from Iqbal, who caught up after a slight slow start. Double figures as well for Wazim Abbas, Always Ahmed, as well as Danny Long Martinez. And Matthew Rahman sent the last ball out of the ground to take Team España to 140. Bowling-wise, well, there were some good performers in there. Kalagamaga, I think, stands out for me. 1 for 14 of his 2 overs. It could have been even less than that. 2 wickets for Vimukti, including the best bat flip we'll probably see all season. Also, wickets for Muhammad Arslan, who I thought bowled a pretty good over, didn't get a second. Hassan Ali took 1 for 23 of his. And Rajmani Sandhu did take a wicket, but also ended up in the naughty 40s. We'll take a break then. We're back pretty shortly. 141 will be the victory target for the Azuri to make the series a foregone conclusion. Or can it be Spain to get on the board? Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo in pressure for the European Cricket Network. We'll see you after the break with more ECI action.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we get ready for the second half of the first match of day 2 in this ECI. It's the men that are kicking us off today, and Spain winning the toss and batting. They scored 140 off their 10 overs, so Italy chasing a target of 141. Certainly it's the best we've seen Spain bat so far, though for me it's more or less a par total. Italy keep their point if they score 99 or more, but I know that they want to get all the way to the 141. Sure about that. Looks like they've gone the Zain combination as well, Zain Nakvi and Zain Ali to open up, and they were pretty successful doing that role for Italy yesterday. Italy, they'll be a little bit disappointed, I think, in that they missed a few opportunities. They weren't necessarily all easy ones. There weren't actually many easy ones, but they let Spain off the hook a couple of times. Also just a little bit of a misexecution at times as well from some of the bowlers. Some were very good though. But 140, I think it's a good test. Wonder what the computer's thinking, because I had this as more or less bang on a par total. Guess we'll find out shortly. Mohamed Atif is going to open the bowling. Look at the options that they've got. So you've got Atif, you've got Asad Rabbani in there with some change-ups. Murad Ali, right-arm option as well. Here we go, 141 required. The first one, let's go. It's kind of slight cutter, not going to be a wide. Good start from Atif. And, there we go, Italy, 68%. Well, so 2 times out of 3 they chase this. 66% after that top ball. Really good ball. It's taken off. Might have hit a crack. How about this from Mohamed Atif? You would have thought it hit a crack the way it absolutely whistled past the face of Zain Nakvi's bat, slightly open face. Atif, unlucky not to get a nick. Cricket's one of those games that doesn't seem to make sense. If you get closer to that, then you get a nick on it, and you're probably telling your story walking. Good start from Ati. Now he lets himself down a little bit short, and it's too straight. He's had a winning strategy, but I think that's just a mis-execution, really. I don't think he was trying to bowl it there. Third time lucky for Zain Nakvi, who's away with 4. Nakvi with a couple of centuries on the network this year that he scored in the Portugal series, where he was a guest. Also part of the Fresh Tropical side. And unfortunately couldn't win a 4th ECS on the spin. They did finish 3rd in the European Cricket Series on Friday. Now in the air, now somebody's going to reach this. Should be a simple catch and take it. Well, there you go. We saw Italy put a few down. Rabbani's the man in the circle at mid-wicket. And Nakvi just outdone by a little more bounce than he expected. So he'll go 4 and out, and Italy lose their opener in the first over. It's 4 for 1. Nice catch by Rabbani. We had time to recite the national anthem while that was in the air. And he took it. That wasn't really a factor unless it was burning the back of his head. And so Nakvi goes down swinging. That's where you'd expect him to go. Rajmani Sandhu comes out, the left-hander. He's been kind of threatening but inconsistent over the last couple of weeks. Gets the number 3 position. Guessing Italy, they want to kind of sew it up here, and then they'll be like, okay, we've won the series. Maybe we try a few different combos, but Rajmani at 3 for me. It'll be Simranjit at 4. That's if they don't go for Amir Sharif, who's lurking around as well. So it's a strong batting lineup. Still plenty more to get through. But good signs early for Team Spain. Rajmani, look around the field. Very fine leg. They put the deep square back a little bit further behind square as well. First one, Rajmani tries to launch it, can't really get it. Here's the thing with that kind of 140. If you win this over, let's say it goes for a handful, 6 or 7, suddenly it's playing a bit more like 150. Suddenly you got a little bit of that scoreboard pressure. Italy haven't chased at all in this series so far. 2 wins batting first. Spain kind of benefited from the fact they had the clean slate, could just go out and bat in the first half. No target in mind. It's upstairs. And, gets this upstairs. Yes, good bouncer. And then Rajmani actually had the toe down, so it would have been okay. But that's a brilliant first over from Mohamed Atif. Just the one error in it, really, it was put away. So 1 for 4. His figures 4 for 1 after 1. 18 matches since the golden ball. We did see Italy play a golden ball in an ECI last year. That was against Austria. Sahel Zadran bowled a no ball for height to Joy Pereira, who worked it away for 1. And they're the 2 Italy needed to take the win. First ever time we've had an extra, and still the only time we've had an extra on a golden ball. Quite amazing. Hello to Paul. Good to have you. He thinks Italy will chase this, but it's good to see Spain more competitive. Yeah, well, has your opinion changed after that? Italy have gone from 68% to 55% after just 1 over. Shiraz Iqbal's going to get the ball. Interesting they haven't gone for Murad yet. Bowled pretty well with new ball yesterday. This is in the air. This is a catching opportunity as well, I think. Back to the line and caught. 2 good catches for Rabbani. This one's back on the fence, and Zain Ali goes first ball. Iqbal, that's probably not an especially amazing delivery, but he just clips it, doesn't get the distance, doesn't get the timing. Rabbani, again, he's held his composure under immense pressure. And so Golden Derek's activated in the Sunday sun. And both the Zains have gone. Italy 4 for 2 after 7 balls in the chase. Simranjit Singh will come out at number 4, wearing the number 4. Good catch, ends up going down to his knees. But gets the center of gravity down towards the ball. He was kind of a little bit conscious of where he was. He might have had a little peek to see how much room he had to work with. This is the kind of Spain that we're used to seeing. It's a few different faces, but they certainly play in a competitive way. Set high standards for themselves. It stung them yesterday to lose 2 pretty heavily. Oh, wow. He has almost missed the bat, and if it did, it was adios. Edges that onto the back pad. Simran definitely played outside that one. Iqbal maybe just wobbling it around a little bit. Rajmani is going to get a bat. Go with a pretty straight long on and deep square legs, coming around to more of a deep mid wicket. So with Rajmani, the key, he's very strong offside, but I still think you want to challenge him there. He might make a mistake, might nick off. That's exactly what they do, and he almost does. Iqbal, pretty good game. That's an interesting one. I mean, Rajmani kind of tries to go, if anything, to kind of long on, but there's a fielder there. He's so strong over the offside. He's got this little habit of sometimes backing away without actually checking where the ball's delivered. Trigger. Right, there's Nick off, and he's gone. And, well, couldn't have called it any better. It was right off the edge of the bat, and Atif, well. Oh, well, bit of whippet slip from Mohamed Atif. Watch this on the replay, right off the toe. And to be honest, that is taking off. It's probably 1 bounce 4 if it doesn't get caught by Atif. And really, he didn't have too much time to think. Sometimes that's a good thing. And so, a second duck in the innings. Rajmani goes for a 4-baller. And this is ECN cricket, ladies and gents. It's 5 for 3. Atif kind of looks down and says, yeah. That's just come straight to me. It wasn't really an outside edge. It was more off the toe. Still climbing. Italy, though, still got batting to come. We know that. Mohamed Arslan gets the nod at 5. So interesting. No Sharif in the top 5. Iqbal, 2 for 1. Oh, and now he's going to get swatted away for 6. As I said 30 seconds ago, this is ECN cricket, and Arslan comes out, gets his eye in ECN style, puts it over the ropes. Maximo. Oh, a bit like an octopus wearing gloves. He was all hands there as he snapped it through. Bit of a risk. It was pretty straight. So I don't mind that if I'm Team Spain. The attacking can backfire. Oh, not a good ball though. And he, again, goes with the whippage again. Iqbal gets it wrong. And it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. 2 wickets, 2 boundaries in the second over. Spain still miles ahead in the game. The score is 15 for 3. You can see that Italy 2-0 in the wins column. That's really what matters in these series. Spain can bring it back to 2-1. And I like that they're going back to a Atif. I think it makes sense. Strike while the iron's hot. Leave later for later. If you can grab another 1 or 2 wickets here, you can almost kill the game. I know this is international cricket, and I know that they have more depth in the batting, but that rate's climbed as well. 15.8 and over required from this point. Simran in the pressure cooker. And it misses. Again, next best thing. Dot him up, get that rate going. It'll probably go over 16 now. It does go over 16 required and over. Atif, there's many ways he can hurt you. That's the thing. He's got a good Yorker. He's got that kind of one that he slightly rolls the fingers on that can jump on you. I think one of his steps is just on the join between the artificial and the grass. That's why he needs a bit of running repair there. That's a brave shot from Simran, takes it on and wins. Maximo. And for long off his back, it's probably a catch shoulder high. But I think he targets this area precisely because there wasn't an outfielder there. It's a good shot. Simran had a breakout day with the bat yesterday in an Italian shirt. There's the cutter, skied. Well, is anyone reaching this? Maybe. Outfielder comes around. Christian takes a sensational catch. What a brilliant catch from the captain. Oh, he ran a country mile there. He was like a galloping racehorse. And that's a sensational outfield catch. Gets there, protects the ball, he wipes himself out. And there you go. A little bit of the signal there as well. Christian Munoz Mills. And I tell you what makes that even more special is that he's just come back from a serious knee injury. He's out of the game for the better part of a year. He's running around like an 18-year-old out there, and he just is cool as a cucumber. What a cricketer. That was so high. I felt someone could potentially reach it, but probably the only one that could reach it was going to be Christian Munoz Mills. He crosses the equator to grab a wonderful outfield catch. One of the best you'll ever see in Italy. 21 for 4. Simran's fresh out of luck, out for 7. That could be your HCL software play of the day from the Spanish skipper. Atif takes the air out of the balloon, but new batter that has gone out there now. Here's Sharif coming out at number 6. Oh, is he gone? He is gone. A little edge and Sharif's gone first ball. And Atif's on a hat trick. What is going on here? Sharif just kind of fends at this and offers a fairly open face. See, not a great bit of footwork. He's falling off the shot and Always takes it simply shoulder high, and Italy 21 for 5. Latif, just like that, he's got 3 and he's on a Hattie. It's not a great shot, but also understandable. You're kind of feeling for the ball early. Latif mentioned there's many ways he can hurt you, as Sharif held him back, but he only lost 1 delivery. 21 for 5. Joy Pereira again. Hey, Joy coming out at number 7. He can still win the game for them. Are we looking at hat-trick number 17 of the season? Joy Pereira, the Italian skipper. Latif with 3 wickets on a hat-trick. In the air. Oh, just climbs over ready. That'll be 4. It was just a prod from Joy. A tentative kind of shot. Here's the scary thing. Italy could still win from here. I'm telling you that. They could still win from here. Pereira, when he goes into beast mode, he's pretty much unstoppable. They still got time. 16's a rate that they could score at. Thing is, they're kind of walking the tightrope without a safety net, aren't they now? If they lose another wicket or 2, it's hard to see any path back. Last ball for Latif. Kept out. I think they've seen about enough of him. So the decision to bowl out Latif turns out to be the correct one. I think it's good captaincy as well. An incredible catching from Christian Munoz Mills. And at the end of 3 overs, this is not a misprint. It's 25 for 5. Pretty consistent scoring. Just the one single figure over, I should say, in the first innings of this match. Folks, this is why you love ECN cricket. Expect the unexpected. Three overs down means you can have up to 5 outfielders now. They've used Rabbani in this kind of slot over 4 or 5, and he's done a pretty good job. He's going to bowl over number 4. Interesting field here. Proper kind of umbrella field. Goes straight over this one, Mohammad Arslan. Might change things a little bit now, but they had 5 outfielders all kind of in the bottom half of the screen. They had 4 infielders in the top. Looks like they're changing this slightly now. So you can see the guy bottom left of your screen there. So now it's like a fake mid-off. He won't come in at all, and he's trying to kind of cover as much of the outfield as he can. Really trying to cover those straight boundaries through Rabbani. And they might need to, because Rabbani's going to bowl pretty full. And so what they're saying is that we don't think that we need to worry about protecting the boundaries behind so much. Also, bowls a lot of slower balls. They're trying to take away the holes as much as they can, try and take away the angles to be able to drive boundaries. I suppose if you can get under it, that's another thing. Rabbani starts pretty well. What a game. Rabbani's going to get pinged for a wide. Joy Pereira. We haven't seen too much of Joy because Joy's been pretty unselfish and he's given other batters opportunities, but they'd love him to get going now. They were just missing the mark. Joy, that golden ball last year that he was able to win for Italy. But remember, he tied the game with a 6 off the last ball. Slow ball this time from Rabbani, knocked down. And Panther-like from Babar, who takes it one-handed. There will be a single. Got a question here from Rakib saying, why no Hamza Salim or Daniel Dolkaye or Mohamed Babar? The simple answer is that Spain have just come off a T20 international series against Jersey, and obviously availability is an issue. You kind of have to pick and choose your series you're available for. These players are amateur players. They have other commitments with work and things like that. DDC, for example, he is playing club cricket in Holland. More slow ball. Those gets down at least. Kind of make sure it doesn't go to the boundary. It's pretty unpredictable second bounce. Does well. Always getting the gloves for the first time in the series. Rabani. Well bowled. Well bowled. Maybe gets a bit of the line on the inside bit, but Pereira not really hitting the ground running. Again, one goes out of the ground, then could change the face of this game. I'm telling you, up above 18 and over now. The old point of no return before things got crazy. Because pace on, it's beautifully timed by Joy Pereira. Maximo! Rabani just got a little bit close to the big man there. Dismissively just patted it over the boundary. You can see the power that Joy brings to the table. Don't be fooled by the fact he's coming out number 7. He's an out-and-out bat. It's 35 for 5 after 4. Interesting to see what choice Spain go for here. And it looks like they're going to go to Murad Ali. They're going to keep the pace on the ball. I suppose it makes sense in a way because pace has been working so far. Also, a curious one, and I suppose understandable, you might not want to bowl out both openers, but Shrazik Bowl did take 2 for 11 his first over. They didn't bring him back straight away. Went to Rabani, but Rabani only went for 9. Although he doesn't pick up a wicket. Still a good result for Spain, battling to stay alive in this series. A little bit short. Oh, put down. Great effort, actually, low down by Sneh Reddy. It was almost like a slips catch from 45 metres away because it never really gets that high. Dives to his right, can't hold on. Murad misses the mark this time. Does anyone give Italy a prayer here? We'll take an amazing individual effort, you imagine, for one of these two to get them back in this game. Rakib is asking, do we have any other T20 or T10 international series in May? How long have you got, Rakib? Nice shot, leans on it, gets 6. Maximo! The scorers are acutely aware that 6 because it ends up in their little tent there. Maximo time. There's Italy trying to fight back. Yeah, so we have lots of series coming up. We have Estonia starting on Monday, but at the end of that 2 weeks, there'll be, same as this, Estonia and Malta in men's and women's T10 internationals. We've also got the Netherlands Tri-Series, Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland, starting next weekend, T20 cricket. Nice little back cut, that's going to be 4. So Pereira's up and ticking. Just feel like this situation's tailor-made for him, you know. Big collapse in the top order. And Joy coming and saving the day. Yeah, also, Rakib, we have the Continental Cup, which is a T20I men's series in Romania. Coming up in 2 weekends. And at the end of May, we've got T20I women's cricket coming from the Netherlands. Netherlands versus Italy. They're all the internationals I've got off the top of my head. So quite a lot. I could have just answered your question with yes. Do we have any more? Yes, we do. Well, bowled by Murad. Beats the top edge of Joy Pereira. Murad, I think his first series for Spain. He's going to get pumped out of the ground here. A little bit short. And Pereira says, thanks for coming. Maximal, 6 more. 50's up now for Italy. I told you, do not count them out. Pereira wants to go to the well again, I'm sure. Murad, last ball, his over. Well bowled. It's going to be called wide, though. Did seem to come in a little bit. I'll be curious to see this from straight on. Yeah, it came in a bit, but not enough to grab any of the line. Good call. Red's gone for 19 in the 5th. This could be what prompts Spain to maybe change the pace now. Pereira's look pretty comfortable. He hits this really well. That's going to be 4 as well. So that's a brilliant over for Italy. 23 come off it. 58 for 5 after 5. Yeah, they're leaving themselves a lot to do. 83 in the second, but as you can see, they are absolutely in this game. This is what's coming up in the Medina Cup, which has the final starting in 25 minutes. France and Belgium going head-to-head. Fairly predictable sides, I think. Watch out for Gus McKean at the top for France. I'm sure he'd love to break out with the big innings. Kanasane's had a pretty good series. Dawud Ahmedzai took a 6-for on opening day. Belgium, pretty good side as well. They're combustible, aren't they, Belgium? Now, Belgium are higher ranked, but they haven't actually beaten France in the series. Remember, the first time these two teams met, it was a super over that decided things. Watch out for Adnan Razak. I think he's an underrated bowler as well. Bowls a very good Yorker. Khalid Ahmadi, the smiling assassin in there. Sabers Akil, he's a guy I'm sure would love some runs as well. All right, well, here's Baba Khan, who's going to come on to bowl for the first time in the series. And he starts by getting hit away, almost a catch, actually. Now, Baba is probably he's a part-timer, but we've seen him take some big wickets when Spain have needed them in the past. Arslan's been the quieter of the two batters, despite batting a couple of slots higher than his captain. This is an interesting battle, isn't it? Hit. And 6. Just gets over the square leg. Maximo. And that was just a fraction short. Joy Pereira put him out of the ground. Look at that rate. It was up over 18 at one point. Some big hittings got it back to 16. And Baba, he can give you the miracle delivery, but he can also bowl the loose one. Now, this is coming, and it's going. Maximo Pereira is on a heater at the moment. He moves to 43. It's just a fraction short, and he flat bat smacks this straight down the ground. Baba is going to get the reply. He's going to stay over the wicket. Oh, well, gets a good one in. Slides this one under the bat of Joy Pereira. Good contest. We had a few one-sided games this weekend, but last night's was an absolute banger. This one is as well. Goes fast. It's very good keeping from Awais Ahmed. This was such a difficult spot stop. It was fine down the leg side. And look, you can't see it. He just finds a way to get over there. A bit of luck involved in that as well, but you make your own luck. Great keeping, saves 4 runs. And now this is going to go up. And that's going to be 4 as well. So Pereira is going to move to 40. And interesting one here. And yeah, it's been called a no ball. He's hit the sideline. He's had problems with this before, Bubba. And it's going to be 4 runs. So it'll be no ball +4 and a free hit. He was getting, I saw he's pushing that line. That one was pretty clear. They had his foot on the line. So yeah, Bubba, it doesn't bowl that much. And that gives an extra delivery, an extra run. This over's crept out of control now. Can't cash in the free hit though. Pereira moves to 48. Booney goes magical. Now, thickish outside edge creeps over, and it'll be 4 more to finish. So Arslan will get a boundary. A go to spin, but it kind of backfires. I suppose no Hamza in the lineup. And at the end of 6 overs, 82 for 5. So Italy now need 59 off 24. So it's a shade under 15 and over. So Joy Pereira's been a real difference maker. Like I said, it's a situation made for him. They've had some dynamic efforts from both captains in this game. You can see why they hold the office. Hello to Phil G. Well, good to see you tuning in from Prague, I'd imagine. First is Pereira on 48. Slow ball from Rabani, who's been brought back in over number 7. Yeah, Phil is actually going to be doing the commentary for the night series, which starts on Tuesday. So the question to Phil, will he be in England? Well, he won't be, because Phil's busy. He'll be doing 2 games a night from the Miranda de Corvo Stadium in Coimbra. But Phil, always great to have you. Looking forward to hitting you behind the mic. Once again on ECN. Oh, well, this one's gone completely wrong. That's a great stop. That's an incredible stop from Awais Ahmed. Because it's one thing, the distance is one. Yes, it's a slower ball. The distance is one thing, but then dealing with an unpredictable bounce. Well, time to get out the heavy roller. That was a magnificent piece of wicketkeeping. He saved at least 6 to 8 runs behind the stumps, as well as holding on to that catch to remove Ahmed Sharif. Powerful down the ground. And it's going to get through Christian Munoz-Mills. That's one each, actually. Both the gun fielders have had one go through them in this game. So imagine seeing in the first half. Again, you're never quite sure what it's going to be. Overruns it in the end. Again, shows you these guys, they're humans. They're pretty impressive humans. It'll be 50, by the way, to Joy Pereira. Brings up his milestone of 17 balls. This game is 50-50. Italy at one stage were 4%. Shades of Hamza Salim Dar taking a hat-trick and getting Spain well on top in qualifier too. In the ECC last year, Sakata Zulfikar then put together one of the innings of the ECN universe. Gripping contest. Goes pace on, hit, and well dealt with by Danny Long Martinez. I suppose what he had there, he had a good kind of distance between the last bounce and where he fields it, but I just wonder how many times he's played on a field that will happen. Probably not many. Well done. I suppose most importantly, it gets Pereira out of the way. Arslan back on strike. Slightly short and pulled away. That's going to be 4. And Arslan's played his part in this partnership as well. Just a reminder, these two came together when the score was 21 for 5 in the 3rd over. Their partnership now has rocketed up. 73 and 4 overs they put on for the 6th wicket. Rabani has conceded 20 off 10. It's not the worst. 2 big deliveries coming up for him. Slow ball, and he almost catches it. but he also almost gets a cricket ball-sized hole through his abdomen. And really, all things considered, I think Rabani's pretty happy to walk away with a dot ball there. Oh, wow, that was hit hard. Got a bit of the wrist on it, I think, in the end. This is bowling arm as well, I think. I think the adrenaline took over. He didn't feel it straight away, but I think he's feeling it now. The hit of the hand, like the heel of the hand. Yeah, actually does really well to react at all, but yeah, it kind of hits kind of between the wrists, to be honest, then bounces up. So yeah, Rabani's going to get a little bit of attention. Makes sense. So while Rabani gets the attention that he needs, let's have a look at what's coming up in the next match. And it's match 4 in the ECI-W, Spain versus Italy. What an effort from Spain last night to stay alive in the series. Andrea Davidson solo listed to open in that lineup. She was the player of the match last night. Naomi Hilma-Bameko is always a very important player, and I've loved the captaincy of Amy Brown-Carrera, and especially the way she's been opening the bowling. Deepa Chukapali-Yamares comes it back for Spain as well. Had a slight injury issue last night. Saskia Payne will do the keeping. Italy, though, they welcome back Mathnara Ratnayaka behind the stumps, and also a key bat at the top. They've got a very strong top 3 in particular, don't they? Delisha with a career best 61 on the network yesterday, and Sims, great inclusion for the Azuri at 3 as well. That game is coming up in exactly 30 minutes from now. For Italy, they can seal the series here if they get 47 off the next 19. Good comeback for Rabani, and the magic spray probably does its job. That was a lot quicker. That'll be the end of the over. Rabani might think about taking him off here if he's got that issue, because he's bowled his 2. 94 for 5 after 7. Looks like Shiraz Iqbal is going to bowl over number 8, and he bowled a pretty decent second over, picked up 2 wickets for 11. They resisted the urge to bring him back straight away, and instead they bowled out Atif, who picked up another 2 wickets in his second over. Just something to look at. Probably not a huge deal, but 7 minutes on the clock to bowl 2 overs. You hate that to come into it. All right. Pereira has been imposing for Team Italy. He's on 53. Hits it hard. Deflects away for Rabani, who's a bit of a ball magnet at the moment. And again, it's a good deflection. It'll only be a single. Probably wouldn't have been anything if he'd taken it cleanly. Rabani probably feels like he's a target in a shooting gallery right now. Good hands once again. Tough stop. Really good stop, actually, out there. Mati Rahman, he's done everything right there. Played the percentages, tried to get everything behind it, and he does. So just a single. But here's Joy back on strike, 54 off 19. He's changed this match. Uh-oh, that one goes wrong. That's going to be a no ball. The only fortunate thing is it doesn't go to the boundary. They can take on a dodgy 2. Well, this could be out, you know. Oh, no, what's gone on there? It might have hit the edge of the pitch or something. Well, I don't know what happened here, but always was behind the stumps, and the ball seemed to take a really weird bounce. Let's check it out. To be honest, this wasn't a smart run at all. I know you want to get back, but the partnership is too important to lose for 1 run. What does it hit? Oh, it just kind of blasted through him, didn't it, in the end? Oh, wow. Don't think it hit anything on the way through. Pereira ambitiously gets the strike back. What's he going to do with it? Iqbal attempted Yorker, goes horribly wrong there. Kind of throws the hands of this slice away. Matty's got some more work to do. And remarkably, Italy are now favourites in this game. They were 4% at one spot when they were 21 for 5. Never call a game too early. The 100's up now. This partnership's worth 79. This goes wrong. Waze has been really good here, actually, behind the stumps. I've really liked his positioning this innings. Let's see. Okay, has to move early. Does, takes it well. Flashes at this. Arslan hasn't had a lot of the strike. It's been more Pereira doing the fireworks, but he has been pretty good. That was a well-located delivery from Iqbal. Just nibbled away off the seam a little bit. Stays good. Anyone got the tingle here? Well bowled. It's good area. Good area from Iqbal. And he's only conceded 18 off 11 deliveries bowled. Has those 2 wickets. Batted pretty well in the first innings as well. Italy gone from favourites to underdogs pretty quickly. Last ball of the 8th. Hit hard and hit into the gap. That's 4. So a good finish from Arslan. But Iqbal, I think all things considered, will be happy with the over he delivers. He only goes for 1 boundary in there. And so at the end of 8 overs, it's 105 for 5. And 5 minutes to bowl this last over, so I don't think they're in too much trouble there anymore. So what a moment for Murad Ali to bowl his second over. And these two, runs-wise at least, they are neck and neck right now. Italy 105 after 8. Spain were 104 after 8. Murad Ali then, biggest over of his career, I think, running into bowl the 9th. And the first one's over pitch, and it's out of here. Adios pelota, Maximo, as Pereira swings his way into the 60s. Murad, probably right idea, wrong result. So, still a pretty good, pretty difficult ball to put away because you're not really expecting that kind of delivery. 30 off 11, and we're at 50-50. Murad plies his train for Royal Barcelona. He's in a right royal battle right now against some Italian cricket royalty, Joy Pereira. It goes outside off, but he overdoes it. That'll be a wide. Maybe hoping Pereira would chase something like that. We actually saw Shiraz Iqbal get a couple just perfect. And the last over to Arslan. Pereira 63, what a knock. Came in at 21 for 5. Oh, it's nicked, but it's good field placement as long as it works, and it does. Just one, and probably more importantly, you get Pereira out the way. It's a smart field placement, I think, to have the deep third back. Because, you know, you'd hate a nicked boundary. If they're good enough to earn it and hit it over the top, so be it. Hit over the top of mid-off, something like that. Mid-off's up in the circle. Here's Arslan on strike. Wide. Think of running. Yeah, wasn't too close a call, to be honest. I think that misses the line reasonably comfortably. I guess probably not a bad spot to miss, though. You don't want to miss too often. Probably once or twice an over at this stage. Rather than bowl a ball that's going to be hit fairly easily, or more easily. 27 off 10 now. We're bowled. Or it could be a run out here if it hits. Misses. Tough backup, but backed up. Probably worth taking on at this stage. I mean, the wickets aren't as much of an issue anymore. Look at who's still to come. You've got Krishan Kalugamage next. Over and a half to go.
Pereira, 64. Hits it. Well, again, this is out of your hits. He's got time. He doesn't pick it up. And Rabani, tell you what, he might be Googling the nearest X-ray facility by the end of this 10 overs. He's had a pounding with the Grizzly. Couldn't pick that one up cleanly, just a single. Arslan 27 off 16. What a match. Oh, gets it wrong. And that is going, and gone. Maximo. And all eyes here on the third official because this is borderline. And I got a feeling my instinct is it's too high. That's going to be a no ball. And it's going to be 7 runs. And Murad so close yet so far. It's definitely waist high. It's probably above waist high. Arslan will hit his way to 7th heaven with a free shot now. Also the clock. It's an extra ball. They've got to bowl 2 balls in 45 seconds. Miss. That's a free hit. They could probably run if they want. They're going to run. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Yeah. Right, actually pretty smart. Christian Munoz-Mills is saying, look, guys, don't worry. Get out there and bowl. Because don't worry about it because you're going to have to bowl this ball pretty quickly. They do keep adjusting that clock. As long as he bowls this legal, they'll be fine. Ooh. Oh, no! Oh, he's bowled another beamer. You wouldn't believe it. I didn't see where the ball went. It'll be no ball +1, +5. Oh, get out your adding machines because we're going to have pens. You can't believe this. So that's basically 7. Oh, at least it's not 12. But anyway, here's another free hit. Best ball he's bowled in a while. Murad. And there's no 2. What are they doing? Just relax. He's probably run out. Wow. I mean, the bowler is... Remember, this is the last ball. So... Now, first let's see if he's out. Let's have a look. Is he in? He slips. Surely he's got to be out here. How's he going to make up the ground? He's out. Wow. Boy, it all happens in the 9th. And keep your eyes on the umpire. I don't think they've enforced it yet, but I'm sure they will. It'll be an out, but you might say, okay, the extra minute's eaten up by the new batter coming in anyway. But yeah, I'm sure we're going to have 5 penalty runs here. And so, new batter will be on strike, will be Kalagamagay because it is the end of the over. If I've got this right. So let's not take anything away from Arslan, who batted so well in that partnership. The partnership's broken at 105. And it says, well, where are we? Well, they've scored it as 1. Well, it's definitely out. And there's the 5 penalty runs. You see it signaled right there. So, all right. +5, take 3. They need 9. There you go. It's come up with the screen. They need 9 off the last over. Matty Rahman's going to bowl the last over. And Matty's got a bit of history bowling the 10th, but I love to see him stepping up to the plate. Kalagamagay, the new batter on strike. And to be honest, he's better than your average number 8 by a decent margin. Just finished playing for Team Europe. All right, well, I mean, Krishan probably reads the script and says, look, Joy's on 66. If I score anything off this, I've done my job. Oh, he's a prodigious talent in his own right. All right, 9 runs to win. Last overtime. And it will be at least 1. I don't think they'll take 2 here. Are they looking for 2? Well, there's going to be a run out here. No, there's not. Yes, there is. No, there's not. It's going to be 2. But to be honest,
I know you trust the new batter, but I would have thought if it's a 1.5 and a dodgy 2, you just leave it alone and take the 1. Kalu decided he wants it, and he really doesn't listen. And then that could have been Joy Pereira out, but he ends up making it. They'll get 2. 7 off 5 now. Is there one final twist in this game? It's Italy's game to lose right now. Kalu Gamage, chaos creator in the first degree, as he's come out to bat the last over. Italy within 7 runs of clinching the series. Matthew Rahman in the air and caught. Well, there you go. Puts the new batter on strike as well. Spain have caught pretty well in this innings. It's been a key difference in the game. And that's Snehith ready down there at deep square leg. So Krishan pinches a run but has to tell his story walking out for 2 off 2. Maybe this game does have another twist. 134 for 7. Well bowled by Matthew Rahman so far, keeping his nerve. And I'll say this quietly so he doesn't hear me, but he was the one who bowled overs 8 and 10 when the last 3 went magical and Spain were blasted out of the Euros last year. Gave up something like 72 in the last 3 overs, and he bowled 2 of them. I'll resume my normal voice now as we move on. New batter coming out there, Sukhvinder Singh. Again, he's better than a tail ender. He's lower order at this level, but again, his job, I think, is just to get bat on ball and run, and then leave it to the skipper, Pereira, at the other end, who's on 66. 4 to come. And they're running, and they're going to get there. And that's clever cricket by Pereira. He's very experienced. He leads the side well. Pretty well executed delivery, though. Joy actually jogs it in the end. Not using an ounce of extra energy. Now it's scary o'clock, because Pereira can win this game with 1 swing of the bat. And this is a guy that's hit 6 sixes and 5 fours in his innings. Does he take a 1 here? Maybe not, this ball. 6 off 3. And Matty, if he can deliver 3 of those, I think Spain can still win the game in regulation. That was a very good York. I don't care who's at the other end. This game's in the lap of the gods right now. 6 off 3. Here's Matthew Rahman. Miss. In fact, he might have nicked it. He has. And this game does have another twist. A little outside edge, and Matthew Rahman. What a story. Joy batted so well, but to be honest, it's a challenge delivery. Joy just kind of falls off his shot a little bit. Kind of plays on your mind a little bit as well, I think, if you're batting, knowing that you're 1 hit away. And now they need 6 off 2. And here's the scary thing. You've got Vimukthi, the acrobat, coming out, and he could just hit a 6 and finish the game. $135 for 8. There's Vic Mukthi. Wonder what he's thinking. What an innings, though, from Joy Pereira. He came in, backs to the wall, and that's what leaders do. He finishes with 66 off 26. 6 maximos, 5 fours, striking at 254. Backs to the wall, 6 off 2. A 6 can win it. Won't be 6. Uh-oh. It won't be, it'll be 1, but I'm telling you something right now. We're in golden ball territory. 4 for a golden ball. Italy have history. They did play a golden ball in the ECIs last year. It was golden ball 49 on the 23rd of September. So look, if simple as this, if this ball stays in the ballpark, Spain have won a remarkable game. And as Sukhvinder Singh, he's a boundary hitter. If you had to choose between these two, I'd want Sukhvinder on strike. Have a look at the field. Again, they don't really have the boundaries protected behind the wicket. They got 5 outfielders all in front of squares. No one at deep point. But really, Matty, if he can get this right 1 more time, I think Spain hold on. 4 for a golden ball, 6 to win. Here's the last ball of the game. In the air. Well, they're going to win. It's not going to go for 4. It doesn't really matter. Take the catch and Spain win. Well, unbelievable last over from Matthew Rahman. He'll take 3 for 3 in the last. What a game of cricket and what an advertisement for this format. And Spain, despite all of those dramas, they're going to hold on and stay alive in the series. The final score in match 3 of the ECI, Spain 140, Italy 136. What a match. And honestly, Matti Uraman, he certainly deserves that. He's always put up his hand to bowl in the tough situations. And this time, it's the ultimate success story. Remember, they were only defending 9 in a game where the average run rate was about 14 and over. And he's taken 3 wickets. He concedes only 3 runs. And really, even on the basis of that, he's a strong contender for the player of the match. I mean, Joy Pereira would have to have a say about it as well. And we're probably running slightly over, so I'll get on with this. Spain versus Italy in the ECI-W coming up in around about 10 minutes. Spain winning the toss and bowling first. So they'll be on the chase again, and they were successful in the chase for the first time against Italy last night. Everyone, let's take a few deep breaths. It was a really good game of cricket, and probably the best I've seen in quite a long time. That's because the amount of kind of momentum shifts, and we've been treated to 2 really good games in a row, haven't we? With the Spanish women and then the Spanish men this weekend, consecutive games, getting back in the series. So identical scorelines. 2-1 to Italy. And how about some of the catching here from Spain? And to be honest, that was one of the key differences, I think, in this game. Christian Munoz-Mills were incredible. Okay, that one went down, but the standards were pretty high. But it was a real hairy one. They were 21 for 5. Remember, the wickets were clattering all over the place. Joy Pereira came out and he turned the game on its head. They gambled with Baba. It didn't really work. He went magical. Back-to-back magicals, in fact, in the 5th and 6th. You just don't expect that with 5 down, but Joy, he's not really a number 7, is he? And always, I've got to say credit to him. I think he saves at least 8 to 10 runs behind the stumps with some incredible stops. And you look at the margin here, just one swing of the bat in it. That was a scary moment for Rabbani, who had that ball cracked back at him. And then this was a nonsensical second run that they got away with. And it was going deep. Murad kind of got taken to the cleaners in the 9th. He went for 22, but it's kind of 27 because they had that beamer which basically melted the clock. They forgot the free hit, and then that was caught behind. That was thrown away. It really did all happen tonight. And that one, you could see he was beside himself. And then we had this kind of weird run out where Hassan slipped over and he was gone. And that turned out to be a key moment. And how about the catching? And how about this last over from Matti Uraman? Such a good performance. And he got the key man Joy. That was the moment, I think, where Spain actually believed they were ahead in the game for the first time in a long time. Needing 4 to tie off the last ball. The ball was skied. The catch was taken. But really, as soon as that ball was headed back to earth and staying on the field, Spain knew that they had the victory. And the final score, 140 to 136. What a game of cricket. Got a bit of news. We'll have a 5 minute delay on the next game because we have run over slightly. So I'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you through that one. 66 for Joy Pereira was an absolute class innings. Took him all the way to the water, but he couldn't get his team to drink. 66 off 26. Arslan was really good as well. Continues his rich vein of form this weekend in the internationals. Breakout weekend for him. 35 off 19. 21 extras in there. That's the next top scorer, including those 5 pens. Well, we haven't worked out how to break the space-time continuum there and make the clock go backwards. And that's what Spain needed in the end. It was a thrilling finish. And 4 runs the margin. 3 wickets to Atif up front and 2 to Iqbal. But what about Matti Uraman? Brought on as the 6th bowler with 9 to defend. He takes 3 for 3. And he ices the game for Spain and was able to remove the key threats there in the 10th. So we'll take a break. We'll be 10 minutes away then from coming back. Meanwhile, don't forget that the Medina Cup final is underway as well in France. But it will be the women back on deck, and Spain, their women will be fighting to stay alive in the series. When we return in 10 minutes for more ECIs here in Italy. Pressure.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Well, pretty exciting men's match to start the morning. Now we get into the ECI-W action. Once again, we'll see Italy and Spain going head-to-head. Now, this series is quite interestingly poised after day one. 3 matches played yesterday in the ECI-W. Italy won 2. Spain won the last game of the day to make it 2-1. And Spain, it was a big moment for them, wasn't it? Because it's the first time they've ever beaten the Azzurri, and that's in their 6th attempt. It was a really, really exciting game. I've got to say, I loved the innings at the end from Andrea Davidson-Soler. She was the player of the match in that one. Came back from a few hardships earlier in the day to perform. I thought she fielded amazingly well. 12 or 13 runs saved in the field, and then a very important 21 not out. And it was Rambo Usbasaid that got them over the line. I've got to say, though, Methnara Ratnayaka, I imagine she'll come back for the Azzurri in this one. Italy, I'm sure they'd be very, very keen to put this series to bed here in match number 4. Let's get ready for the coin toss. Taran Peters is over there. Spain have won 6 tosses out of 6. Can it be 7 out of 7? Let's find out.
Italy to call.
Head.
Head is the call. And it's a tails.
We'll bowl first.
So there you go. It is 7 out of 7 for Spain. And they've started turning those toss wins into actual wins, haven't they? As Spain have fought back to win the last men's and the last women's match in this weekend's ECI action. So Spain going with the winning formula from last night, winning the toss and to bowl first. But one key thing I think we have to recognise that when Spain won last night, Methnara Ratnayaka, who's a real key player for Italy, was not in the lineup. She is back for this one. Expect her to open the batting and do a very good job behind the stumps for Team Italy. Delisha Naniakara was very good yesterday with her first ever ECN half century. Alenia Sims brings up a pretty tough-looking top 3, and that's not even to talk about Bartram in the middle order, for example. I mentioned Andrea Davidson-Soler, but also watch out for Paul Chilangia, who I think is a very industrious player for Team Spain. And yeah, just looking at the numbers there, not surprisingly, it's fairly heavy favouritism to Italy, 80-20. But hey, we saw Italy in the men's come back from 4% to be in a very strong position in the game. So those percentages are dynamic. They can change. Amy Brown-Carrera is going to bowl the first over. Again, she's been very, very good in that respect. And so she is almost ready to go. Welcome back to all of our viewers on FanCode, as well as everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Still kind of coming down to earth after that last game. It was absolutely insane, wasn't it? But it's been a roller coaster ride, that's for sure. Ratnayaka will face up. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. About 10 seconds to go. Spain hoping for another upset win here to tie the series at 2 and take it to a deciding game 5. And we're away. So he starts with the ball. I think it's okay. I think goes straight over the line. Again, this is the interpretation now. It gives the bowls a bit more latitude. But I think it is a good delivery because if it has to be outside the line and completely outside to be a wide. That wasn't. Good umpiring. This one does go a little bit too far. One thing I like about Amy, her accuracy's really come a long way. Typically been bowling one side of the wicket. Ratnayaka be keen to put her foot down, make some runs. This is hitting the air. Chilangia's going to have to deal with a little bit of a shooter. Imagine she might bowl the second over. They've liked that opening combination. And Spain have had a really good record bowling the first 2 overs so far to Italy, and they haven't always been able to hold them through the middle. Also, it's good to see Deepa back. After she missed the last game, Deepa Chukapali-Mares. Still very young. Here's Delisha facing up for the first time. That's well bowled. Straightens her up a touch, but thick outside edge running away. And, going to get two anyway. It was a kind of aggressive push away to a teammate, but I think that looks like Bisharat down there. Always will give you 100%. Just a little bit aggressive in the push away. There is deeper. This is in the block hole, played down the ground. So what do we think of day 2 so far? Could we get 3 thrillers in a row? We kind of want a hat-trick, aren't we? So once again, Amy Brown-Carrera keeping things very tight. I'm trying to look at what happened there because I'm sure that there was a 2 there. Oh, there we go. This score's catching up. That's some scoreboard chaos in the last game. Right in the air, goes over the top. Can anyone stop this? Kind of plugs, but it does reach the boundary. Cuatro carreras, and the first boundary of match number 4 in this ECI-W. And end of the over, still a decent over for both sides. I think 9 without loss after 1. It is May Madness at the moment. Medina Cup final happening right now. Front 27 for 2 in the 5th. A couple of early wickets, but McKeon's still there for France. And we'll be in Estonia. Believe it or not, we'll be pretty much finishing game 1 around now tomorrow in Estonia. 5 matches on the way. That's in Tallinn. Portugal Night Series starts the next day. The Netherlands will start on Saturday. Continental Cup the next weekend. And our first ever ECS in England by the end of the month. That's why we're calling it May Madness. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. Amy Brown-Carrera can't quite deal with it. She was kind of in 2 minds there about whether to attack the catch or try and take it on the bounce. Probably even if she went forward and dropped the catch, at least she would have had a chance, I think, a better chance of keeping it inside the boundary anyway. Chilangia is creating a quarter chance there. Just sliding that leg side, I think. Saskia Payne, who's behind the stumps today for Spain. That's a very clean hit by Ratnaka, and that's the power that she brings to the table. Maximal. Wasn't a bad ball from Chilangia, but she basically throws down the challenge, and Ratnaka is going to take it up and get 6 runs for Italy. She does live a bit dangerously. Draws her wide. Oh, that's probably not a bad bit of bowling from Chilangia. It will be a wide. How was it? Going to be a tough one anyway, I think, for Payne. Have to get back to the stumps. Goes leg side this time, and that's going to kind of plug as well. Bit of a chase on. Mamuna does well. Fires the throw back, but good running. They'll get 2. So Vinny Sanderhu, Mr. Maximo, and well, look who has come crawling back. And I tell you what, he's a courageous little character, and I really enjoyed this first game. Key member of the Spanish setup coming in. Corey Ruckers. Corey, how are you feeling about that crazy 4-run win for Team Spain, the men, in the first game of the day?
Good advertisement for T10 cricket, wasn't it? That game had a lot of topsy-turviness to it. What an innings from Pereira to get the Italians right back in it. And then Couldn't be happier for Matty. And now we're in for a good women's match.
One down the leg side. Pretty good keeping. There's not really one here. They can have a throw at it. Just couldn't quite get the kind of speed on the throw. Oh, Rathnaka is a very important play. You don't want to run her out. Yeah, Matty, what a story. I mean, it was
really happy.
Make or break.
You have to be happy for him.
And that's one of those ones that you wouldn't really expect him even to defend 9. And not because he's not capable, but just because 9's well below an average run rate in that game. Anyway, this is short, and Chillingear gets it slightly wrong. Maximo! Nani Akara was hungry for the strike and then hungry for runs. She puts that one away. She's been hitting with some incredible power this weekend. Yeah, but it was great. I think you're exactly right. It was a sensational advertisement for the game.
Yeah, and if you like good cricket and sometimes some crazy cricket, you've got to get around it. This is the table for the women's at the moment. Obviously, the Spanish women got a really good win last evening and fought back into the series. They need to repeat the dose here to send it into a decider later today.
Yeah, and so I suppose you'll have some thinking to do before the next game.
Already done, Vinny.
Okay, so no more thinking.
Yep, no more thinking. You've got me till over number 5, and then I'm back on coaching duties.
We'll get you on the camera because I just love to see that face. Any questions for Corey while he's here? Corey Ruckers, the Spanish national team coach.
I tell you also in that game, a Tiff spell.
Yeah,
oh,
really well.
That was quick.
On the Italian side, what a knock from Joy Pereira.
Oh, that was
coming out at 21 for 5.
I said to the guys, they were like, how many batsmen do the Italians have? I was like, this Italian team bat to number 10. Callagega, mate, came out at 8. I was like, oh my word.
Then tried to steal the show. Say, hey, what are you doing? Here's Naomi Hillman-Bamako bowling over number 3. First one's a dot.
Oh.
Next one very close to the stump of Rathnaka.
How's that not taken a bit of the stump? What a delivery.
I suppose it's kind of called these little doorknobs that kind of come out the front of
Yeah,
their
but
head.
watch this rag. Oh.
It almost hit the stump. I don't know if it flicked it or not. Similar kind of ball as one would have hit the stumps, but Rathnaka, to be honest, really the top 3 in particular, and probably Bartram as well, the 4 main threats for Italy. And well, you must have been excited for the women. I know that you guys watched that game last night. We had a chat when we got back to the hotel.
There was a really nice dinner last night with both the women's teams and the men's teams at the restaurant. And then when the women's team came in, gave them a good round of applause because they deserved it. But that's a gorgeous shot, isn't it? Down the leg side, swept away, and 6 more.
And Nani Akara is very strong in this area. And see, little mistakes being cashed in now. It's not too short, so it's a slightly more difficult shot, but she times that very well. Sliding doors moments here. Imagine if Rathnaka stumps are rattled this over. Probably looks a lot different.
Yeah, I think the Spanish women, if they want to win this game, these 2 especially at the crease need to be removed. They're very, very good indeed. A beautiful, hot, sunny day out here in Brescia. Yeah. It is warm.
23 degrees and climbing. Bit of bounce there. Might have actually got pain behind the stumps. That's it's wise that she's wearing the lid. That certainly took off.
Oh. I'm really glad that they've sort of enforced the rules with helmets these days.
You've got to keep your eye on the ball.
Eye on the prize, Vinny. Eye on the prize.
She's fine. Now it's in the air. And a real catching chance. Amy is going to take the catch, taking the ball to her left. And the captain steps up in a big moment. Nani Akara goes for 19. And Naomi Hillman-Bamako breaks through in the first wicket falls. Italy 38 for 1.
Yeah, big wicket. I just touched on that. This opening pair are very destructive. So well bowled from Naomi. Nice safe catch there in the offside. And maybe it's game on now.
Yeah, that's one piece of the puzzle. Bartram comes out at number 3 in place of Alenia Sims. Interesting. I do think I've got a couple of options in that position. Now I can feel I can breathe again as we acknowledge Delasha walking off for a pretty well made 19.
Does that make your ECN Classics list? Is that one on a rain day that comes back on?
I think it does.
It was a weird old one, wasn't it?
I mean, 4 runs the margin.
I felt a bit bad for Murad when I was screaming at him, please just hit the pitch here, no extra. Big no ball, 5 penalty runs. I was like, uh-oh.
Your coaching became quite simple. Hit the pitch was the big instruction. And then, yeah, basically the no ball +1 +5 penalty runs. But hey, we love it. That's ECN cricket. Cream's got a question in here for you. He's saying, Corey, as a coach, where do you get a side that bats all the way down? Or when you get a side that bats all the way down, would you rather keep a struggling batter in?
Yeah.
And wait for the opposition to sub them off, or always take wickets?
Yeah, completely agree. This is an interesting grey area. I reckon if you've got a batter that's 10 off 10 and he skies a ball, you take the catch and don't appeal. Keep him out there.
Just let it hit the ground.
But then they take
is old. Then like that kind of
It looks a bit funny if you just...
Gives the game away if you do that.
I like it. Keep them out there. But no, credit to the Italians. I was really happy for our guys because I said to them, this Italian team here, I'd say 7, 8, 9 of them are going to be at the ECC. It's a really strong Italian team. So for our squad with a lot of fresh faces, it's an exciting time. And well, Bold, I've heard a lot about this bowler and excited to see.
She's such a great find. She's UK based. This is Deepa Chukapali Yamaras. And she's still very, very young. I think she's 13 years of age. I'll have to double check.
Got a great action for 13.
Yeah, and bats well, very technical.
Well, look at this action, Vinny. It's beautiful. There's a bit of Nathan Bracken about
really
it.
Bowls from the stumps, though. Look, well, she's got a bit forward today. Yesterday her front foot was always landing in line with the stump, so she's got that extra metre or so to work with.
I reckon there's a bit of Nathan Bracken in that run-up.
Yeah, same hair.
Well, very true. How are you, Vin, though? Good day so far?
Yeah, look, it's been like I said, start of a new game kind of gives us a little chance to breathe, doesn't it? Because it was so exciting. Just quickly, Deepa, these dates of birth get me. She is 13 years of age.
Oh, crazy.
She's born on the 23rd of October, 2010.
Oh, wow.
You heard me.
Well, already taller than Alec Davidson-Tolar in the men's team as well.
Easily. In the air, and
caught.
This Spanish side, they've been catching well, and Bartram's going to go. And so 2 chances offered, 2 catches taken, and a big moment as Bartram has to tell her story walking. Second wicket falls.
Yeah, what a good catch that is. It was short, wide, could have been hit away, but it was hit in the air and caught at point. So 2 wickets in quick succession, and just the fight pack that Spain need.
Yeah, I've got to say that they've worked really hard in their fielding. I know you know that. And so Bartram just kind of punches that one. But unfortunately, it's for her at least, it's straight to the point fielder.
What was the key to Spain's win last night, Vinny? What do they need to do what they did last night to get that W?
Well, look, to be completely fair, Italy didn't play Ratnayaka, who's probably their most experienced and most destructive bat. And she's someone that we saw scoring runs against England 11 last year, and she's played that next level up. So to beat Italy with her in it, already we almost sort of get bowled. But I think the key was their batting. They were busy. First thing is you can't let Italy get away. It's hard to see Spain chasing triple digits. But they kept it down, I think, last night. In the end, as we see Deepa come in, she's got a wicket. And very inventive shot.
Oh, that's right. The line doesn't move these days, does it?
I see. I mean, this is quite a brave shot to play first up. That's good. It was pretty close to the line anyway. But I was going to say, last night, they chased down 89. Oh, sorry, 88 was the target. I feel like it might be their ceiling. 100 might be their ceiling of what they can chase. So first things first, no matter how well you bat, I think you got to keep it down. There we go. Tries it again. This time Sims is going to get the bat on the ball, and she's going to get the boundary. Now, she played 3 incredible reverses, remember yesterday, including the reverse. The reverse that goes the wrong way. But she's, again, another UK-based player. Pretty good start to her innings with 4 runs.
Yeah, it's brave batting as well to do it first ball. Missed the first one, it was a wide, goes again. And it's clever batting with no fine leg in place. Why not?
To answer your question, though, Naomi went after 4 overs last night. And you could just see, okay, how's it going to go from here? But I think the hustle was there. They seemed to make some good choices about which balls to go after and which to maybe just take one. Tries it again. This time it's more just a backwards paddle up and under. Tim's liking that shot at the moment. Maybe trying to force a field change.
I'm a big fan of it, actually. Why not? If you're good at the shot, play it as much as you want.
Going back to what you're saying about catching and not appealing, which I think is some fantastic alpha mood. But then we'll get to the end of the over here. It's 46 for 2 after 4. This is where the other captain should say, well, if you want him in, we want him out. And they should get retired out. That's the old Ian Chappell school of captaincy. When you're not sure what to do what the other team doesn't want. And by you saying that you'd want the batter to stay.
It's been a couple of retired outs this weekend as well. Love a good retired out. Nothing better.
I got to say, though, that game was hectic.
There was a lot going on.
And like I say, we had 2 very, very good games in a row. The women's last night was a bit of a classic as well. This is the last ball of the over, actually. It wasn't the end of 4 yet, but now it will be. The score doesn't change. 45 for 2. Well, tell us a little bit about the summer of of cricket for you then, Corey? Because I know, for example, it's World Cup qualifiers year, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. We've got a T20. Spanish men next appearance will be a T20I series in early August. That'll be announced soon, hopefully. And then ICC qualifiers. That's a big tournament, obviously, in Guernsey. And then it's going to be a bit tricky because we've got the ECC a month after that. So the availability, this is why this weekend's important. A lot of these players here are playing for an ECC spot, actually, because we don't think we're going to get everyone with enough time off. And then at the end of the year, there's an ECI weekend in Barcelona, probably.
Yeah.
Yep, so busy. We've been pretty busy already, and yeah, looking forward to a pretty busy summer in the Netherlands and in Spain.
And I heard you on the Emerging Cricket podcast talking about the fact that these ECIs are a great way to get players into the squad, into the culture. What kind of culture are you trying to build?
That we all play for each other, and that everybody, if you are performing well in the country, you will get a crack. So we do watch all the analytics and the statistics, but also the realisation for these guys that when you put on that Spanish badge, it is a big thing, and we want to have a big La Familia. We don't want 20 players for the country. We want 40 because we want to become a 3-format country.
Well, this is another little paddle which goes back to it. Like, oh, and you can see, I know Bishrat, she sets high standards for herself. She just took her off that one at the key moment. And really what should have been 1 becomes 4, overran it in the end. And Spain, to be fair, they've actually fielded pretty well so far. Well, that was one that should have been kept inside the boundary. Sims moves to 9. That's interesting what you say that, because obviously you've got a real melting pot of cultures and backgrounds in that Spanish team, locations as well within the country.
The biggest thing that I'm proud of with these guys is every single person that's been added to the squad or playing for Spain, well, bold, speaks Spanish besides DDC. Yeah. So right now, Alec Davidson, Soler, and Danny Martinez are having a chat with Murad Ali in Spanish, so there's no communication breakdowns, and the team rules speak Spanish. And then every now and then I go to Chris, what were they saying? Yeah.
They're talking about you a lot. Your name comes up.
Hope not.
That's good keeping as well by Payne. And she's a new player as well for Spain. First time we've seen her. Kind of been alternating the keeping duties between her and Tasbih Mirza. Pretty good location, but pretty good shot as well from Sims, who kind of throws her hands through it and gets 4 runs.
Beautiful batting. It's over pitch, but a square drive, top shot. Got to love it. 4 runs.
I love the dynamics of this women's game. You know, I think we've got it about right with where the circle is, where the boundary is. You know, because you want to encourage attacking play, and I suppose that's one thing that sometimes you don't see as much value for shots.
I've got a good side story for you.
Talk to me.
So DDC right now in Netherlands, leading run scorer in the T20Is for the comp, smashed the Zulfikars on the weekend for 120, and they both messaged me going, where was he at the Western Shield? So he's been smashing all the Dutch bowlers around, and everyone's like, excuse me, what happened again?
Saving them up. And look, is a he's scoring one. I don't know if Hermes are winning or not.
They're 4 and 4, and they might scrape through.
Because the top 4.
It looks like VOC won't make the final, so you're probably going to get a new Dutch champion.
This will be cut away for 1 end of the over, and it's 54 for 2 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Coy Ruckers here, Spanish national team coach and part-time ECN commentator. It's hard to get you these days. Hey, but we're pretty excited. Just speaking of that Dutch adventure we're going to go on. It starts with the Tri-Series and starts next Saturday, Netherlands, Ireland and Scotland. Then we'll also show the Dutch domestic finals day and also a 3-match T20I-W between Netherlands and Italy that you're seeing right here.
Yep.
So we'll see this Italy team taking on the Netherlands in 3 matches.
I'll be there for that one. I think that's in Voorburg. I'll be out there. Am I on my own, or are you joining me for the women's as well?
But then I have to go to England because I made some promises to people that I'd be there. But I'll be there for up until the KNCB finals day.
Good.
But particularly, I think that the Netherlands Tri-Series, because it's 3 teams about to go into a genuine T20 World Cup, something we've never done before.
They play that Tri-Series, and the day they go off the network, they fly the next day to the World Cup in America and the Windies. So for these players, the Leesks of Scotland, the Bill Burnies of Ireland, and the Edwards of Netherlands, they're pumped. And I can't believe we're actually producing these games. Very excited indeed.
Big moment for the network, no doubt about that. And Deepa coming in again. Wow, we got a proper wipeout here. This isn't out. I don't think. But
hope the Saskia, the Payne, the keeper's okay as well, because there's been a bit of a collision.
It's the thing. Look, see, she's concentrating on making her ground, and it's a bit of shoulder on shoulder. She made it fairly easily, but then You hate to see it. Now, they do have kind of backup keeper on the field. Now, Corey, I know you've got some work to do.
Pleasure, Vinny. Thank you for everything.
I want to say thanks for stopping by. Congratulations on the win.
I'll be back when it's 2-2, baby.
Right. We'll see about that. Corey Rucker. So what we've really learned is that the players speak exclusively in Spanish because Corey can't understand them.
And I won't be back if it's 3-1. Bye for now.
Goodbye. Anyway, good news is I think everyone's okay. Nika's okay. Payne's okay. She's going to resume her spot. Deepa's coming back for a second over. Corey's a bit of a joker. I do enjoy the instructions. He's yelling from time to time. And he's coaching the men. Women are well coached as well. Both sides here, I'd say, creating a real positive environment for individuals to flourish. And I suppose one thing in the women's game is that you have a bigger variation of levels within the team and experiences. So that's something I suppose as a coach or a manager, it creates different sort of issues and creates a bit more complexity, I think. But I've got to say, they do a great job. Pretty well bowled. Corey's right, she does have a nice action. This one will be held out there. Interesting to see Naomi out there. He's one of their better fielders. Area, a lot of balls have gone. Eventually, it's well backed up. But yeah, just looking around this Spanish side, they've come a long way in a fairly short period of time. And I think the more matches you play, the better you get. They're a really good example of that. Sometimes we call them the Golden Girls because they have played 2 Golden Balls. One of only 5 teams do it, and they had 2 Golden Balls in their first 19 matches. Driven down the ground. There should just be one. Pyle, again, put her in the list of good fielders. Make sure that's only a single. Yeah, so I suppose with some of the ages, I think we're talking average age of 19 in this Spanish team, for example. There's a lot of youngsters in the Italian side as well. This is in the air, nicely struck. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. Really pure swing of the bat from Sims. And really, it wasn't a bad ball, to be honest. Maybe a bit of width, but that's very, very pure cricket stroke from Alinea Sims. 4 runs the result. Yeah, so the other thing with these ages is you've got to realise that these are still teenagers, so many of them, that they're having to cope with big emotional swings. And again, that's a challenge, I think, for the players to deal with here. That's well bowled, good comeback. Hit and run, and Sims will get 1 as decent spell of bowling from Deepa. She'll finish 1 for 16 and the score is 63 for 2. I think that is Deepa's first wicket, certainly of the day. Don't recall her grabbing one yesterday, but she bowled very well. 21 off 12 for Sims, who's come out as a bit of a difference maker after Bartram went first ball. Well caught by Mamuna Riaz Qureshi. Amy Brown Carrera also took a good catch to remove the dangerous Delisha Naniakara. If you can get these 2 and get them fairly quickly, maybe you can still keep it under that kind of 100. That was kind of my number that I think Spain, where they're at, they're going to find it pretty tough to chase more than that. Here's Rambo. That's with Saeed. Wrong and specialist. It's going to be a wide, but I tell you what, it's not a bad spot to miss. I think she's only got into trouble when she's bowled a bit short and bowled in towards the body. So, I mean, she's not far away there. Let's see her persist in that area. That's good. That's good ball. It's right where she wants to be, but also a pretty good shot. Long chase for ABC, but she can't hunt it down. It's a good shot from Sims. Again, if it was we're here, I wouldn't be upset with the ball that I bowled because I think it's a good ball. That's one of the things bowlers have to come to terms with. Just kind of get their bit right and then hope for the best. Again, that's pretty well bowled. Very late cut. Just gets around Payne for a single. So let's see how Ratnaka handles this with Saeed. Ratnaka, played a lot of high-level cricket in Sri Lanka. I know that spin's big there. So you expect to for her to play her very well. I've been told to watch out for a wicket-keeping catch. So I'm going to have a peek back on the other stream and have a look and tell you what I think. In the air, can Pyle get there? Not quite. It's going to be 4 runs. It just had enough, didn't it? It was slicing away from the outfielder because she backs away. It's with a bit of that backspin. Pyle not able to find the drop zone. Nice shot by Mathnara. Fraction short this time. Up and out of the ground. Maximo. Again, just a fraction short, wasn't it? And so, this is the risk. I've got to say, though, she's bowling to 2 powerful strikers that can clear the rope. So, margin for error not especially high for the spinner. 80 for 2 now. Dreams of that under 100 probably melting away before your very eyes, isn't Andrea Davidson-Solan? Never really fumbled one yesterday. Fumbles this one, doesn't matter because it's well cleaned up. Watch that hit the edge of the pitch and actually get an extra 1. So that's a pretty random way to get an extra run, but good alertness from Team Italy. Nakit strike back. And she also throws the hands at this, goes a little bit more cover this time. That's going to be 4. So magical in the 7th. The score is 86 for 2. Yes, it was what I rate her very high as a bowler because of her unnatural skill that she has. I don't know whether it's the case. Maybe she's a little bit too slow through the air for some of the batters that are established. So I don't know if that's something she wants to work on, her pace. And she never wants to lose her kind of movement or her mechanics, but maybe that's something that, that way she has a bit more of a weapon if batters do start getting on top of her, and that way she can vary her pace a bit more. Maybe that's something she can work on in the season ahead. Right now, France versus Belgium is happening, and I've got to say, I did watch that wicketkeeper catch by Ali Raza. It was sensational. Thanks, Chris Smith, for giving me the heads up there. France 64 for 5 after 10 in the final. Payal Chilangia will bowl over number 8. That's well bowled. But also well played by Sims, who's raced to 27 in next to no time. Croom's got an ambitious target. He says, will we get 400k for Wimbledon? 400k subscribers. We're at about 390 something at the moment. Hey, tell your family, tell your friends, make it happen. More the merrier in our community. This one just goes a little bit too wide. 392,000 at the moment, and probably a few more than that. This one in the air, but no infielder in the way. Maybe Mushtaq with a nice stop down the ground, and now they're going to take on an overthrow. So just a couple of times there's been a little bit of loose cricket. That one probably was on Spain. The other one hit the edge of the pitch. You can't do too much about that. Searching to break this partnership. Chilangia does lose the handle on this and have to bowl that one again. Fatigue's got to come into it a little bit. I know that the women had a pretty full program yesterday with the 3 games. Probably a few sore bodies out there. Just playing the 2 matches today. This is hit, and it's hit pretty well. Out of here, Maximo! Ratnaka moves into the 40s with some power. You can see what a difference she makes to the batting lineup. Got to go from a big 3 to a big 4, don't they? With Nara back at the top. As again, kind of clunks it. So we'll get a single. So where Spain just kind of have to stick to their game plan to try and, all starts with the ball, try and put the ball in the right spot. You know, if something's fieldable, you field it. let the scoreboard take care of itself. There's a little nudge from Sims round the corner this time. Payal just had a few balls coming back at her in a challenging fashion. Still one ball to go on this over. 99 on the board for Italy. That one is a bit loose, and that's going to disappear all the way. Maximo! Ratnaka to 48, and the 100 comes up for Team Italy. End of 8 overs. It's 105 for 2. You see the value of obviously having a bit of extra depth in the batting lineup, having Ratnaka up there gives the ability to bat Sims at 4. So even though Amelia Bartram went very first ball in this game, they haven't lost any pace at all. If anything, you can see the acceleration through the last couple of overs. 23 came off the 7th, 19 came off the 8th. And yeah, you're right in the chat. We did say we'll do the ice bucket again for 400,000 subscribers when we get there. I feel like it's when, not if. We've been creeping up on that milestone for a while, because that's what we did for 300,000 back in, I think it was July 2022 in Rome. I just hope it's in summer, because I tell you what, that ice bucket was one of the highlights of the year. It was about 42 degrees that day. It was dry in about 10 minutes. Okay, here's ABC coming back in the 9th. Oh, that's a very inventive shot again. This would have been out. And again, he's taking some calculated risk at this stage. I mean, 2 very big risks there, because Sims, if she misses this, it's good night, Charlene, and then direct hit would have been out another way. It does bring Ratnaka back on strike on 48. Amy searching to break this partnership. Full toss, hangs up in the air. I'll get one to move to 49. This one was high-ish. What are we thinking here? Maybe with the trajectory, it's maybe just dipping, but this one is 50-50s. They said it's fine. You can see it was coming from a bit of a height, so at the crease, probably is below the waist. Sims. Well, if she was in an ice cream shop, she's certainly had her fair share of scoops in this innings. Keeps going back for more. It's also a shot that carries a big degree of risk, but I think she's doing it because the fielder's behind in the infield. She feels if she can get it either side of that fielder, probably the finer side, and she's got a boundary. Tries again, but this time she finds the fielder. That's pretty well handled there. Another loose one, and Amy, she cops in the shins there, but she does well to stop it. Bit of a wry smile. Ratnaka will come back on strike on 49. Ratnaka, class player. I'll get a chance to bring up the 50 here. Pretty good keeping from Saskia down the leg side. She actually moves very quickly to the side. Ratnaka scored 3 half-centuries on the network, including a best of 74 against Spain. Her best in this series, though, is 41, also against Spain, obviously. Doesn't have a 50 in the series yet. Love to bring one up here. And she will get there. It was a bit of a stinger. It's going to be 4 runs. It's 50 for Ratnaka. It's a powerful blast. It's actually pretty much straight at Uzwa Saeed, but it had some power on it. And in the end, probably saves 2 runs, Saeed, because this was going for 6, I think. Instead, bounces off the hands, gets across the line, and well batted to Ratnaka, who brings up her 50 in 25 balls. Now, a standing sweep from Ratnaka, who moves to 54. Dave said he's not wanting to do an ice bucket challenge. He froze enough into her. Yeah, that was pretty cold mornings there, Dave. It's European Cricket Series for you. Beautiful weather here this weekend. Oh, it's going to be a wide. He just misses now. Chance. Oh, they go the keeper's end. Probably could have gone either. Either would have been out. Probably was the right option. Maybe had a bit more time than she realised there, Saskia Payne. Italy trying to put this series to bed with a win here. Move up to 117. I know that it's a harsh call, but it's pretty black and white. Anything down the leg side is going to be a wide unless it's between the batter and the stumps. This is whipped away nicely, but Andrea Davidson-Soler patrols that part of the field. Patrols it very well. She fielded very well last night and followed up with a good knock with the bat. 9 overs down then. Italy are 118 for 2. This partnership is climbing, isn't it? Right now, it is worth 79 in 5.5 overs. So it's been a good rate of scoring as well. Saeed looks like she's going to come back and bowl out. So yeah, I mean, Uswa is a real fascinating bowler. I'm mesmerised by what she can do with her wrist. So the longer that she progressed in her career, I think there's 2 things she can probably work on. First, we'll see. Let's start the 10th over. First one just misses the mark, pretty close. The first thing is to develop one that just comes through a bit quicker, that she can use as a variation. So then it's only through practice that she can do this. Still can be over the wrist, or maybe it's the one that's just you just bowl it normally. So that's probably one thing that she could work on. As this is lifted up in the air, back to the line, and 6. Maximo Ratnaika knows there's nothing to lose here in the 10th over. She swings for the fences and she nails that one. Maximo time as Italy climb up past the 120 mark. And the other thing is to develop a genuine leg spinner, to maybe find a way to then have that doubt in the batter's mind. Because that is also smacked Maximo. And even though she's unusual, once you realise that every single ball is turned the same way, she's a lot easier to face. Like I said, it's not a terrible ball, that ball, at all, but it's just some pure batting from Ethnara. Yeah, so they're the 2 things. And are they easy? No. But is she able to do it? I know she's got a very good work ethic, and they're the 2 things. To develop a quicker ball, whether it's over the wrist or whether it's kind of a genuine, just kind of seam up quicker ball, and then to develop a leg spinner where she can turn it right to left as well. That'll just give her more tools. This could be a wicket though, and just put down. Again, it was a tough one. Came pretty flat to Rabia Mushtaq, and now it gets another life and moves into the 70s. Okay, over the wrist spin bowling is probably one of the most unnatural acts you can do on a cricket field. And some people have got it and some don't. She has it. She has that X factor about it. Obviously, it was a great moment for her last night when she brought the winning runs in match 3. But it's pretty much been all Italy since the wicket of Bartram. Now another good piece of footwork, and I think that's going to go all the way. Might have to check this one, actually. But yeah, I've got a feeling it could be 6. It is. Yeah, I think it will be 6. Maximo, another good hit. And that fantastic footwork for Athnayake, who's raced to 77 now. And Uswa has had a bit of a tough time at the office. Athnayake, a high score on the network now. And she'll get at least 1 more. They might want 2 here. But I think Sims probably has earned the chance to have 1 more hit as well. So I think Ratnaika is going to finish on 78 not out of just 32 balls. She's, I suppose, pretty hungry after she was left on the bench last night. Last ball of the 10th coming up. That's a pretty good shot as well, and that's going to beat the field. So Italy put up a big score, stung by that defeat last night. They bat through the 10, losing only 2 wickets along the way, and end up 146 for 2. Only losing the 2 wickets of Delashanani Akara for 19, and the captain Amelia Bartram for a golden duck. But it just shows you If it's not your day, get out the way. And that partnership in the end was sublime. It was worth 107 in 6.5 overs. Again, it was a reasonably quiet start for Italy. ABC kept things simple in the first over and kept things mostly one side of the wicket. A couple of good catches taken in there. Amy Brown-Carrera was able to get Delisha for 19. And soon after that, it was Maimuna Riaz-Qureshi took a good one at point. But yeah, Spain kind of undone by a mixture of slight misexecution errors in the field, but also some very good batting. I think you can't really take anything away from the striking that we saw from Ethnara Ratnayaka, who ends up on 78 not out, and Linia Sims, who really was quite innovative and willing to take calculated risks. That was a 50 for Ratnayaka. Again, it was a bit of a stinger down on the boundary. But yeah, when she's hitting the ball so hard, certainly is a difficult outfield catch when it's coming flat like that. And then in the last over, it was a similar sort of one, wasn't it? Where Rabi Mushtaq couldn't quite hold on. But some fantastic ball striking, really, when it comes down to it. And that's why Italy are up in the clouds with 146 on the board. Looking at that scorecard, just 4 batters were required. Naniakara went for 19, Bartram without scoring, but Ratnayaka with 78 off 32, including 7 Maximos and 5 fours. Metnara back with a bang. And Linia Sims, 34 runs of her own of 19. Did like to deflect and scoop, and she's a very fun player to watch. 6 fours in her innings. 14 wide, probably a little on the high side for Spain. They could probably bowl a few less of those, but really for them it's all about their development. And they've got another chance with the bat to try and put a good innings together. That 147 target may be a little bit out of reach, but still, can they get a point? Can they maybe bring up the 100 for the first time against Team Italy? Wickets for Amy Hillman-Bameko and Deepa Chukapali-Yamaras, who I think has been a really good find for this Spanish women's side. Amy Brown-Carrera was a bit unlucky not to take a wicket. Unfortunately for Chilungia and Saeed, the spin was handled with a bit of destruction from the Italian bats. We'll take a break then. We'll be back pretty shortly. 147 for Spain to win. And I suppose, like I say, they could get a point. 103 would get them a point. I mean, that would feel like a win, I think. But right now, the Azzurri with one hand on this ECI trophy. We'll be back to see what happens in the second half of this game after the break. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We're back with more ECI after this from Brescia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company. What a day we've had so far. Day 2 of the ECI and ECI-W. And right now, it is the women that are on the field. And it looks like, we've had a disaster. We had an umpire forget his hat. And luckily, that's been rectified. Tyrone, he always keeps a spare. Now, 146 put on the board by Italy in the first half of this game. 147 is pretty ambitious. But I'll tell you what would be quite a good achievement if Spain could reach 103. That would be the most they've ever made against Italy, including when they pulled off a dramatic chase last night of 88 in the fading lights in Italy to keep the series alive. But Italy, I think, based on what we've seen so far, it's hard to believe that they won't be winning this game and making sure that the trophy stays in Italy. But still, we're going to see some pretty entertaining cricket, I'm sure. I love the hustle, if you like, of the Spanish batting last night. They didn't overvalue wickets. They made good choices. Let's see how many they can get here. Naomi Hilmabeko is facing up. And we got the slinger first up. They've got 2 deep thirds back. I think that this one is pretty high, and she is kind of horizontal bowler. That might get called, you know. Let's have a look. And he's coming down a bit. I think she hits it well above her waist. I have a feeling could be a no ball. I think they've said that one's all right. They've been unlucky. Maybe I suppose consistent. They've been a little bit more lenient on those. At least she's not out. That's wild. One thing that's great about Dalawata, she's unusual. So it's very hard to practice against someone. She basically bowls at a 45-degree angle rather than over the top. And okay, that can make the control go all over the place sometimes. But when she gets it right, it's a real handful. This hasn't gotten right at all. This has been called a no ball. I wonder if this is for height. I think that when it bounced, it was past the pitch. But yeah, I mean, Pyle, she's not too tall. It is above her waist. And that's why it's been called a no ball. So they will get the free hit in the end. In my opinion, they might have deserved it slightly earlier in the over. And a bit of talk about the Aurora Borealis. Yeah, I've seen some pretty cool photos. The Northern Lights. They caught her wide, but I'm sure that was over her waist. I think Spain might have stolen the umpire's lunch or something early on, but never mind. Let's see what happens here. Have to be careful with this one now. They won't get a run. I think Tyrone was out of the tent sorting out the hat situation. Might have been asleep at the wheel over there. And anyway, like I say, that 103 is I think an achievable target if Spain bat very well. Like I say, they've never brought the 3 figures up against Italy. That's well bowled, but also well played. Throws the bat at it and catches the gap. 4 runs. Nice shot by Naomi. So Dalawata has been a bit wild and woolly early here. But like I said, that's the unpredictability is what makes her so great to watch. The Aurora Borealis, or the Northern Lights. We're on show north of Europe, and I know there's some spectacular photography around that. Pretty well bowled. And this is when she does get it right. She just kind of jams him in that block hole, and there's not too much you can do with it. Still 8 off the over. It's a good start. Still 2 to come. Hello to Helix. Good to see you. Hello to Christopher Ward as well. Big swing and a miss this time. And we just lose her shape a little bit. Dalawata has gotten it right in the second half of this over. This one just misses the mark. So, yeah, extras been the main contributor so far. Still, Dalawata, nice to see her opening the bowling. If she can get that new ball moving around, it's an extra element to her game. And that's pretty well bowled. Well fielded, even though I don't think it was that pleasant. That'll be the end of the first over. So 9 on the board after 1. 19 matches since we've had a golden ball. Well, we do call them the Golden Girls, not because they're old. Great show, though. Who is your favourite? I quite like Rose, played by Betty White. Maybe let us know in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. 80s sitcom. The thing is, I'm pretty sure that none of this team were born when the Golden Girls was last on TV. I'd be very surprised. Now, if you do know it, you're probably singing the theme song in your head right now. Hey. Chilang gear to face. All right, time for some Pasindi action. It's the ponytailed pacer to come in over number 2. Oh, that could be trouble. I'll take a glass off and see this one again. Where's his pitch? Worth a shout. Umpire's call on hitting. Wow, all right. Anyway, not a convincing appeal. Obviously, that'll be down the leg side. And it will go for 4. So, oh, you talk about being selective. Payal just didn't like the look of the first one. Just went full deer in the headlights. But the next one, she does work around the corner for 4. Give us your thoughts on that. Hey, Spain probably won't really cost any runs by that wide/no ball decisions in the first over. Maybe cost a couple of free hits. So probably deserve a bit of the rub of the green. Think about Pasindi. She actually gets fantastic left to right swing. So that's outswing to the left-hander. This time, Pale, really good shot. She kind of goes with the movement, and she's going to get 4 runs. It's a good shot. She uses the pace a bit as well of Pasindi Kanankigi. She just allows for it a bit, I think. Now she's seen it a couple of times. I think the first one caught her right off guard. That's why she kind of just froze up. She thought it was going to be a big wide, but then it swung prodigiously back towards her. I think she's okay there. They're going to have a look at it. Against good areas from Pasindi. Seems to me like that toes down, but I don't trust my own eyes anymore. She did kind of skip out a bit. Does she get back? She gets back. No problem. I think. Don't move. She's safe. Good little back underarm from the keeper. I'm surprised how often those get missed. But no, it doesn't miss. Fraction short, Pale pulls and scamper through for a single. We were talking earlier that the Italian side, that we're going to the Netherlands for a 3-game T20 series, which, top of my head, I think it's 28, 29 and 30 of May as we get to the end of the second over. So 18 without loss after 2. You can see that Italy 2 wins, Spain 1 win heading into this game. So a 3rd win would secure the trophy for Italy, but there's still plenty of cricket to play. Obviously, the 5th game will be played, and that provides another opportunity for these players to develop their skills and put on a good show for all of our viewers around the world. So they are going back to Dalawatu, who had a few control issues in that first over. But let's see if she can get it right. Also having to deal with the left-hand, right-hand combinations. That's also a bit of a pain for her. But that's very well bowled first up. Slings it right in stump to stump. And with this bowling action and the obvious comparison is Lasith Malinga of Sri Lanka. She actually ends up pretty much releasing the ball from straight over the middle stump. So if she gets it straight, it's middle stump to middle stump. That brings a lot of LBWs in play potentially, a lot of bolds obviously as well. Chillinghee on 9. She just seems to have found her control. I think it was a good decision to bring her back. These first two have been right on the money. See what Spain need there for a point. So about 11 and over from here. And I suppose they might feel that they'll get a variety of different bowlers during this 10 overs. Maybe they can get that 1 or 2. It's 1 or 2 big overs to challenge for that. Back at the bowler, but not quite carrying to Dalawata, who's tying up Chillinghee. And Chillinghee, as she showed us, she's able to hit boundaries. Hit 3 on the spin last time. It was really important 3 boundaries that put them ahead. And basically what that did, and Amita was on the commentary with me at the time, she said it meant the other batters got to get to the target without really necessarily needing to hit a lot of boundaries. This one's just glanced around the corner using the pace, and that's going to be 4. Nice little cheeky glance from Pyle this time. And she moves into double figures. I mean, it would have been a bit wide. She left it, but she skipped outside leg and just turns it around the corner for 4 runs. First time in a while, Dalawata's kind of lost that line. Chillinghee battling, as we've come to expect her to do. Full toss. It's probably one that tries to hit straight back. Maybe because of how wide it was. Would have been a better one to hit through the covers. That's not easy either because there's a lot of fielders covering that area. I think you're always frustrated if you don't score off a full toss. Last ball of the power play, or not. In fact, it's pretty good keeping by Ratnakar to at least get a glove on that. Otherwise, that's going to fly for 4. It'll be 2 wides. Dalawata trying to finish this spell. She will get one more crack at Naomi. They changed the strike on that physical run. Now it's going to be a Gundy ball, really. It's full. It's a no ball. It's put away. Just can't get out of this over. It's kind of been in reverse. She struggled for control early in her first over and came back well. And she started well in this over, and she just kind of lost the handle towards the end. So that'll be no ball plus 4 plus a free hit to come. Didn't we have some drama in the men's game where we had Murad Ali having some issues? As we say on ECN, it all happens in the ninth. He had trouble also with some high deliveries and then ran into clock trouble. Bowled one, so the clock expired and 5 runs were given up. Naomi could probably try something here, maybe. Could try a little lap. She can't get out. Free hit. She stands and hits, and we'll get over the infield. They're going to come back for 2. That's actually good running as well. Both these 2 run well. Thinking of 3. It's well backed up by Pasindi, and that's the end of the 3rd over, and Spain are 31 without loss. So again, going at that 10 and over plus, which I think it's certainly a good achievement. I think if they could take a point off Italy in this game, that would be Twice they've taken points off them, and once obviously getting the win last night. You see, it was a big finish, wasn't it? As Methnara Ratnayaka and Alenia Sims took the score from 63 off 6 to 146 after 10. So it's 83 runs in the last 4 overs. They were in, they were set, and they pretty much had all the answers. Discussion about who might bowl this 4th over. Pasindi was getting ready to bowl it. I think Amelia Bartram had other ideas, but Pasindi was already there and just kind of gave her a look and said, well, I'm here now. So she said, fine. 4th over now, so field can go back. Up to 5 outfielders. Can be utilised. I'll go for 4 to start this over. That's probably the one that Chillingia needs to work out what she wants to do. The thing is, they've put the deep third back. So normally she'd kind of slash it there and want to like deflect it down. So she's trying to drive it more. And it's good bowling in the first place from Kanankigi. I'm going to say hello to everyone that's watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent, as well as everyone watching on ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have you with us. And we've been entertained in so many ways this weekend, and not just this weekend. A great European cricket series heading into this. Ready to go. Chillingia faces up. And she might be stumped here. She is. It's a really good piece of keeping. So it's Chillingia that kind of goes on the charge, and Ratnayaka was pretty quick to recognise the opportunity, and you can see that it doesn't quite get back, and Chillingia gives up the game. So Pasindi, she was pretty persistent, saying she wanted that ball in her hand, and she strikes. Nice stumping by Methnara, who's having a really good game back in the Italian side. And Spain now 31 for 1. Still a pretty productive opening partnership for Spain as they head into the middle overs. And Payal, again, a player that will do whatever's asked of her. She'll bat anywhere, she'll bowl anytime, she'll field anywhere. Exactly the kind of team player that you want. She sets a great example, some of the less experienced players in the team. Anyway, here comes Andrea Davidson-Soler. And we've got the Trouble Twins batting together with Naomi and Andrea out there for Spain. They certainly seem to have forged a pretty strong friendship off the field. And Pasindi Kanankigi, wicket to her name. A bit short, really good shot though, well put away. Yeah, confidence is key, and Andrea's got it with the bat at the moment. Just a fraction short. And we saw this with her brother Alec as well. He's very powerful square of the wicket. And obviously neither one of them is particularly tall. And so you do tend to get more balls that are pullable. Really good start to her innings. Maybe not a bad time for her to get out there. Chillingia was all right, but probably couldn't quite hit her straps. Run a ball 13. This one swings in a bit and hits the pad. Naomi's not keen for a run. He'll knock away to the leg side this time. Andre will get another run. Just notice in the T20 men's in France, it's the final in the Medina Cup, and France have made 139 for 10. So all out 139, bowled out at the last ball of 20 overs. Cameron Amatar with 56 in there. Down the leg side, Ratnayaka can't quite handle it. That'll be too wide. That all helps. He won't be too happy with the way that they've bowled so far on the whole. Probably been a little bit all over the place. That one actually stays in, I think. It's tough to reach, but it's right on the tram line. And so Mejo will be stuck on 11, and after 4 overs, Spain up 38 for 1. Again, just this rate of improvement I'm seeing is quite substantial. Remember a lot of the ECI-W matches, or at least some of them last year, we saw teams maybe not trying hard enough to score quickly. Just not making the adjustment to the format. But yeah, I'm seeing the players now basically trying to score off every ball, unless it's one that they think deserves a lot of respect. But the running between the wickets has improved a lot. Okay, still going to get some chaos sometimes, but I just think they're doing more correct things more of the time. And Spain just a shade behind the rate for the point now, as looks like we'll get Tashani Kankanamage to bowl over number 5. The first one I think is going to be a no ball for 2 high. Naomi's looking for a run, but maybe not a bad thing. She stays on strike because she will get a free hit now. She can't get out this ball. He can get run out a couple of bizarre ways. But more or less, run out's the only one you'd ever see. Free hit time. And she will hit it. And she'll hit it far. Maximo! And I've got to say, this is a pure hit. Home run derby style. Comes out and meets it. And obviously left arm spin's a really useful skill to have. But yeah. So Hilma Bameko moves to 17. There goes and reaches. Takes on Bartram, which is probably not the wisest thing, depending on where you hit it. She was incredible in the field yesterday. Probably the run out of the day, hitting one stump. Just losing her line a bit here, Tashani. Down the leg side. Great keeping by Ratnaka, but just can't quite split the middle at the moment, can she? This time it's a clever bit of batting, and this is what I talk about being busy. So this is the kind of ball that maybe in the past this gets patted back and you're not looking for a run. But Andrea, okay, she pats it. It's a good ball. She wants to protect her stumps, but she knows she can get a run out of it if she goes straight away, and she gets an instant response from Naomi. A nice looking shot this time. But field pretty well placed there as well. It'll be a long single, maybe more. Probably could go there if they'd gone straight away, but they decide to be cautious. 50's up as well for Team Spain here in the 5th over. Nice shot down the ground. These two ticking nicely at the moment. That's a good finish. Yeah, so frustrating over in a lot of ways for Tashani. We know what she's capable of. Just didn't quite locate enough where she wanted. You saw from the last ball. That was getting it right. Anyway, it's the end of the 5th over. Our score is 51 for 1. Let's welcome you into the comedy box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN on a Super Sunday, of course. We're in two places at once with the ECI and ECI-W here in Brescia in the top of Italy. And right now, halfway through the final in the Medina Cup, and France has scored 1-3-9 in that. So what a game. Remember, they had a super over just a couple of days ago. Don't forget, we're in Estonia tomorrow, but so much more coming your way, including the Dutch Tri-Series starting next week. Then we've got more T20 international cricket from Romania later in the month. We've got first ECS in England as well. That's really good fielding. It's going to get through for 4, though. Unlucky. That's Nimesha Ekanaka out there. Kind of does everything right. As well, poor Kieran Deep. It's not a bad ball at all. She seems to be fresh out of luck every time she comes on the ball. It's pretty well covered. I called it good fielding because it looked that way. But just snuck off the leg into the rope. Now hit and run. Bartram over attacks it. But she probably knew she had some cover behind her, so she could afford to maybe make a run out of thin air there if she picked it up and thrown, because the two batters went straight away. We saw a lot of fielding errors last night from Italy because they were put under pressure by Spain as well. Nice looking punch off the back foot again. It'll test the fielder out there. That's Delisha. Going to take on a slightly dodgy 2, and they're going to get it. That's a really good example, once again, of forcing the fielder into, I don't know, called an error, but it had to be a perfect throw. It wasn't. It's a good stop, actually, from Delisha. I think cops it in the leg, but these two continuing to run well together. Hit back straight over the umpire's hat. Fielder comes around, does a good job. Excellent stop. Kumita Pedrick, who is a great Italian cricket story. Captained the side yesterday in the opening match for the last time before handing over the reins to Amelia Bartram. I like that ball from Kieran. Again, just kind of drawing the batter forward. It's been a pretty good over, got to say. Remember that when she did get hit for 4, it wasn't really her fault. Might have jinxed it. Might have been a noise there, but I don't think it's bat. That'll be a wide. Kiran is the daughter of Jaipal Singh, who you saw leading Friends 11 during the ECS. And also hello to her little brother, Jugraj. He's always a ball of energy. Hit and run, but Bartram solid in the field. So not a bad over at all. 10 come off it. But Kieran Deep can't quite get the breakthrough. 61 for 1 after 6. So still tracking for that 100. 103. For them to get 103 and get a point, I think take something pretty significant out of this game. To do that, they'll need 42 in the last 4 overs. Still some batting to come with Amy Brown-Carrera listed next. Then Uswa Saeed and Deepa Chukapali Yanares at 6. The extras have been a bit of a thorn in the side of the Italians in this innings. They've given up 13 runs that way. And now here's Nimesha Ekanaka, who is going to bowl the 7th over. Can the Trouble Twins keep Spain on the road to this point? One thing I've liked is your conscious effort to score off as many balls as possible. And sometimes you can really play an attacking stroke and challenge the boundary. Sometimes it's just a hit and run job, and I think you see it there first up. Nice bit of batting by Andrea. She's looking very confident with the bat at the moment. Why shouldn't she be? 21 not out last night. Bit of a false start there, but Naomi does have the strike back. And the 21 not out last night was her highest score on the network. Andrea also has 3 wickets on ECN. This one just floats down the leg side again. See the experience of Ratnaka behind the stumps. Able to make the change in position. Maybe a bit of bat in there. That's the way she motions anyway after the ball just drops out into the offside. Pretty nice delivery there by Nimesha. Fraction short. That was one to go after. The weight call. First time we really seen some hesitation. And to be honest, I think if they both run straight away, I think it's a fairly easy run. But Naomi just got spooked because she knew she hit it well. Kieran did well to make sure the ball stayed in the infield. In the end, it'll be a dot ball. So Ekanaka only going for 2 so far in the first half of the over. Now turn around the corner. Oh, it could be a 5. It will be. It's edge of the pitch. Well, that's a bit of bonus. It may be 5 leg buys. Yeah, it is. Well, we have seen this come into play sometimes, and the only way you're backing this up is if you're out of position. It hits the edge of the pitch, and not just that, takes off. The only good thing for Italy there is it's not off the bat and it doesn't ruin Ekanaka's figures, but it will be 5 runs. 5 leg buys. I've only seen that a handful of times. Yeah, so because it's 5, that means that Andrea will be on strike because it's an odd number of runs. So it hit Naomi's foot, I think. So that's a real boost for Spain. $35 off 20 for a point now. Fraction short. They do have the fielder back there. Davidson Soler will get one, keeps the score moving along. We'll say it was probably worth throwing there, but it's just unlucky. I'm just going to put that under the unlucky column for Italy. About as unlucky as an edge flying away, really, for a boundary. Good delivery. Really good delivery. So it's a funny old over in the end. It goes for 3 off the bat, but 8 in total. I say 3 off the bat. It was actually 2 off the bat and a wide, and then 5 leg buys. So if you're a fan of sundries, you will love that over at the end of 7 at 69 for 1. This is what's coming up. Match 4 of the men's, which should start in around about half an hour's time. And that is 2-1 to Italy at the moment. Spain hoping to square the series. I think they'll go with a fairly similar looking top 3. Alec Davidson Soler comes into the side and will take the gloves. Always actually kept really well in that last game. For Italy, we can take through their side in a moment. Kiran looks like she's getting a second over. 34 off 3 overs for a point for Spain here. This is hit in the air. Catching opportunity, not quite. Ekanaka pulls the shoot. It'll just be a long single. So Italy, let me see their side. Looks pretty similar. Hasib Abdul comes in for them. Arslan's listed in there. Yeah, you got the back flipper in there, Irosh. Sharif listed to open. I wonder if that's a change they'll make. I've got a feeling they will go with the fresh tropical openers, Amir, Sharif and Zayn Natfi. Well, no ball called. I think this is for too many outfielders. Poor Kiran. Everything seems to happen off her bowling. I think that's the second time that's happened this weekend. So free hit then. It will be hit. And it will be a single. I'd say the officials have done an outstanding job this weekend. Not just this weekend, but during the 2 weeks as well. I think they've handled the situations very well as they've come up. A few unusual things normally come up in ECN cricket, and especially in the internationals. I think they've enjoyed themselves as well. Yeah. Tell you what, they might be in a bit of clock trouble as well. Maybe. They've got 4 minutes 20 to bowl. An over and a half. Well bowled. I think Kiran's actually put together a pretty decent spell here. Again, it's all to do with the length, I think, for her. Don't want to bowl too short. It gives the batter way too much of a look at it at her pace. They try and draw the batter forward, maybe into a mistake. Slightly off-balance shot. This one is one that batter can go back and play a good shot off the back foot. But again, it's good running from Andrea. Yeah, see, look at Andrea. She's already ready to go, isn't she? She's about 3 metres out of her crease by the time the ball's hit, and it just makes it a simple single. Kieran's shown a lot of improvement, I think, since we've seen her on the network. And still a young player. This over's only gone for 4 after that no ball +1 first up. Now this is in the air, and that's going to be gone. Kirindit Kaur takes the wicket, and she's able to get Naomi Hillman-Bermejo for 24. Amelia Bartram takes the catch. You won't find a safer pair of hands. Takes it very easily, the Italian skipper. So Naomi gets them so far. Again, pretty productive innings, but she will have to go for 24. Amy Brown Carrera, the captain, will come out. Well, Naomi bats very well once again. I think she ran well, she was productive, she played some nice strokes, and maybe didn't get as many hit-me balls as she might have liked. But in the end, she's going to have to go. The score is 75 for 2. End of the over as well. Kirindit, I think she deserves that wicket. I think she bowled pretty well. And Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, maybe 24 is her unlucky number because that's back-to-back matches she's been dismissed on that score. But like I said, it's put a team in a position where they still could potentially challenge for the point. As Tashani Kankanamage comes on to bowl, and first one pretty well swept away, but there's a lot of protection out on that square leg side boundary. All right, what can Amy do here? She's been a bit unlucky with the bat sometimes. She's sacrificed her wicket for the greater good on occasion. That's a good shot. Doesn't get a run here. So now, essentially what you're looking at here, 27 off 10. So, I mean, I think even though Amy's just in, probably not much gain by padding around. Probably needs to look for an attacking option. That'll help. That'll be 1 for free. So 25 off 10 now. Whether they get the point or not, they're still on track for potentially the highest score against Italy. Well bowled. That's right where Tashani wants to be. Pulled away. It'll take some stopping, you know, but good fielder to have down there, Alenia Sims. I love the way these fielders have put their body on the line when they've had to. Yes, if we go to the numbers, and Spain have played Italy. First time they played, they made 65, then they made 60, then they made 72. That was in the ECI-W last year. See, they made 69, 72, and then 89. In that successful chase last night. Nice looking shot, but again, the field's pretty well placed, isn't it? And so Davidson Soler will have to settle for the single. One thing I will say is that clock's running down. 45 seconds to bowl 3 deliveries. I don't know if that's going to happen. It might, because there's a miss. But again, that is the end of the over. Well, the scoring's behind, so they are going to get away with it by 30 seconds or so. So I guess that's the end of the 9th over, and there won't be any penalties. So yeah, maybe, okay, 25. It won't be 25 then. Wait for the score to catch up. But, what's going on here? Yeah, there's still 9 balls left. Maybe time can go backwards. I don't know. All right, so there's 1. Okay, well, we're setting up for the last over, but yeah. Well, the clock's gone haywire. They must be trying to add a minute, and someone's pressed the wrong button. Oh well. Day 14 issues. Went up to 20 and started counting down. My guess is that there's no penalties. That will be the end of the over. And the old Y2K creeping into the scoring. I'd love to tell you. Can't tell you score in the other game right now. 20 without loss. Belgium chasing 140 for the Medina Cup. It'd be a stunning turnaround because France haven't lost a game in the series, though they were pushed to a super over by Belgium earlier on. Kanaka bowls the last over. And a dot to start. So I was going to say another potential target would be for Spain to score 90 for the first time. That's good bowling though. She's kind of dropped into the spot, hasn't she, Kanaka? Hasn't been giving too much length. Straight pull, gets a good piece of it. It's been a bit of a theme that some of the best fielders have been fumbling balls over the line today. It happened to Simranjit Singh. It happened to Christian Munoz-Mills. When that ball got hit at Pasindi, I thought, you know, they say things happen in threes. Pasindi's known as one of the best fielders in Europe. As this is up, and it's going to be through the hands of Kirandeep. And it's going to creep away. I think that's gone for 4. To me, it looked like it hit the rope. Certainly her reaction suggested it hit the rope, maybe when it was in her hands. Let's check this one out in the replay. Went through, I think, there's this moment here. Yeah, you can see there, definitely the rope moves, and that will be 4. It's good camera work by Spring Media as well. So nice shot. Nice offside kind of shot, and Davidson Soler will move to 24. So there we go, they're on 86. Can they get up to the 90? A new PB. Now, people running everywhere. There's only 3 on the leg side now, so they pack the offside field. If Davidson Soler might kind of shimmy across and try and target that area. Andrea does hit the ball pretty well all round the wicket. Looks like she's a busy player. I mentioned yesterday, I was really impressed after she had a tough start to deal with. She came back and ended up being a match winner at the end of the day. There's a lot of resilience. All right, 2 to come then. See the score there, 86 on the board. It does go for that area. That could run away. It's a big chase. And the ball's going to win the race. They do get up to 90. That's a new personal best, or new team best, if you like, for Spain against Italy, even eclipsing the 89 they scored last night. So it's something to be proud of. And I've got to say, it's intelligent batting by Andrea. She now has a career best 28 not out, eclipsing her 21 not out last night. So you want to see development? You're seeing it here. Last ball. Now can Andrea smoke a Maximo? That'll finish it off. Not quite. She might have a sore foot, but that will be the end of the 10 overs. Or will it? No. Let's go 91. Let's keep throwing it around. 91. So that will be a new best for the Spanish team. I'm sure that'll be the end of the 10 overs. 91 for 2. And I'm sure the message will come through. But honestly, I've got to say, it was a very good batting effort. Remember when I said in the first innings, I had my ceiling at probably 100 that was realistically chaseable. And they bat pretty well, honestly. I think they do bat pretty well. And for some reason, they are trying to make us late for lunch. But I'm telling you, that's the end of the 10, and they're going to finish on 91. So the final score here in match number 4 in the ECI-W is Italy 146, Spain 91, Italy taking all 4 points out of that one. It'll be the men that are back taking centre stage in around about 20 minutes' time. And that series is very much alive. Spain with a dramatic 4-run win to start the day. And they have won their 8th toss in a row across both of the series this weekend. They're going to have a bat again. Worked for them early on. Got to say congratulations to the Italian team, though. We know that with that victory, they will win this ECI-W this weekend. But I think both teams need to be applauded. I mean, you know us now, we're getting into the kind of 4th and 5th matches coming up. A bit of that fatigue has got to be kind of creeping in. The long days out here. Price dumping by Ratnaka created the wicket of Chilangia. This looked like it was well fielded, but just snuck through, didn't it? Kieran team, I think, bowled pretty well and ended up having something to show for it with Amelia taking a nice catch. Now, unfortunately, that one got away from her, just grazed the rope. Andrea batted really well, I think, as well, finishing with 28. And just when you thought the game was done, it wasn't. They sneak a leg by overthrow to finish things off. But Spain do breach the 90 mark for the first time against Team Italy. And got to say, they're a fun team to watch. Both teams are really. Spain, though, they hustle. Again, Andrea Davidson-Soler, 29 off 19. She ends up being the top scorer, 4 boundaries in there. Naomi Hillman-Bermejo scored 24. Second consecutive game, she makes that score, including the only Maximo of the innings. Chillingear with 13 and a run of ball, and Amy Brown-Carrera making an appearance towards the end. 21 extras, probably something that the Italians won't be too happy with. They didn't quite get it right, I think, early. Having said that, they had a monster score on the board and had no trouble defending it. 1 for 16 for Pasindi Kanankigi, and also the same figures for Kieran Kaur. Both have claims for the best of the bowlers, but I think the Kanaka was actually pretty good. I think towards the end, she was very, very accurate. Delawata, she's great to watch, but just had a little bit of a control issue for most of that innings. And the fifth bowler there, Teshani, she had her moments as well, but again, her consistency was probably a little bit off at times. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes to 15 minutes to take you into match number 4 in the men. Can Spain square this series and push us to a game 5? Make sure you come back and find out. Vinny Sound here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're having a great Sunday fun day. It's going to be lunchtime, but I'll be back the other side of it with more ECI.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Really enjoyed our 2 weeks here in Brescia. And coming up, we have a follow-up to an incredible match this morning. It's match 4 in the men's ECI between Italy and Spain. Now, they had just 4 runs between them in that earlier match, and it had everything. Matthew Rahman was the hero with 3 for 3, defending just 9 in the last over. But there were some incredible individual performances. Both captains stood up, I thought, with the Christian Mills for Spain with a fantastic half century and a brilliant catch in the outfield. Joy Pereira stepping up in the number 7 spot, bringing Italy back from the brink to almost pull off a miraculous victory. Coin toss on the way, and can Spain make it 8 out of 8? They've been incredible with the coin tosses. Remember, this series at the moment, it's 2 to Italy, 1 to Spain. Let's get out to the middle where Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains.
Italy to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. To tails. Taking a bet.
Wow, it is 8 out of 8 now for Spain. And I tell you what, you'll be pushing all your chips in the middle of the table with that kind of luck. And well, time to roll the dice for Team Spain. Batting first, it worked for them this morning. They got there, but only just. It was such a dramatic game. 140 put on the board from Team Spain. And at one point, they had Italy 21 for 5. But then dramatically, we saw a partnership grow between Joy Pereira and Mohamed Aslan to get them so close, ultimately needing 9 off the last over. They could only get 3. And as a result, it was a victory for Spain. And Matthew Rahman, the man of the match, he was the star there. 3 for 3, came from nowhere. 10th over, essentially icing the game. Look at these teams. You see that they've listed the same top 3, but Alec Davidson-Soler comes in to take the gloves for Spain. And not too much different, although Italy have Hasib Abdul come in. Same kind of bowling lineup, I think, for Spain. But certainly, I think will be a pretty interesting game. Baba Khan misses out. Amir Hamza comes in, so he provides a left-arm spin option. And also happy to see Murad Ali getting another run. Had a real rough time, really, in that last game. But as we've seen already with many individual performances this weekend, a weekend can turn around pretty quickly, and let's see if he can do just that. So getting ready for the first ball. I want to welcome back everyone in our YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I want to say hello to Chris Ward in there, Dave Bees there, Helix is there. Great to have you. A few people probably multi-screening at the moment. We're in the last stage of the Medina Cup. Belgium 64 for 1 in the 7th over, chasing 140. So they've got it down below a run of ball. And Hassan Ali will be wheeling and dealing, bowling the first over. So Nakvi's got the gloves for Italy. And we're ready to rock. Wasim Abbas to face up. Here's the start of match 4, 2-1 to Italy. So far, the first one hits Abbas. Ouch. I suppose the thing with Abbas, he probably hasn't played on a pitch this bouncy for a while, and you can see he's been kind of beaten upstairs a bit. That one kind of went over his bat, tried to swat it away. I mean, probably a good thing about that, it might knock a bit of the shine off the ball. He's a pretty solid unit, Wasim Abbas. Christian Mills, 55 in the last game, really led from the front. I think without him, they're not winning. He was another contender for player of the match, but man, so was Joy Pereira, the Italian captain. Well, he gets beaten upstairs again, but this time he's going to get away with it. He's late in the hook, and it's going to go all the way Maximo. And there's Tyrone Peters out there putting the horns up. And Wasim, necessity is the mother of invention, and protecting the face, he does pretty well. Just slice the bat across that and goes full Baximo. Might not find that one in the textbook unless you look right up the back in Appendix H. Probably the one for the over, though. So let's see if he can get the front foot a bit again now. And, well, he gets hit in the chest. It's a good short ball from Hassan Ali. Hassan does well to not let this go above the shoulder. So if you're keeping count at home, it's 2 bruises, 1 Maximo through the first 3 balls of this contest. Spain need a win to stay alive in the series. I didn't consider having the fine leg back, actually, considering what Hassan's doing, even though he spent his proper bouncer. Now tries to muscle it down the ground. Is it going to fall safely? It will not. And Zain Ali takes the catch. It'll be 6 and out for Abbas. And Hassan Ali just kind of, again, gets that little bit of extra bounce that makes this into an uncomfortable drive. And unfortunately for Wasim, he's not able to survive the first over. Again, he's trying to get on with it. You know, got to give him credit. He's still playing his way, and that's what you want to see from people when they're coming into the setup. They could have easily kind of put the shots away and maybe waited for an opportunity down the track, but he bats unselfishly. He still goes for his shots. And Zain Ali, well, he's like a gazelle there, wasn't he? He took about 3 or 4 steps, covered about 10 metres and took the catch pretty easily. Here's Awais Ahmed, who's coming out at the number 3 spot. He's actually batted pretty well this weekend. He just is playing as a bat in this game. He was able to whack 2 sixes earlier, but then he was caught out in the outfield. He's got a bit of a challenge here, Hassan Ali. Steaming in. Oh, that first one gets away, so he does his own fielding. Pretty brave guy to appeal for that. Might have to up your security detail. Just 6 off this first over. It all came with 1 swing of the bat off Wasim. Will be called wide, so just pushing a little bit too wide, maybe trying to chase a little edge or something off Awais Ahmed. Ahmed does have 2 centuries on the network in the European Cricket Series. Thought he kept really well in that first game this morning. I think he probably saved him 10 to 12 runs behind the stumps. So he should be overlooked either of his efforts. This is another short ball. This should be out as well. And gone. Again, this is short, but I don't think it's above the shoulder. They'll probably check it, but Awais is going to get out on the hook. And Hassan Ali's going to have 2, I'm sure. Check it out, the replay. That's chest high. So Hassan actually shows incredibly good control with that short ball. And once again, extra bounce in this pitch, making some of the Barcelona-based players a little bit uncomfortable, I think. But you just got to chalk it up to fantastic left-arm fast bowling. And Spain, after 1 over, are 7 for 2. I mean, Hamza comes to the crease. Interesting, he gets a promotion. To be fair, he really batted as well or better than anyone yesterday. You know, he's in more for his left-arm spin, but we do know he's an attacking bat. He won't be facing first up because it's the end of the over. They're going to go with twin left-armers to open up here, Italy. So Sukhvinder Singh's going to bowl over number 2. Christian Munoz Mills, he's already onto his 3rd putt and he hasn't faced the ball yet. All right, El Capitan faces up, 2nd overtime. He's going to start with a powerful drive over the offside 4 runs. Sensational start for Christian. Confidence is key, and he should have a lot of confidence. And one thing he was missing out on in the first game was kind of the strike. Didn't have a lot of it. Faced 23 out of the 60 balls in the innings. Yeah, so think about that. He faced 3.5 overs, but he hit 55. Sukhvinder bustling in. Goes shorter. Didn't really get up. I mean, that shows he's hitting them pretty well as well, because that shot through a bit. He still was good enough to adjust and get something on it. Enough bat to keep it out. That's a real chop on risk, that one. Going to try to make the most of that angle across, maybe hoping for a little edge. He almost gets it there. Gets that to take off a little bit. A bright start for both sides. Italy would be happy with the two teams so far, though. Good battle in place right now. Two outfielders both in the offside, deep extra cover and also deep backward point. So just three fielders on the leg side. This one will go to the leg side and it will kind of Tortuga around Sharif, who actually gets something on it, make sure it's just a single. Interesting, and it's probably wise because sometimes leave gaps strategically. So if you only have three on the leg side, obviously you got Sukhvinder pushing across him. You're trying to tempt the batter into playing a risky shot that might have a payoff, but it's a risk. So to hit across the line, knowing there's more gaps over there, can force you into an error, maybe cost you a wicket. Amir Hamza, though, left-hander comes in at number 4. Let's see what he can do with this opportunity. He's a little bit late on the first one as Sukhvinder cramps him up. Left-hand, right-hand, always a handy factor to have. And they've got a lot of good left-handers, don't they? They can call on in Spain. Yassin's an obvious one that comes to mind. Hamza Salim Dar, obviously MVP of last year's ECC. Hamza, second chance. And he gets a piece, but not the whole thing. He'll be the third to go. So unfortunately, he's not able to add to the total. And Sukhvinder has his first wicket. Nicely taken down there. And that's Christian Kalugamage that takes, and couldn't have been better placed. So Amir, unfortunately, can't survive too long. It's a very brief Derek sighting, but that'll be the third wicket down. And the score is 12 for 3. Yeah, like I said, he gets some of it, but Krishan, pretty sure he was fixed on the same blades of grass he started with. And so Spain kind of having that early wicket trouble that they were able to inflict on Italy in the last game. Looking at this series, it sits at 2-1 right now. Italy, if they win this game, they'll secure the ECI trophy this weekend. Funny, actually, that the women's and the men's have had the exact same sequence of wins. So 2 wins to Italy and a win to Spain after 3 games. Now, well, I guess we get to see if that continues. You know, the Italian women locked up the trophy in the last game, 3-1 with a game to play. Hassan gets brought back straight away. This is a bit of a departure from what we've seen, but I like it. I just think he's looked dangerous. He seems to have his control spot on right now, so particularly with that short ball. He bowled a genuine bouncer, got hooked for 6 off the top edge, but he bowled 2 more bouncers that weren't technically bouncers because they weren't over the shoulder. Now, goes a bit fuller. And Chris Munoz-Mills can't catch up with it. Danny Long Martinez comes in the number 5 spot. One thing they do have a lot of still is time, Spain, to build a total. Down the leg side, it's going to be a wide. There's Tyrone out there. Obviously just giving some of the other officials a little bit of a break because it has been a long program. Beautiful conditions here though. Pretty as a picture. 25 degrees. Spring has sprung. Throws the hands at this, and there's nobody back here. So that's gone. Maximo Whereas Tyrone would say, horns, baby. Christian Munoz-Mills. What I like about Christian as well is he backs himself to play the right shot. And if he elevates it, should get over the fielder. So he doesn't really have to worry about where the fielders are as much. Hassan. It's a good spell here too, 15. This one kind of clunked. And he gets a thin finger on it and it will just stop the ball from going to the rope. Simran walks a tightrope and prevents the boundary. In the air and gone as Danny Long Martinez, unfortunately for him, tries to drive on the up. It's kind of typical when you first come out there, you're kind of feeling for touch. You don't really have the pace of the bowler or the wicket, and the thing for him is we're still in the power play. It means that's a pretty busy area, and so he's going to go without scoring. It's a golden duck. Joy Pereira, again, barely has to move. And Spain are 21 for 4. Shiraz Iqbal is going to be new to the crease. And as we have a new batter, we also have a new addition to the commentary box. And it's my pleasure to welcome the new Italian skipper of the women's side, Amelia Bartram. Amelia, welcome to the box.
Thank you. It's really good to be here.
Great to have you. And firstly, I want to say congratulations. Obviously, you sewed up the series in the last game, 3-1, and obviously you win the ECI this weekend. You still have the opportunity to make it 4-1, obviously. But how's the weekend been?
Yeah, really good. Really enjoyed it. Obviously, I've inherited a really good team, so that always helps. But yeah, it's been a great tournament so far. I've had a lot of fun, lots of learning. It's been really good.
Yeah, definitely. We've enjoyed watching it. And first one from Hassan Ali goes across the right-hander. Tell us a little bit about this transition. Obviously, Kumudu has been leading the side for a long time, and she captained her last game in the first game of this series, and then handed over the reins to you.
It's just, new start, looking forward now, giving Kumudu a bit of time as well to just focus on her cricket and just enjoy it. Captaincy, it's always a bit of a stress, so it's good for her to play freely.
Yeah, well, I will say to our chat community as well, feel free to put some questions in for Amelia, as this is in the air, and it's going to be bludgeoned over long off. That's going to be 6. Maximo to finish the over, and the score is 27 for 4. Nice to see Liam Day in there. I think he's watching from New Zealand. We've got Dave B watching from France. So we literally have viewers from all parts of the globe. And so, yeah, I'm just putting in there any questions for Amelia Bartram. And it feels great to type the new skipper of Team Italy. And obviously, I think you've captained before. It seems like you have. Tell us a little bit about your captaincy experience.
Yeah, I have captained over the years. Different teams. At the moment, I'm captain of Oxfordshire in the UK, and now obviously Italy as well.
Yeah, and I know that's where you do play most of your cricket over there in the UK. I heard the weather's been a bit hairy in the last month or so.
Absolutely terrible.
Anyway, here's Arslan, who's coming on in over number 4. That's a genuine edge, and there's absolutely nobody in that area at all. So that's going to run away for 4. Actually, I don't know if you realise this. I might have mentioned it, but we're going to go to England for our first ever ECS there on the 27th of May. And I did mention this, I think, to Molly, the Spanish coach as well, that it would be great maybe to have our first ever ECS women's over there. I think England would be a great place for that, don't you think?
Yeah, I think it would be amazing. Yeah, I think there'd be a lot of support for that. Everyone, is very keen. I think European cricket it's massive now, and I think it's time to take over England as well.
Yeah, well, I know they're trying to leave. We're going to catch them. Anyway, Arslan's having a pretty good series for Italy. Coming into Chris Munoz-Mills. Good battle this. Pretty solid drive, goes straight through Joy. That means there's a gap behind him, and it'll be 4. It's kind of like a crazy own goal. It goes through 3 sets of legs, I think. This is ECI cricket. And actually, we first met obviously at the ECI-W, the first ever ECI-W that we had. That was back in Gibraltar in early 2023. That was an incredible time as well, wasn't it? Full of possibilities, the new format, the craziness of it. You look like you're really enjoying yourself.
Yeah, no, I am. It has been really, really good. Really good for women's cricket. Good for the promotion of women's cricket. And it's amazing how much the standards improved since then.
That's something that's my jaw's on the floor about it. And obviously, it's fair to say you're fairly heavy favourites going into this series with Spain. You were able to beat them 3 times in the ECI-W last year, on home conditions as well. But it has been a bit of a challenge for you, hasn't it, over the 4 games so far?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Spain are a good team. They've got some really good players, and obviously they work really hard to develop their team as well. And it's good to see how much they've come on. And all the European teams, I think that when we play them again, they've always improved. Yeah,
that's something that I really do see. Not just the Spanish team, but even a lot of your team, more players contributing in more ways. I think the fielding's improved a lot. One thing that I think's really improved as well is the running between the wickets. I think the urgency required. I think sometimes, I remember that first ECI-W, there were patches where it just seems like you never knew when the next run would be attempted, never mind completed. So yeah, I've been really impressed with the kind of the hustle and I suppose the unselfishness that's required in this game to sometimes take those calculated risks. As Arslan comes in here, and that is knocked up and out of the ground. I think that's gone all the way. No, it's going to be 4 runs. As Munoz Mills will move up to 24. Just check with this one bounces. And yep, good call by the umpires. Umpires actually been very, very good. Credit to the officials. Yeah, so I'll give you an example. Today you got out for a golden duck, but you didn't waste any time. Obviously, Elena came in and she batted very well along with Methnara. Got you up to a big score. So is that difficult sometimes in the T10 game to kind of, people don't like risking their wicket, but you kind of have to, don't you?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's just how I play my cricket as well. Like I always have quite a high strike rate. Inevitably, that comes with a bit of risk. So, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's just cricket, really. Yeah,
I like the way you play cricket. Of course, I have to mention it. That 6 that you hit against the Dutch last year in our first ever real ECI-W classic. That was a really special moment as well, wasn't it, for the team?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I think it was a bit of a springboard for the team to realise that actually, they can compete, and I think that gave them a lot of confidence as well, and going forwards, and they've kept that with them the whole time.
No doubt. I'm going to mention another big win last year at the other end of the season. But first, Arslan trying to get out of this 4th over. He's gone for 14, and now he's going to take a wicket. Nice catch by Naqvi, had to go up to his right. And so Iqbal is going to nick off. He'll go for just the 6 that came with 1 swing of the bat. Naqvi, tell you what I like here about, he's very still and he doesn't get wrong-footed. He's well positioned and he makes that look easy. Still, see here, often you see keepers, they take a wide stance. They have to kind of go towards the stumps, then double back. But Naqvi's pretty good cricketer, probably more of a part-time keeper than anything, but he will grab that chance at 41 for 5 after 4. And Spain, kind of having done to them what happened earlier, they actually had Italy 21 for 5, but Italy, the men, almost came back and pinched the game later on. Now, I was going to talk about the ECCW and what that was like to have 5 teams all together, 5 very good teams as well. And of course, you were the only team to beat the eventual champions, England 11, where you play your cricket as well.
Yeah, no, I think that was a very, very sweet victory for us as well, because obviously we know they're a great side, they play a lot of cricket, so to come and, I think Italy always brings something a little bit special, and I think that was a bit much for the English players who play maybe more traditional kinds of cricket, and they weren't really sure what to do with our bowlers, and yeah, it was really good, another good confidence booster for our team, and yeah, we still talk about it a lot.
And I just love the emotions as well.
Yeah.
When you get limited opportunities, which I suppose most people do when they come on ECN, just those emotions and that sense of achievement. And yeah, I think sometimes, and I go back to when you're batting with Regina Sidisay and you hit those winning runs against Netherlands, and it's almost like for most of the team in their wildest dreams, they could have never beaten the Netherlands.
Yeah,
and
lots of tears. Yeah.
It was great. I've got some questions I've asked the chat and they've responded, and Chris has asked, will Amelia be playing for Oxfordshire this summer? I assume that's a
yes. That's a yes. I will be playing for Oxfordshire all season. Yeah.
Do your teammates like to tune in and watch you when you're playing for Italy?
Some do. Yeah. Some do. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's good. I get good support from both my club, Oxford Cricket Club, and the county. Yeah, I'm very lucky.
Well, who knows? If you are available 27th to 31st of May, come and visit us. We'll be at Rains Park in the Wimbledon Club for the first ever ECS in England, and maybe we can have another chat. And we're expecting some of our supporters to be down there. You'll probably be recognised. Maybe bring a pen to sign some autographs. Okay. Also got a question from John Gray, and he's asking, hi Amelia, great job so far. What has changed in Italian women's cricket since you started playing for the team to be so successful? in recent years. Go back to that after this ball, which is skied. Someone's going to have to catch it. Anyone? About 5 fielders are going to come at it, but it was just perfectly plopped in the middle. And it's a bit of a lucky break for Christian Munoz Mills. I love this format because it's just so chaotic. I'm a high-energy kind of person. You probably know that. And a lot of things happen very quickly, and that was a good example.
Yeah, I love T10. Anything can happen at any time. It's great.
Yeah, so go back to John's question. So what has kind of changed over the last few years in Italian?
Great question, John. Thank you. I think the biggest thing, I need to thank our coach, Prabhath. He really drives us forwards, and the Federation are incredibly supportive. They really back us a lot, and I think that's always really important if you want to drive forward a team. I think what you don't see is behind the scenes, we do a lot of fitness work, we do a lot of training, we do a lot of our fitness in our own time. We meet very often to train, and I think especially having tournaments like these just give our girls more match time, and I think that's just invaluable. And put those things together, you get a great team.
Yeah, I see how hard Prabhath works, and the support staff that you got around you that really give you every opportunity to play your best cricket. Here's Mukti. A bit of bat in this, but I don't know if you've seen Irosh play before, but if he takes a wicket, he will do the most incredible backflip you've ever seen. And he stuck the landing before. But obviously Spain won't want to see that happen because they're 43 for 5 right now. So obviously we've got a tournament, Melton Shield, coming up in August, which will have a Team Europe women's side taking on the British and Irish Roses, which will be a combination of probably England 11 and some Scottish and Irish-based players. It's up in the air. It should be another one. It should be 6. It will be. They've held their catches here. Munoz Mills gets lucky once, and there's Mukti. And so Irosh is going to take his first wicket. And I tell you what, sign this guy up for Paris 2024 and get him on the vault. Irosh, we've seen him do this at the club level. And now he's in the Italian shirt, and he's off. And he's going to stick the landing every single time. Can you do that?
That is a great celebration. No, I think I need to start practicing, though. You never know. Might just be a cartwheel.
He do it off. He bowled a guy earlier, and he took off 2 steps. He was already into it. Almost by the time before the bails had hit the ground, he'd already taken off in the air. And so, unfortunately for Spain, they've hit the highs. Now they're back to the lows at 43 for 6. We're not even at the halfway mark yet. But yeah, really nice what you're saying about Prabhath. And I know Prabhath very well through Roma Cricket Club. We've hosted us there many times. Yeah, so Melton Shield, that's something that I think your players, quite a few of your players will be shooting for a spot in that Europe team, which it's a big honour not to represent just your country, but your continent as well.
Yeah, amazing opportunity. Yeah, and I think definitely lots of people will want to be playing in that.
And this is Matthew Rahman coming in as we welcome you into the comedy box. 43 for 6, so far too many early wickets for Spain's liking. Let's welcome you in because it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Max. So we've got Amelia Bartram in here, the new Italian women's cricket captain. Now, I just noticed you've got a little ribbon there pinned to your shirt. Maybe you'd like to tell us a little bit about what that's all about.
Yeah, so May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and at Oxford Cricket Club, one of our players, Dylan Swanepoel, is kind of spearheading a campaign to make May, we're really promoting mental health awareness, so we're playing with green ribbons to kind of spread the awareness of that. And back in the UK, we're doing lots of activities, lots of things with our youth. We've got a super skills day on the 24th. We're going to have loads of people come down and do lots of really cool stuff, and we're just promoting it all on social media to kind of just help raise awareness and the stigma. And yeah, we're really proud of our campaign.
I think that is absolutely magnificent. And yeah, I'm actually acutely aware that May's Mental Health Awareness Month. I have been told that before. I mean, I'm wearing green actually, in a little bit of support because I got the tip off. And I know that Hornchurch, who are the current ECL trophy holders, I know that they're wearing green kits this weekend in their game as well. And it's great to have that awareness. I think that's the word, awareness, and reducing the stigma, as you say. And it's important that people know if they're having a hard time with their mental health, that there's various resources available at different levels of formality, even from just having someone that you can talk to kind of more formal ways that you can try and improve your happiness. And life's meant to be fun in the end. And I think that's wonderful what you're doing. So I'm going to wish you all the best with that, and hello to everyone at the Oxford Club as well. And I hope it goes really, really well, as this is going to get over the top for a single. And the green, they say blue and green should never be seen, but I think it looks pretty good on you.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I guess it stands out, right? And that's the whole point.
Yeah.
it means people ask about it, and then you can start a conversation about it. And I think that's where all these things start. It starts with a conversation, and then, you know, signposting to resources if that's needed. But I think cricket, it's such a good community, you know, and I think it's really important to have communities that support each other. And if we can start that small in our local cricket club, and then it will just build from there.
That's really, really nice. And I know more and more clubs and organisations are getting behind the cause, because it really doesn't discriminate either, based on individual characteristics. Here's Hasib Abdul, who's coming to the side here for match 4. Left arm, and he's going to sneak that one in. As another dot ball. He's going to sneak past Mati Uraman. Yeah, and I think I'm really proud of our community here at ECN. You know, we I suppose try and be positive and supportive and help people through things. And also cricket is one of those sports, isn't it, where you do experience ups and downs. And so I suppose it kind of microcosms life in a few ways, isn't it? Because cricket can be pretty mentally demanding.
Yeah, I was talking to a few girls about this, that cricket, it can be quite a cruel sport. You know, you're playing against yourself a lot of the time. You often go through phases where things aren't going so well. So, yeah, just like life, really.
Well, a literal face palm from Hasib Abdul when he finds out that this is going to fall safely. And so it's going to be a first run for Mati Rahman. You need a 3-dimensional wagon wheel to represent it. But have a look at Abdul. He's, you've got to be kidding me. We've already seen one fall between 5 fielders. Bermuda Pentagon. Anyway, Abdul, still decent start for him. Alec Davidson Solaire might have ramped this straight to the keeper. It wasn't off the pad. It's just off the pad. Probably got a bit of a rough LB that might have hit him on the glove yesterday when he was attempting a reverse. But this time, not able to get anything on it, probably just as well.
Almost ended up doing the reverse that Ilenia did yesterday.
The reverse was pretty cool. I was asked a few questions about this. What did I mean? But I called it the reverse for a particular reason. Like the block hole, Joy boots it. I'll get a single. Because she was attempting a reverse, but it went the reverse way that she meant for it to go. So that's why it was the reverse. It was a bit of a keeper killer, actually, and it could have easily cleaned up the stumps. That was one of them, but the other two that she played were outstanding. I'd see a bit more reversing in the women's game, I think, proportionally compared to the men's. I think there's a few reasons for that. Partly the type of bowling you get. I think that's be a wide. I think you do have a few of these kind of spin bowls and like to hang it out there. So it's a really legitimate tactic to either get a boundary or at least force a field change, right?
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, Ilenia's a really good player as well. And so to just be confident to play that shot and get that out, yeah, perfect. Yeah,
and so I've got a few more questions for you. I know Prabhath loves to have you back. He loves a long meeting, Prabhath, doesn't he?
No comment.
Yeah, it was a short-form game, but long-form meetings. And I know that you're not often let out of them, so I'm so glad he's let you out for a little while. But just your aspirations as a team for the summer. Obviously, we're really excited that the ECI-W will be back, and it's expanded now from 1 division of 5 teams to 2 divisions of 5 teams. So because of your performance last year, you'll be in the top division. And I was going to get your thoughts on that as we see Abdul coming in. Playing pretty well right now. Another ball that's skied up in the air, and this should be an easy catch. And Italy don't look like dropping one at the moment. Mati Rahman is not able to get going in his 4 balls. He'll go for just a single. Abdul has bowled a good over and gets rewarded with a wicket. No more face palms for him this time. And Spain are 49 for 7 after 6. So, yeah, you'll be in there with, obviously, the defending champions, England 11. We'll also have a Scottish 11 and Irish 11 there. We'll also have the Netherlands there, obviously, who you have a very great rivalry with. That's the 5 teams. Probably, it's not quite set yet, but there'll probably be a promotion relegation system in place. But you must love the challenge of going up against some of those cricketers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's the right level for us. I think, you know, Italy's at the point where we're probably in the top few teams in Europe. So for us to compete and challenge ourselves against much stronger teams, you know, we've shown we can beat the Netherlands, we've shown we can beat England. So absolutely up for it. And if you think about where we've come in the last year and how much time we've got still till December, what I'm really excited about is we've got some really good youth players coming through. And I think that's really important to continue and build and develop. So if we can develop them over the course of the year, we're going to have a really strong side by the time it gets to December.
Yeah, and I love that. I love the kind of mix of experience and youth in your side. And one thing I mentioned earlier as well, I think probably in the women's game, certainly in Europe, you have a probably greater variation of skill levels and experience levels within a team compared to the men's game. For example, here's Vimukthi, who wants to take off again, and he might be able to. And it's going to be another one, and it's going to be 49 for 8 Vimukthi. Well, maybe he's fatigued. Maybe he's going to go the double. Maybe he's going to keep us waiting, but I can tell you, that Spain are crumbling in match 4, 49 for 8. Vimukti maybe with a little bit of sympathy for the situation. He puts the backflips away, but another wicket. And how important is holding your catches? It's a really important part of the game. Italy have held all theirs so far.
Yeah, especially in T10 as well. But yeah, proud of our Italy men. Seem like they're doing really well, dominating. Really good. Yeah, good to see.
Monica is watching from Colombia, and she says, "Hi everyone, and my special greetings to Amelia from the other side of the world," saying they're an inspiration to all the women, even for those who are far away from the cricket ecosystem.
Oh, thank you. That's a lovely message. Thank you so much. We will continue to play our best cricket for you all.
And a few more questions. Just keep waiting for the dirty look from Prabhath to get you to start warming up an hour and a half before the game starts. But I've got you for now, and I want to see if I can keep you. It's nice to have some company, actually. As Vimukti is going to get a bowl. It might be Spain that cut this conversation short the way things are going, as they're 49 for 8. And it's going to be Murad Ali. Well, he'll get his first run in international cricket. And again, he's certainly been tested, which is exactly what you want out of the players you promote to the national team. Dave's got a question about your cricketing origins. Wants to know kind of what got you into cricket in the first place.
Oh, a mixture of my dad, who plays cricket. He played cricket in Italy for a bit, actually. And then, yeah, just playing cricket in the garden, and then kind of school cricket. And then from school cricket, I started at Oxford Cricket Club, where there's an amazing woman called Rosalind Porter, who got me into the club and continues to recruit for us and director of women's cricket. And she is just the most amazing person in the world.
That's wonderful to hear.
Yeah.
And, yeah, your town origins, obviously, playing for Italy through through your dad, is that right? But you speak fluent Italian, right?
Yeah, so my mum's Italian.
Your mum's Italian.
Yeah, my mum's Italian. Yeah, grew up speaking Italian. Yeah, very grew up in an Italian household and culture, and so yeah, always felt very close to the Italian side of my family, and visiting very often. So yeah, I consider myself very much half-half.
Yeah, well, I love hearing the Italian come out. That's a good shot by Mohamed Atif, who keeps trying to tell everyone that he should be batting higher, and he doesn't do too much wrong with the first ball. Pumps it through the leg side for 4. Atif, to be fair, he's scored a lot of runs at the club level. He's called Pack I Care. And now he's in the air, and he might get lucky, he might not. Bermuda Triangle forms and saves Mohamed Atif. Smaller field in ECN just creates more chaos. So these high balls, that they're normally landing on a fielder or near a fielder or fielders. And that's why I think one of the dynamics that makes it such a fun form of the game. Yeah, so that's one thing I love in this series as well. And Corey was talking about, for example, this men's team. They all speak Spanish. That's the language they speak when they're out there. Funny enough, Corey's the only one in the setup that doesn't speak Spanish. Anyway, this is hit down the ground and well handled by Zain Ali. That'll just be a single, even though Naqvi gets sent the wrong way. Yeah, so last chance probably to get some questions in to Amelia. Chris Luckov is asking, hello, and who's your favourite cricketer? Good question.
Oh, that is a very good question.
Can't be a teammate. You can list a few.
I mean,
It's a hard question.
it is a hard question, yeah, because there's so many greats. I mean, Jimmy Anderson, I think, is an absolute inspiration. I see that he's just said that he's retiring, which is I'm very sad about. But I think just the way he bowls and the fact that he's managed to maintain his fitness and perform at a high level, I think is a really big inspiration. And I think it's changed what people think we can do as cricketers, and I think that's really important.
That's what I was going to say. He's changed the status quo of thinking about what's possible.
Yeah.
As we get to the end of the 7th over, I should say, 58 for 8. And right now, I think looks like they're off in the Medina Cup final. Right now it's France and Belgium. We've got 2 games at once, and I know Belgium were well ahead in the chase. So yeah, for the first time that the rain's intervened there. So we've probably got a few of the viewers back over here that might have been kind of going back and forth. Let's see if they can get back on. The covers are coming on in Paris. But yeah, Jimmy Anderson's a really good example. And I also think that sometimes people stop playing if they get to a certain age. I think they're also given less chances after a certain age.
Yeah.
And it may not be that they can't do it. It's just they're kind of on the chopping block a lot quicker, I think, when you hit 35 or something like that. But also I think that players that do approach it more professionally than they used to, right?
Yeah.
So they're looking after their bodies better, they're eating right, they've got people kind of helping them get the best out of themselves. And then actually, if you look at baseball, for example, there's some pitchers that will pitch some 46, 47 years old. So
Yeah.
Brad Hogg's a good example, slightly different type of cricketer, but he had a very good skill with the left arm spin, and he was still playing at almost 50 and getting good players out. So that's one of the great things about our game. There's it can fit all body types, all types. It's just
Absolutely.
it's a very open and inclusive.
And I think even if
sport.
you're not playing at, the highest level, there's always a cricket match for you. Wherever you play, however old you are, whoever you are, there's always a place for you in cricket, and I think that's amazing.
That's really nice that you put it that way, and I agree. Look at this little bounce over the keeper, and Zane tries to take off, but can't. So I want to say hello to Kamal, who's saying hello to me. I want to say hello to Abir and everyone else that's chimed in this conversation. Here with Amelia Bartram, the Italian women's skipper. As this is knocked away to the leg side, pretty well handled there. So I was just going to say last year, obviously it's been a pretty exciting adventure for the Italian women's team over the last 12 months. Obviously getting to the next round of the World Cup qualifiers, which is a big achievement.
Yeah, massive. I don't think that wasn't our target. We weren't hugely expecting it, and I think we showed ourselves, just by showing ourselves that we could do it, we've got the confidence. Obviously it's going to come around next year as well, and hopefully we'll go a little bit further next time. Ooh. But yeah, a long way to go between now and then.
Yeah, well, I mean, I obviously wish you all the best, and I just love to see the progress that's happening. So, things moving in the right direction. You probably have more and more players stepping up as senior players. This probably isn't the greatest run in between the wickets ever, because he's more worried about whether he's going to get hit or not, and don't think he slides the bat or anything. Anyway, Latif gets another chance, and he's going to play a really nice shot. It's going to go over the back, bang into the batter. Maximo! Badly needed for Spain at the moment, who are kind of stuttering through the first half of this game. Yeah, so obviously wishing you all the best with that. I know you're probably going to have to go and prepare for your game. I want to wish you all the best. I know we'll get the chance to do a little bit of a trophy ceremony later on. Also, we'll find out who the MVP is. What can we expect for you in the last game? That's my last question for you. After this ball from Hasib, who gets driven for one, end of the 8th over, 69 for 8. Do you think maybe we'll see a few more changes now you've locked up this series, or are you going to kind of continue on the same track?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to change things up again a bit. I think we need to, keep developing our junior players and give them confidence as well. So I think you'll probably see a few changes to the batting lineup and, a few changes to the team. But yeah, we're still going to focus on, doing the basics well and playing the best cricket we can. That's
really good to hear. Again, congratulations to you and the whole team, not just for the cricket you've played, but the way you've played it and the way you've embraced the ECI-W concept that you're a part of from the very beginning. So wishing you all the best for the season in all formats and everywhere you go, Amelia, and congratulations on being the new Italian skipper.
Thank you very much, and thank you to you and ECN that continue to support us. And yeah, we love playing here. So yeah, keep going.
Yeah, well, I know the next time we see you, you'll be on the park. Amelia Bartram, the new Italian skipper. And also some really important messages there regarding mental health and the awareness. The green ribbons, look out for them in the 5th match of the ECI-W. Amelia's probably going to have some answering to do while she's back to the meeting 10 minutes late. But I'll see if I can sweet talk Prabhath, the coach. Runs a tight ship. That's how a real coach operates. And anyway, right here, 69 for 8. And tail wagging a little bit. You know what? Get to an ugly 100 here. 15-15. We have seen 56 defended. I don't know if the Ljubljana are nervous right now. It's off the pad, I'm pretty sure. It is. Nicely taken by Nakvi. Yeah, Ljubljana, 56 defended. But here's the thing. This is ECN cricket. We saw some twists. Hey, I'm sure everyone thought that when Italy got into trouble at 21 for 5, they were no chance. I bet everyone thought Spain were no chance when Matty came on, probably still with PTSD, and he defended 9 in the last over. This is ECN cricket. Expect the unexpected. Wasn't it great to have Amelia in, though? Really great ambassador for cricket. Full stop, not just Italian cricket. Just going back to where they're at in France, looks like Belgium are 112 for 5 in the 15th over, chasing 140. I'm sure they'd be ahead on Duckworth-Lewis. Muscles it down the ground. What a catch! Oh, he climbs the ladder. Simranjit was in the right place at the right time, and he's the right height to pull off that And a little bit of a kiss as well. And it's a kiss goodbye for Murad Ali, who is going to go for 4. Interesting, he was up in the circle, which is quite unusual for this time in the innings. Murad takes it on. You can't really blame him for that. But Simran goes go gadget arm, and Sukhvinder will cash him with the wicket. Spain lose the 9th now, 70 for 9. A little bit of a highlight there. Simranjit Singh, one of the best fielders in European cricket. He's got good fundamentals, but he also can do that spectacular, that kind of that extra that some players can't. Check it out here one more time in the replay. Not really timed, but still looked like it was getting over him. Simran times the jump perfectly, right in the middle of the hand. It just gives the bowlers so much confidence. If they have fielders like that around, they can pull off those kind of catches. All right, here's Rabbani batting 11. He's not the worst. Get a wide here. That's one thing at the international level, even when you get down to the tail, normally the players that are able to handle themselves a little bit better than at the club level. Sukhvinder gets this one past. Yeah, I suppose that 100 is a bit of a pipe dream now, isn't it? Rabbani has a high score of 21 on the network against Catalina Jaguar. It's playing for Packer Care. And just to give you an idea, you know, he's hit 7 sixes on the network, so he can hold the stick. But right now, he's probably more interested in surviving this ball than trying to do something too crazy, because it's the last ball of the over. It means Atif will have the strike so long as he survives it. And he swings, and he's going to get runs. So it's 4 runs, and he gets the first of his international career. Put him in the book. So fortune favours the brave, as they say in the classics. And after 9 overs, Spain are 75 for 9. Spain collapsed to be 49 for 8 at one stage, remember, when Alec Davidson Soler went. The 10th over coming up. I'm going to say that Sukhvinder does a pretty good job. He's not alone, though. Bowlers have been absolutely brilliant here. Hassan Ali 3 for 22, Sukhvinder 2 for 11, just finished up then. Then Mukfi with 2 for 11 as well. Singles for Arslan and Hasib Abdul. Nobody going for big runs. It's going to be Arslan to finish off. They go with the 5 bowlers here. Ah, great shot. Really good shot. Latif, get him up the order. He goes a little bit of walkabout there. Goes front on Craig McMillan style circa 1995 and just hammers it over the leg side. To be honest, I don't think Arslan really hits his spots. If your guy's doing that, I think jam it in on the crease and don't give him any length to work with. So 81. Can Atif do something magical here? Maybe nudge them up high 90s, maybe even 100 in a dream world. Okay. Arslan with the comeback ball. Good ball. Really good ball. They want 2. Probably not worth throwing it away, though. And this isn't, when you're 9 down, you can't be taking dodgy 2s. You've got to trust that Rabbani will give you the strike back, or maybe he can provide some runs of his own. Good ball, though, from Arslan. That's the one he probably should have come up with first up. Rabbani. Yeah, we'll have another thick edge fly away, and will be blocked. Atif certainly never looking for more than 1. We'll get the strike back. Arslan's been a breakout player, I think, for Italy this weekend. With Simranjit Singh, he's had a bit of a breakout time as well. Plays that have kind of been in the fringes of the side for a while. Maybe he's nicked that. Maybe not. I don't know, picked up a bit of dumb noise. Must have been straight off the pad. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's kind of messy. I don't know. But anyway, got so far outside the leg, the off stump, then it wasn't going to be LBW. Wasn't great to have Amelia on. I know there's a lot of comments about that right now. And yeah, she's a really good ambassador for the Italian team and, of course, cricket wherever she goes. Okay, 2 to come here, we think. There will be 1 ball left. There's Arslan. It shows when you hit that Yorker, it's tough to deal with. They will ban out the 10 here. Spain 83. You might think they're no hope at all, but think of a world where Italy kind of collapsed the same way that Spain haven't. Let me just remind you that Italy were 21 for 5 earlier in the day. Last ball, shake and bake. Edged and gone, so they get bowled out off the last ball. Atif fights hard for 23. And really only Christian Munoz Mills 26 and Mohamed Atif 23 able to provide any sort of meaningful contribution. The next highest score was 6. And so Spain bowled out off the last ball of the 10. 83 all out. Let's have a look at kind of where it all went wrong for Team Spain. As the wicket started to fall fairly early, but Christian Munoz Mills was up there with Wasim Abbas. And Abbas, well, he got 1 6 away, but then went, and he wasn't alone. Aways went without scoring. Amir Hamza went without scoring. Daniel Martinez went without scoring. Shiraz Iqbal went 6 and out. And really, it all fell apart to the point that they were 49 for 8, and it was looking like we might have an early halftime break. Now, this was a funny one. It kind of went through 3 pairs of legs that I counted. And that was a nice catch flying away off the edge of Iqbal. Italy, I suppose they're a bit stung by that close loss in that last game. Obviously came out to play. And Mukti once again, with the old acrobatics. And he was a little bit quieter the second time around when he had a second wicket. But credit to Mohamed Atif with 23 down the order. Along with Murad Ali. I know Murad only scores 4, but at least they kind of put something together. And that was the old one-hand grabber from Simranjit that finished that partnership. And then Atif, despite playing some nice shots late in the piece, he was out off the very last ball of the innings for 23. And a scorecard that won't make pretty reading for Spain fans. Although, they do have the runs on the board, and they'll have to get them. 83 all out. 26 for Munoz Mills at the top. 0-0-0, the emergency number through the middle order, and 23 for Atif. Just fighting to a total in the 80s. Next is in there in that total. And as far as the Italian bowling, we had a lot of good performance, didn't they? I think that Hassan Ali bowled really well early, kind of challenged. He got his length just right. 3 for 22, his figures. 2 for Sukhvinder as well as Arslan and Vimukti, and 1 to Hasib Abdul. So all the bowlers getting on the action. Some very good performers there. We'll take a break. 84 for Italy to snatch the series, take an unassailable 3-1 lead. We'll be back in a few minutes with more ECI, Italy, Spain.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company as we get into the second half of match 4 of this men's European Cricket International. And it has been a really entertaining weekend. We've had some absolute thrillers right now. There's a bit of carnage through the Spanish innings. Bowled out for 83. Did manage to bat the 10 overs though. Really might be looking at that 7 overs, but really any win would seal the series with a third win for Team Italia. Same opening combination going out there. The Zayn bros. Zayn Ali to face up. Zayn Nakvi at the other end. I thought they might throw Amir Sharif up this time. It's been a little bit short of cricket though. As Atif batted well. Let's see if he can continue on with the ball. We saw Hassan Ali ball very good first over. And there's quite a parallels, I think, between Atif and Hassan Ali, where they're at in their development. Two very talented youngsters. Alec Davidson Soler doing the keeping. through. Sandstorm behind the wicket. There's day 14 playing on this field, which is a pretty sand-based surface. Goes upstairs, Atif gets his ball to rise. Zain Ali. There's another go, but Atif. Pretty good start. I'd say the longest journey starts with the smallest step. Dot, 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 dot. Seen a surprising amount of maidens in the last 2 weeks. Well, this won't be a maiden because he's going to clip this away for 6 and heads up on the other field. Maximal. Zain Ali goes bang. Gets something he can whip across. The one thing Atif is occasionally losing a ball into the pads. He won't be happy with that. He built so much pressure. A decent arm coming up from the other field as well. Good to see some more cricket going on. More cricket the better, I say. 3 fields side by side here. There's confirmation during the break that the Nina Cup was ended due to rain, and Belgium won on Duckworth Lewis, so France their only loss of the series coming in the final. That's more like it. Only gets it wrong once, that's it. It's a really good first over from him all up. It's 6 without loss after 1. We used to call the Grady 80s the Goldilocks zone for golden balls, but I think that's a story of days gone by, although I've had a couple, especially in the north of Italy, that have been around that. Back in Milan last year, for example. Had a crazy one, actually, between Cricket Stars and Trentino Aquila, where all 20 wickets had gone down in the game. 2 teams suffered collapses, 8 for 13, 8 for 17. So this is Iqbal, just gets deflected away. Naqvi gets off the mark. Hello to Terry, always great to see you as we're rolling into the second half of this game. I wonder if Italy will bat differently. Probably won't. Still continue attack. The bottom hand in this. Chris Mills will handle it down the ground. Iqbal's been a solid performer this weekend. That's the thing with Spain, and obviously this plays in a sense auditioning for a regular spot in a lot of cases, and I know they'll be a little bit disappointed, a lot of them. A bit short. This one is pulled, but pulled straight to the fielder. It's Rabani who's back for that. Well, that's in the air and flying, going, and gone. Maximal. Just leans on that, doesn't he, Zain Ali? That one was up in the sky, and Zain makes it fly. Number 6 on his back. That's pretty appropriate for the power that he's bringing to the table. So Belgium winning by 17 runs on DLS. Edged and gone. So just backs away a little bit and tries to flash. A little bit of a loose stroke. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence there from Zayn Ali, but Shiraz Iqbal will break through. Backs away. A little bit of a Hollywood shot there, but I suppose he's been a showstopper so far, and Italy lose their first wicket 15-1. Sharif will come out to the crease. Is there a Spanish miracle in here to keep this series alive? You're going to have to get through a galaxy of stars, but you can only go one at a time. Alec Davidson-Soler taking over the wicket-keeping duties from Always, who had the role this morning. Always still is out there as a fielder, patrolling the covers at the moment. Sharif gets a hit. Oh, this ball really hooping around for Iqbal. It's good over. So 2 pretty good ones, to be fair, to Team Spain. 6 off the first, 9 off the second, and a wicket falls to Iqbal. It's 15-1 after 2. Looking at the table, you can see Spain need a win here to lock the series at 2-2 and push it into a 5th match. Remember, the series is decided on wins first. If wins were equal, which is pretty unlikely in a 5-match series, but it's possible. It does go to points. Well, it goes on the uppercut here and gets enough of it to go the journey. It's Maximo to Naqvi. Just kind of rode the bounce on that one. Atif is coming back. Spain are just going to throw everything at Italy here. Not an easy bowler to play that shot to either, Mohamed Atif. Oh, in the air, stops the shot. But covers right back on the circle. That's always Ahmed. So he had no chance to turn that into a catch. Only way you can stay competitive in this game if you're Spain is to continue to take wickets. Goes after this and away. He's on the chase. He's not going to win that race. It's cuatro carreras. Finds the gap. And away's new pretty much straight away. This outfield's lightning fast. And that ball was going to go to the rope. Alec Davidson-Soler behind the stumps. A few people saying a bit of a Lorne Burns lookalike. Maybe separated at birth from a distance. Never seen Lorne with the gloves, but not quite Danny DeVito, Arnold Schwarzenegger twins, but I reckon pretty close. Naqvi pushes and runs here, gets a single. Of course, Corey was in here earlier, and he has a few lookalikes, doesn't he? Jason Roy comes up a lot. He tells me Leonardo DiCaprio comes up as well. So yeah, confirmation that Belgium have won on Duckworth Lewis, with play being stopped in the Medina Cup final. So France undefeated and then lose the decider on home turf. Atif gets his ball to rise. Sharif is a little bit out of touch at the moment. He made a few runs for Fresh Trouble, came in at the knockout stages. Came in like a couple of 40s and a 30. Again, we also saw him in the Western Shield playing for Team Europe. Never really hit his straps. Hasn't had a lot of cricket, I'd imagine. Atif's bowled a pretty good spell, trying to keep his team alive. Scary thing is, I think they're already kind of above the rate, marginally. Just maybe a little bit of conservatism coming in. Only a little bit, though. Makes sense to respect a guy that's bowling pretty well. So Atif is going to finish none for 18. And after 3 overs, Italy are 27 for 1. Hello, Chris Smith. And Terry has said he won't tell me how the West Coast Eagles went in the Australian football this weekend. Probably just as well. Monica was asked who her favourite cricketer is, and she says Bilal Khan. Yeah. Bilal's a guy who does play cricket in Italy now, but he previously represented Malta. I know he has ambitions to play for the Italian national team. Hasn't qualified yet. Rabbani's going to get a bowl in over number 4. He's been pretty good in this kind of 4th, 5th over roll. That's a pretty good shot, though. It's almost a Yorker, but almost doesn't quite cut it. And what a shot from Sharif. Backs away and just magical hands, goes inside out, puts it over the rope. Maximal, 6 runs. Yeah, Monica saying she admires Bilal Khan, admires his tenacity and dedication to this career. I love it when he plays. Of course, he did play in the ECL recently, didn't he? Slow ball this time. Sharif pretty happy just to keep it out. That's a really decent delivery that's going to get squeezed away for 4. So a bit of luck there from Sharif. Does try this, but not in the middle of the bat on it. He'll go for 4. Sharif. Move to 11 off 6. Italy kind of cruising along here. Oh, they've got the right of reply from the other ground. Yeah, well, we hit one over there. They've hit one back. It's the first time our game's been interrupted. Be more likely, I think, with the international teams that we'll be disturbing them more than they're disturbing us. 3% chance, Spain. So we've seen it happen before. Memorable game in particular. Spain on the other side of it. Down the ground, Christian Munoz Mills playing the Southern Star role there. Slightly pace on this time, pulled away, but not really timed by Nakfi. So Nakfi and Sharif, they're regular opening partners for Fresh Tropical. Pretty cool name for a club here in Northern Italy. Also 3-time ECS champion, so they'll be really comfortable batting together. Oh, Rabbani had too many steps. That kind of the road runner about that run up goes wrong, so he aborts it and he'll have another go. Well, hit high. Probably 6. 6. Great effort. May have taken off from the line there. Almost like trying to catch a fly with a chopstick there. Didn't have too much of a chance, but he's the right man for the job, Danny Long Martinez. That'll be the end of the 4th over. It finishes with a Maximo in Italy. Over halfway there, 45 for 1. You can see that Spain did bat out the 10. Only just. At this stage, Spain not in a dissimilar position. I suppose the issue was the wickets that continued to fall. Runs-wise, pretty close. Murad Ali gets the ball. Yeah, it's good to see him getting another chance. Well, pick up and throw could be out. I reckon that's out. Tyrone's going to go upstairs, but I got a feeling this is gone. And to be honest, Naqvi's already walking. Had to be a perfect bit of fielding though. Pick up and throw. Naqvi takes it on, but doesn't beat out the throw, and he's out. Tyrone in perfect position, just double checking with the third official. Naqvi run out for 14. And yeah, good to see some positive things happening for Spain. Shiraz Iqbal, he's actually one player I think has performed admirably for Spain this weekend. At that time, the athletic piece of fielding, lightning path to the ball, pick up and throw. You can see that. Knows he's in trouble there, Naqvi, if it hits. He ran a decent route, didn't run too many extra yards or inches. New batter comes to the crease. Simranjit Singh won't be facing right now because the run-up was on striker's end. As this is lifted up in the air and put over the offside rope. Maximo. That's the thing, Murad. He's been a funny case because he's actually had some pretty good moments. He's shown he belongs at the international level. With the balls that have gone well for him. But I suppose he's still a little bit, maybe the word is raw. Maybe doesn't quite have that control yet. But he's definitely got the pace and the life. Slow ball this time. Well handled out there by Danny Long Martinez. Again, he's a player, I'm sure he's a bit disappointed with his output so far. And let me get on the positives. Spain still have one game to go. That's another opportunity for everyone to go out there and maybe put on a performance that's more indicative of the standard of the cricketer they are. Simran faces up first time. Hits the top of the bounce. More work out there. He's been brilliant. Daniel Long Martinez on that boundary. We've got it down to about a run a ball, but hanging in there. Oh, this is upstairs. It's going to be a wide. It's a wide pretty comfortably, to be honest. Sharif 25 off 10. He's looked right at home here after a slightly shaky start. Wow, that's going to be up and out of here. Maximo. Well, that's actually almost, has it gone up the air conditioning chute? Well, that's Arthur's. It's almost a knock-knock, but not quite. It was a good shot by Sharif, but that Grizzly has gone up the tailpipe. Well, that is quite remarkable. I guess you had to see it. There's a little bit of piping, and that ball went straight up it. 24 off 31 now. All right, chance. Someone's got to reach this, but good luck. Tough catch. Finds it, can't judge it. And that's Wazim Abbas. That's really the high ball. I know it comes from heaven, but it feels like it's coming from the other direction. Not even sure if he touches it in the end, but yeah, it was kind of going with the flight. It was a tough one. Kind of sums it up for Spain at the moment. Yes, Italy are 62 for 2 after 5. Of course, the ECC is back this year. Spain in Group C, Italy in Group D. 21 nations will be competing for the Premier Division trophy, which runs from the 3rd to the 19th of October. Back to live action here, as this is going to beat the field. That's going to be 4. So Simran gets his first boundary. I was also going to say 11 teams will compete for the Challenger Trophy. A lot of people looking forward to that. Now, gonna get a run, and I'm not too happy that there was one there. It does feel like this is rapidly drawing to a conclusion. Nice, great bit of keeping there from Alec Davidson-Soler. Whips this away. Sets a bit of a task for the fielder, but he's good enough to do it. And so I think pretty sure to say that Spain don't really have a path back into this game. Interesting to see who gets next over. That's nice. Little finish, at least for Iqbal. He bowls a pretty good spell there. 1 for 15, his figures. In fact, still got one to go. Oh, well, gets big on everyone. As that will finish Shiraz Iqbal's spell, and it is those figures we talked about of 1 for 15. It's 68 for 2 after 6. So just 16 runs required now. Ahmed Sharif 34. Made sure there's not going to be too many dramas in this chase. Troy Pereira again, better so well earlier. Interesting, still won't push himself up in that top 4. Again, the importance of giving people opportunities. Also, they've been successful, haven't they? All right, Wasim Abbas gets a ball with his leggies, although this might have set a world speed record for a leg spinner, because that was really hurled through. This is Abbas. Yeah, certainly squared up the bat. 15 to win. Yeah, coming off a fairly short run, and it certainly is kind of shocked that both batters now with a bit of pace. Lifted away, that'll be 6 for 3rd time unlucky for Wasim. Maximo gets him closer. Let's have a look at what's coming up, by the way. In around about 35 minutes, we'll have the final match of the day. Italy taking on Spain in the final women's match. We know that Italy have sewn up the series. Spain have won 9 tosses in a row now. Pressure on Christian to make it the perfect 10. 8 runs required for victory. Look at the sides there. Notice that Tashbisa Mirza will do the keeping for Spain. And Joe Managi comes in to do the keeping for Italy. So I thought they might do that. Look, I think they might mix up the order a little bit as well, particularly Italy. Anyway, this is up in the air, and that's going to be out of the ground. Maximo. I suppose now it's only kind of academic. It's a minor point, but if they could get 2 off this, it'll be a 4-pointer. We know that won't actually make too much of a difference, but it'll just be for all you keeping score at home. 2 for a point. 2 for the 4 points, I should say, for Team Italy. And they won't do that, at least. So, Spain, that's small consolation, but it's pretty good effort, actually, considering they only made 83. They survive to get into the 8th over, 83 for 2 after 7. Yeah, so just confirming, Belgium have won the Medina Cup in France. And in France, their only loss of the series. It was a rain-affected final. In fact, they were rained off after 14.2 overs. All right, so any score wins it now. Hamza gets ball, might be a short one. Yeah, they let this one go first up. Right. This could be it. And it will be. And he's going to finish it with a bang. Maximo! Sharif narrowly misses out in a half-century. Not because he's out, just because he runs out of time. He runs out of runs to chase. He'll finish 48, not out off 19. Reminder of what he can do. And Tim Hunter plays some nice shots as well. And in the end, it's a fairly simple chase. And congratulations to the Italian men's team now. They've locked up their ECI. So, once again, well done to both teams, the way they've played this series. We'll see them again, don't forget, later on. They'll have a 5th game. So both 5th games are kind of dead rubbers as far as the series goes, but still a lot to be gained, obviously. Both teams will be playing for the win. Spain winning the toss and bowling first again in the women's. That's 5 women's tosses. 5 times Amy Brown-Carrera's won the toss. 5 times that they've decided to chase. So I'll be curious to see exactly who they put up the top there. I think we might see a few changes for the Italian women. That's what Amelia Bartram was kind of suggesting when she was with me earlier in this game. Well, take a picture of the last logger. That was a great shot from time. This one not so good. As he backed away, got an edge. And I suppose with this target 84, never really felt like it was in doubt. Although Spain, they fought hard. A good couple of overs at least. And Nakvi wouldn't quite be able to make this quick single. But Sharif, it was good to see him getting amongst the runs. Maybe not as many opportunities as we might have thought for Amir. Interesting that they're tinkering with Zayn Ali at the top and Sharif potentially coming at 3. We didn't see much money in that game. But Sharif, he put the finishing touches on it, put the cherry on the top of the cupcake, and Italy able to chase in the 8th. They take an unassailable 3-1 lead in the series. Amir Sharif with 48 off 19 leads the scoring with 6 sixes and a 4. A few mini contributions there for Zayn Ali, Zayn Nakvi and Simranjit Singh with all 13s and 14s. Just one extra there. So Spain, they fight hard. To be honest, they do pretty well to take it to an 8th over in the end. Because obviously things kind of fell apart in the first half of that match. Finished in the not so great 80s. bowlers used in there. 1 for 15, Shirazik Bell, I think, was the pick of the bunch. Atif also bowled pretty well early, but kind of fell apart after that. This game wouldn't go the distance. We'll take a break then. Back in around about 25 minutes, take you into the last ECI-W match. Can Italy go 4-1, or can Spain scrape back to 3-2? We'll find out very shortly. Vinny Sound to him, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after the break with more ECI Italy in pressure.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we get ready for the final match of this ECI-W. It's been an awesome weekend, really, with Italy and Spain going toe-to-toe across 10 matches in the ECI and ECI-W as we get ready for match 5 in this ECI-W. It is Italy with an unassailable 3-1 lead over Spain, but still Spain, they'd love to spring another upset like they did last night. Now, I tell you, another thing that's been a bit crazy is the coin toss is all going Spain's way. It's been 8 out of 8. Let's see what happens at the 9th coin toss of the weekend. Can Spain keep the streak alive? Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains.
Spain to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
Your bowl first.
They're going to have a bowl. Shock.
I'll tell you what, it's hard to feel sorry for Italy, but you do feel a little bit sorry they haven't won a single coin toss. I suppose they have had a bit more success once the game has gotten underway. So Italy, once again, they will be batting first. 5 times Spain have won the toss, 5 times in the women's matches at least. They've decided to field first, and they'll decide to chase. And Ratnayaka looked in really good form earlier, didn't she? With a bright half century. Delisha listed to open, and Sims at 3. Bartram listed down at 5. I just got a feeling they might change a few things in this game because they have sewn up the series. I know that's also been about providing opportunities for more players to step up in some key situations. Italy 78% favourites in this one. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and joining me very shortly, in fact, maybe straight away, we have our special guest and highly popular commentator from yesterday. But it is not her birthday anymore, but we won't hold that against her. Mita Gooch, welcome back to the box.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Pleasure to be back.
You've had some good games, haven't we? I think the game you did with me last night, it was an absolute belter, wasn't it, when Spain did get that upset win over Italy?
It was really exciting, and I hope we see another one of them. I still can't believe they've won 9 out of 9 tosses so far.
9 out of 9.
Question is, can Chris Munoz-Mills keep the streak
The
alive?
odds of one team winning, I would say a particular team winning 9 tosses in a row, 1 in 512. So it'll be 1 in 1,024 shot if Spain win the 10th toss, which we'll find out pretty shortly. So, yeah, we make these 1,001 shots happen more often than other places, I think, on ECN. Yeah, what do you make about these two teams? Obviously, Spain a bit disappointed, I suppose. Things got out of the box for them a little bit earlier, and they were chasing an unassailable kind of target. But still, Spain did make the most they've ever made against Italy in that last game, getting up in the 90s for the first time. Certainly a lot of good players to watch. And looks like Malwata is getting an opportunity to open. That will be Delisha to face the first ball. Amy Brown-Carrera has been outstanding in the first over. So here we go with match 5 in the ECI-W. And once again, ABC is right on target. Who are you looking out for this game then?
I'm really excited to see the Spanish keeper Tasbia behind the stumps. I saw you had a little bit of a practice session with her earlier. So
it was my first ever wicket-keeping lesson that I tried to deliver in Spanish. So I really don't know what to expect. She might be facing the wrong way for all I know, but so far she looks pretty good. I'll tell you the tip I gave her is yesterday there were a couple of catches she couldn't quite reach because she was setting up too wide, and it basically draws her towards middle stump, and then the edge took her back in the other direction. So it was just really about trying not to be too... Oh, well, what a catch. That's a great catch by Julia Zamorano, who sits at cover, and that's a big wicket because Delisha's going to go without scoring, and ABC does it again. Spain win the toss again. They put ABC in charge of the bowling again. But this time they get an early wicket. It's none for 1.
that's a really good catch by Julia Zamorano. Didn't panic, no fear.
Good technique as well. I mean, if you really want to break it down, I think she actually takes it with perfect technique.
Talking about fear, I just clocked a couple of spiders in this cube. I might leave, to be honest.
It's not a myth when we talk about the spiders. That's a great catch. We got low to the ground there, didn't she? And that's Julia Zamorano that takes the catch. She's also a pretty useful keeper. Yeah, so as far as what I said to Taz, obviously getting another opportunity behind the stumps, it was all about maybe setting up a bit straighter so that, yeah, you don't want to be wrong-footed as a keeper. So this way, she can just stay a bit stiller, track the ball, and move to the right, her right, which is our left, as we look at her, if there's an outside edge. And that was one tip, just positioning. Obviously, it's the opposite to a left-hander. The other tip I said is just a bit of a mental tip, which is to expect a difficult catch every ball. which is a difficult thing to do. I know you've done a lot of keeping as well, and you're very good at it. But partly it's a mental battle. So there's all these technique things, yes. But I find I had a moment probably around now, probably 4 steps out, where I'd really try to switch on. Because it's hard to concentrate all the time. Well, that's a funny deflection, and it's going to go for 4. It's a little bit unlucky for Team Spain, really. But Pedrick gets the nod at number 3. And that's a pretty picture-perfect off-drive. That's good effort from the Spanish fielders, but they can't keep it in the ballpark.
Yeah, but unlucky there for Payao. She was in the right position, and then after the deflection, she couldn't change quick enough anymore.
That's right. Yeah, and so probably not the tallest either. And so you're really worried about these spiders, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm not a big
You just worry
fan
about the
of-
ones that drop from the ceiling. They're the ones you got to worry
Yeah,
about.
great. Thanks for letting me know about them. I'm more scared that they're in the headset.
Oh, that could happen.
Oh.
I'll just show you.
Yucks.
This is a good take. This is what I'm talking about. See, she's staying now a lot straighter. Whereas yesterday, that ball, she probably has to move to the left. She was almost like outside her return crease with one of her feet. So yeah, I think these are the subtleties which I certainly enjoy having chats to a lot of the keepers around the circuit about kind of these little things. That's pretty well bowled by Amy as well. And that first over will only have the boundary, and she does have a wicket to show for her efforts in Italy after 1, a 4 for 1. How about you? I mean, you've done a lot of keeping. Are there certain things that you used to think about when you were behind the stumps, or
How much my legs hurt.
yeah. There's a lot of crouching goes
Like-
into it. Yeah,
You underestimate how many squats you're doing in
Yeah.
a day in a series like this. Like Spain has a big advantage with having 3 keepers in their side.
true.
Italy still has 2, and I saw Madnara's not keeping in this game. Probably
Yeah, I
a bit
think
tired after doing 3 already.
also, I think it's a great opportunity for Ishara to go behind the stumps again. I know that she's kind of the keeper in waiting, if you like, and they're keen to give her opportunities
Absolutely.
to play the position, which I think is great. Yeah, it's funny, those secret squats.
Yeah,
and-
it is quite a lot, especially like with extras. It's more than 60 balls often. You go.
First one from Piles down the leg side. Again, that's good movement. Up to the stumps, you can't. It's more like you're keeping in a box. So that's more. Or it's kind of a bit more reactionary. And again, it's anticipation because you don't have that time when you're up to the stumps, depending on how fast the bowler is, to kind of see where the ball's going. If it does go behind, just kind of top edge slightly. That's good running though. Good backing up by Pedrick to get through. There's Malwata. Will get off the mark. Good opportunity for her as well, top of the order.
Absolutely, I think it's good from Italy at this point where they've already won the series to just try out a few things, give a few girls a go that haven't really batted yet.
Definitely give that confidence, hopefully, if they're successful in the roles they're chosen for. Chilangia, though, she's been a bit of a second over specialist for Spain. She's pretty accurate. This one's a fraction short. It's going to get past the fielder. Again, great effort from Andrea Davidson-Soler, but she won't be able to keep it in. That'll be a second boundary of the innings.
Yeah, I think Andrea is probably my favourite fielder of this weekend.
Honestly, I
Her
love...
effort was outrageous.
Yeah, and we talked about it last night. We talked about her fielding, but then obviously that kind of success flowed through to the batting with her 21 not out, and then she batted even better. She had a higher score in that previous game where...
23?
Yeah, I think she got even more than that. She ended up with 28 not out of 19. Good strike rate too. As this is up in the air, hanging and dropped. Oh, well, talking up the fielding, to be honest, has been pretty good. Well, that's one that I think Maria Zamorano would normally take. We've seen her really in some hot spots in the field, Maria. Just didn't quite get the hands together, and chance goes begging.
Yeah, she had a great direct hit yesterday in the last game. That was crucial.
It's a brilliant run out. That's well bowled by Chilangia, who gets right back on the horse. Yeah, just going back to the concentration thing. It kind of goes for batting as well. But keeping's obviously what I did the most. It's very hard to go out there and say keep 100 overs and to concentrate for 6 hours in a day. So breaking it up into little chunks where you are, okay, I'm really locked in, and there's a certain trigger for me. It was kind of when the bowler went into their kind of 4 steps before they jump, or a certain when they got on the cut bit of the pitch, and I would get in a routine where I would kind of then be expecting a tough catch. Because yeah, a lot of it is kind of just being ready to receive the opportunity. But Chilangia is doing a good job here.
She is. Yeah, I used to chat a lot with, or still do, with the on-strike batter. One, it gets them kind of out of their rhythm, but also
Sneaky.
not saying
I want to hear more about this. It's a good sweep shot, though. I think that's going to run away for 4 as well. So Malwata gets her first boundary. And turns to be a pretty productive over for Italy. And I think suddenly she'll really enjoy the fact that she's able to sweep that one away to the rope. And after 2 overs, it's 15 for 1. Yeah, so talk to me about how... So we're not talking sledging, you're talking just chit-chat. And you're
chit-chat.
Trying to break conversation or trying to be friendly or a bit of both?
Bit of both.
Okay.
Also, just helps me to stay concentrated when I have to. So it like takes my mind off the cricket. So when I have to concentrate, I can. I'm not as tired from trying to stay focused the whole time. I then can switch on and off. But also it kind of breaks the concentration off the batter.
Naomi's going to bowl 3rd over. They risk the temptation to go back to ABC. Pedrick getting an opportunity to bat maybe a spot or 2 higher than we've seen her during the series. Yeah, I got to admit, I played in kind of competition where, let's say, it wasn't the most friendly reception that batters would get. I'd sometimes be a batter. Sometimes I'd be getting it. Sometimes I'd be dishing it out. Sometimes people ask me what's the difference between keeping and commentating. I normally say that when I'm commentating, I'm talking less.
Jesus.
I was a pest.
Yeah, I somehow can't imagine that.
Oh, it's not bold.
I think like in women's cricket especially, it is quite well received. Like a little bit of chit-chat is a lot of people are open to it because we all are, especially in Europe, still fighting for the same purpose. We want to grow the game. And
I'd say that in the men's game in Europe as well compared to what I play. It's a different vibe.
yeah.
I can't imagine ever getting bold and giving the guy a high five as I walked off, which we see sometimes.
I would never do that.
But, you know, the things we see around. I guess different places, different kind of cultural norms as well, and kind of, it's just in the air, it's not going to carry. It's just be a single.
Yeah, I mean, Ragnar Halleck from Estonia tried to hug the umpire after he gave
Is that right?
He was a bit confused by that reaction, but she was so excited that he raised his finger that she had the natural...
Is it a club game or is this...
No, this is in Malta, in the ECI.
Oh, wow. All right. So, all right, hold on, come back to that. It's the end of the 3rd over and it's 18 for 1. Well, it's kind of random question time. I guess it's the last ECI-W game. And we've got Mita here. Yeah, can you imagine? You know, you've umpired a fair bit on the network now. If you have the amount of games you have, you're doing a men's match and you upheld and appealed and you get a big bear hug.
The interesting is I have done something in a half matches. I did just 1 innings once.
Yeah, was that in Sweden?
It was in
Stockholm?
Sweden.
Yeah.
And I walked off at 9.5 with the stumps under my arm.
Yeah.
I called the innings, packed the stumps up, started walking off, and then got the radio message. Still one ball to go, so had to go back.
I was there for that. Remember, it was 2021, I think.
Yeah, that was slightly embarrassing.
This is also the infamous duct tape on the trousers incident.
Oh God, yes,
because you weren't prepared with the black trousers to umpire because was it an illness or something that came in, or was it an injury?
Asthma attack.
Oh wow, yeah.
Due to I think the pollen that was flying around.
And so yeah, you're wearing it's quite stylish, but they're more casual jeans.
It was casual Friday.
It's casual Friday. It's fine. And then obviously to kind of meet the standards, you've just improvised a bit to tape up the gaps. This is going to be a wild outswinger first up.
Yeah, we looked around the ECN crew, and we had a couple of tan pans, a few blue ones, and nobody had black ones.
Look at the keeping here. This is what I'm talking about. She starts straight up, but she can still get to that wide one. And now, let's say it was a bit closer and there was a big edge. She's already moving in the direction of the edge, so she's well balanced to actually make a decent dive. So
I really like that she's not afraid to dive. Yeah. She's very open.
She's an inspirational player.
Yep.
I remember in the ECI-W, I know you did a lot of umpiring in that week. She was one of your favourites as well.
Yep, definitely.
Tries to kind of set the mood out there. Andrea getting a chance with the ball here. That's probably the one thing she'd like to make a bit of an improvement in. This one is a bit of a dodgy too. Pedrick has set a bit of a task by Sudley, but Sudley believes that Kamuta will get there, and she does.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad shout to run a second there. Maybe knowing the strength of the arm from some of the players. So
it's a challenging,
I think,
second run.
Yeah, being a bit aggressive there, especially with players like Manara and Emilia still to come.
You've got a long batting lineup.
Exactly. I mean, might as well.
Something I said yesterday has improved a lot in the ECI-W is it's pretty close. Umpire says no. Oh, I'll tell you what, I've got the same impression. I'm going to see this straight on, but it looks like it swung straight down the line. What's your call on this one? So far, I'm liking it.
Oh,
I must have hit it.
if she did not hit that,
I picked up a little deflection. I think that's the only reason it couldn't be out. I picked up it. I know it's hard and it's not really conclusive, but I just picked up there might have been a little bit. The bat's pretty close to the ball, and I think you can see it there. So I think it's actually a really good decision. Andrea. Oh, this is another one. To be honest, I think it's exactly the same. But, you know, I've got it. I'll tell you another one of my keeping secrets, right? The third appeal's always out. So that's two fairly big ones. That's another one you see an even bigger deflection that time.
on this one, I fully agree.
But third appeal's always out. If you've had two big appeals, most umpires will crumble.
Do you sometimes appeal on a wide just to like overturn the wide decision so just the umpire forgets?
If there's a trick, I know it, and I've probably done it.
I definitely do that.
Oh, yeah, off the leg.
I'm.
And the other thing is, if I thought we've had a bad decision, or I don't agree with the decision, so let's say an LBW that I thought was given out, then another one that's really obviously not out, I'll be like, how's that? Square up. And I'd say square up. I used to think that was funny as well. The guys hit like a metre and outside the off stuff. Square up. Anyway, it's pretty good over so far. This time not the best delivery, but she'll only be a single. She's moving the ball. And Andrea, she had a bit of a shaky start with the ball yesterday. Almost got kind of no-balled out of the attack, but she did come back reasonably well. Obviously, I think the confidence from her fielding and her batting hopefully is going to kind of spill into the bowling. You can just see she's still young. She's 17, I think. Just imagine over years in this team what she'll be able to do in all aspects of the game.
Yeah, I fully agree with you here.
She's not the only one either. Last ball, the over. And this is a little bit of a dab shot, kind of a tentative shot from Malwata, but she'll get away with a single. Quick response from Pedrick as Davidson Soler's over. Pretty good one. Only goes for 5, and at the end of 4 overs, it's 23 for 1.
Yeah, to be fair, I think the Spanish fielders could stand a little bit closer in the ring. At the moment, you can still take a single. You kind of don't have the catching opportunities, just like the one we just saw. I think if they take another few steps inside, they would probably get a few more opportunities.
Yeah, I think you're
save
right.
A few more singles
I'd put it
in the ring.
Kind of levels or angles. So you can have some fielders on the ring, but even just having that one that's in a bit, and you're right, it does two things. It discourages the single. Also, it makes more balls catchable.
Yeah, for me, extra cover definitely has to take a couple of steps inwards from here, just so they're also kind of in a line.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right at the moment. It's probably a little bit too defensive considering Italy not quite on the run-a-ball pace so far. Naomi is going to continue. This first one might have taken a little something as wait for the signal. Yeah, it's a little edge. So it's not really a chance because Mirza I think maybe gets a little bit of the arm on it or something like that. This is just one of those things. It was a pretty big edge. And Naomi not too plussed about that. Probably wishing at least, I didn't go for 4, but you can't criticise the keeper there. It's a big, big deflection. This reminds me actually of the golden ball combination. It was Mirza that completed a stumping off that golden ball back in December 2023. Right, up in the air, but I think it's going to carry the infield. Great effort from Pyle, but she can't quite pull it back in with the boot. So Malwata goes aerial and gets 4.
I'm really impressed with Malwata so far. I know Sadly doesn't really bat too often, so especially with this very strong top order.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually,
it's not often the top order have been penetrated either for Team Italy, and so there have been limited opportunities for others to really get a hit in this series. As that's knocked down the ground for 1.
Have they ever been all out on the network?
Italy? Doubt it. I could go back and have a look.
Here goes Palantir.
Palantir sort us out. We'll go back to the ECC. As this could be gone. I think it is gone. Yeah, it's a nice catch. Pedrick kind of in 2 minds there. Tries to flat bat it back, and Naomi Hillman-Mameko takes it in the follow-through. A second wicket falls, and it's 32 for 2.
That is a brilliant catch. Keeps the eyes on the ball. Good on her follow through. It's so hard to take return catches. Really impressed.
It was like a bootstrap catch, wasn't it, from Naomi? But I suppose it gives someone else an opportunity. Bartram is going to come out. So, yeah, kind of a mixture of stability and flexibility, I think, in this batting lineup. Obviously, Mawata's been given an opportunity. Doesn't get the full dive in here because she's a little bit flat-footed, but it does reach her. So it just concentrates on getting her hands under the ball. And Naomi breaks through with her first wicket with the last ball of her spell to come.
A bit surprised that the win percentage is still only at 46 for Spain. I think at this point they're doing really well, but I guess with some of the goals that are still in the dugout for Italy.
I think it's history.
Yeah.
Isn't it? It's history that's counting against them. But like you said, they've played themselves into a competitive position at least. Just going back, when we first saw the Italian side, it was last year in the ECIs. And
Gibraltar?
they never got bowled out. The most wickets they lost was 7. That was against the Netherlands. This is worked away, and that's going to be 4. It's a good start for Bartram, left-hander, who is going to get 4 runs there. And that takes us to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 36 for 2. And they have been bowled out once. It was by the Netherlands, and that was on finals day in the ECC-W last year, but only once. Hello, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have your company. Got Mita Gooch with me, and we're into the final ECI-W match, still the final ECI men's match to come tonight, but also gets us with a heavy heart in a way, because we had a great couple of weeks here in Brescia, but it's our last day here.
Well, tomorrow morning, straight to Estonia.
Straight to Estonia. Yeah, we're both going to Estonia. I've got the middle of the night red-eye special, so let's see what I'm looking like when I get there around about game 3 tomorrow. But also, it was Mita's birthday last night. We had a quiet, very
quiet.
What's the word? Kind of appropriate celebration.
Yes.
Because we have work the next day. And everyone else might have been going crazy at Saturday night, but we're just respectful.
Everyone else can celebrate my birthday. I'll celebrate once.
Andy House enjoyed his birthday, I heard as well, when he got to Estonia. Had a little bit of a surprise for him waiting at the hotel.
Yes.
So anyway, happy birthday to you as well, Andy. Look forward to seeing you in Estonia as Andrea comes back. It's a cracking shot, though, from Mawata. And this is exactly why you give players opportunities in this position. Just leans on this, and it races away for 4.
That is a gorgeous shot. Picture perfect. Yeah, really shows her quality.
And you might say, okay, well, why do you need to do that? You've got such a strong top order. Why do you need to mix things up? This is exactly why, because you never know what might happen. You never know who you might need to use. Injuries happen, unavailabilities happen. To have more people confident in the spot and the spotlight, I think,
especially with Italy playing in the ECC-W, not the ECC-X-W, so they will be most likely facing a lot of very strong oppositions.
Definitely, we were talking about that with Amelia earlier when she was in. This is turned away, and that's going to be 4. So David Soler, she's pretty zippy, and that pace can sometimes work against her. So this is one that doesn't really swing, it holds its line. Oh, what's up? On a bit of a heater here in the first half of match 5. Yeah, so that ECC Premier Division, it'll be ECC-W Premier Division, 5 teams, England 11 defending champions, as well as Netherlands, the runners-up from last year, but then Scotland 11, Ireland 11, and Italy has been the 5 teams to make that division up. Challenger Division, or the second division, will have the Spanish side, as well as Austria, Germany, Jersey, and Czechia. So 10 teams. I'd like to see it get to more. Won't be greedy just yet. Edged and gone. And it's great when a plan comes together. She was perfectly positioned for that outside edge. That one did hoop a little bit, and it's a fantastic catch behind the stumps by Tasbiha Mirza. Takes it diving to the right, low down. And this is a great angle of it. See, she's well balanced. She can move to the right. And I know that she'll be pretty satisfied with that piece of keeping. And now Italy, 44 for 3.
Are you taking credit for this?
I didn't say that.
Do not.
You can imply what you like. No, but what it is, seriously, sometimes you can... This frustrates me with keeping coaching in general, not to point fingers anywhere, but just in the global game, is you get a lot of fielding coaches, but keeping's another beast. It's like if you have a football coach, but they can't really coach the goalkeepers, right? So, yeah, these are things that are subtle but pretty important. And And that little positioning and balance thing. So, yeah, obviously you can hit as many balls as you like at the keeper. You do that till the cows come home. Dunk, 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 get them catching. But being in the right spot is just as important. And you know who really loves a keeper who's in form and confident? Bowlers. And I think that Andrea Davidson-Soler is pretty happy with Taz behind the stumps.
Maybe I need a little coaching session from you about keeping.
Maybe I need one from you. You took a great catch in the ECI-W.
From the moon ball.
This is up in the air. That's 6. Well, no good deed goes unpunished. Methnara comes out, murders a 6 first ball, brings up the 50 for Italy.
Reminds me of the ECI-W where she did that in the very first ball that Italy faced.
Yeah.
Just welcome to the tournament.
Well, I was going to say, though, before you take keeping coach from me, maybe have a look at my fingers. You see there's not too many straight ones left.
Neither are mine.
So
my thumbs are just going sideways.
Hazard of the job. Anyway, Methnara comes out at 5. But still, opportunity to get rid of her if they can get it right here, Spain. And that's pretty well blocked as well from Taz. Keeps it in front of her. So, yeah, pretty interesting contest. I know, obviously, the series has been decided, but you can still see there's no drop-off in competitiveness there from either of the two teams.
Yeah, I love how Spain is still trying to snatch the victory here. 3-2 definitely sounds better than 4-1, so I fully...
Oh, definitely. And I realise, oddly, these players, they don't get as many opportunities to play, I think. Yeah. So you really cherish it. Uh-oh, well, this one is a bit of back to the future because Andrea gets it wrong. Gravity turned off. Maximo 7 up and Methnara's away. So it's just the one occasionally she lets go of it too early. And shades of the first ball yesterday. But let's see if she can come back. She'll have to deliver the free hit. Last ball of her spell. So let's see if she can just get out of a tight spot here.
Love that you can still see the men's boundary.
Yeah.
She cleared that easily,
easily.
with every one of her 6s. I don't think she ever hits a 6 where she's just over the boundary. She clears the men's boundary with no issues.
Yeah, she's... to be honest, I'm pretty excited at the prospect of seeing her play for Team Europe in the Mental Shield.
I'd love to.
Let's talk about that a little bit because here we had the Western Shield. Another free hit coming up. Because we had the Western Shield, British and Irish Knights versus Team Europe in Portugal recently. Don't think you have too many complaints about that. I think you might have been looking at the wrong line there, Andrea. So another free hit to come. But Mental Shield is the women's best of 9 series. Again, it's going to be Team Europe versus the British and Irish Roses, which are made up of the same countries the Knights came from. Another wide, I think it's going to be another free hit. Just can't get out of this over at the moment. Name some of the players you've seen there that you think might be in Team Europe frame. You've been around.
I have been around. Obviously, Naomi and Methnara would be a beast of an opening partnership. I think those two would be incredible together.
Yeah,
would also take a lot. I would love to see how Naomi does with such a strong partner. She takes a lot of the responsibility
That's a very good point.
in the Spanish lineup. So if she can play a bit more freely, I'm intrigued to see.
Wide, well, swings her enemy at the moment. Andrea, I can't believe it, but to be honest, it looked like probably was. Umpire's getting a sore arm from that. This one kind of hangs up a bit, but he's been called wide. Either way, it's going to be another free hit. Yeah, good point about Naomi shouldering a lot of responsibility. Although I think the Spanish kind of cavalry feel like have caught up a little bit. And you saw, for example, last night she went out. She got out with 6 overs remaining. They were still able to get home. This is up in the air. It won't be out if it's caught. It won't be caught anyway. Just got to stop the boundary. And well done, ABC. Wipes herself out. But I'm pretty sure this is a clean stop. They do get back for 2. So Andrea will get out of the over in the end. And well, they kind of both went at the ball, but yeah, I think the ball's gone by the time she puts the hand over. And so that will be the end of the over. And it's 62 for 3.
Yeah, is it a 3-player maximum?
Normally it's a 3-player maximum.
Okay.
I haven't heard if it changes. I suppose there's a chance it might be 4, and the only reason I say that is because we haven't had as many countries represented in the ECI-W as we have had in men's cricket. So let's go with 3 or 4. So
yeah. So for Italy, I would definitely take 3 from Italy for the European team, and I think it would be for me Emilia Bartram, Methnara, and Elenia Sims. I think that would be my 3 from Italy. Oh, yeah, now I need your help. What is...
Make me nervous. Great
The
shot from
name-
Bartram, who just kind of uses the pace in to flex it away for 4. So, it's a clever bit of batting. It wasn't the worst ball, really. This is Deepa Chugapali Yanares, who's come on to bowl in over number 7.
MVP from the Estonia Malta series. She plays for opening bat for Malta.
Oh, yes. I don't want to say it wrong, but I know exactly who you're talking about.
She is incredible.
Yeah.
She is definitely in it for me.
Wait for this delivery, and it's lifted up, and it's just getting over the top. Bartram got caught in a similar place earlier, but this time she gets more bat on it, and that is going to disappear for 4. Good batting.
I mean, yeah, Bartram striking at a strike rate of 400 at the moment.
Yeah, so you're talking about Shamla Cholaseri.
Yes,
of,
thank you
of
very
Malta,
much.
yeah. She'd be a really good selection, I think.
Yeah, I think she will be in it. Then Rebecca from Romania.
Yeah.
Is definitely in it for me.
Yeah.
And then I would probably have...
It's already sounding pretty good, isn't it? We've only scratched the surface so far.
I would, and I know I have a bit of an advantage knowing them really well, but I would probably have three from Germany, Anuradha Dottaballapur.
Yeah.
I would probably have a captain as well. Her cricket brain is just incredible. I would have Tina Goff from Germany, and it's hard to pick one. Maybe Asmita Kohli.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, anything anyone's played on the network. Of course, Germany and Austria played each other in T20 internationals that were shown on the network. This is pretty well bowled. Still find it hard to believe that Deepa's date of birth is the 23rd of October 2010.
It scared
kind
me.
of freaking me out a bit. But yeah, you see that she's got some good height. She's got good mechanics with the ball and and when she's batting. I think she was a little bit let down with her fielding yesterday. I think she normally is a pretty good fielder, but UK based, probably maybe not as experienced on these kind of fields where the ball can play a few tricks on you. Yeah, it's a pretty well bowled delivery, and they'll only get a single down the ground. Yeah, so think about
Andrea from... Ooh.
Just thought she might have copped that on the way through. Kind of skidded off the pitch, but I think she's okay. Just think, well, imagine 13-year-old bowling to a batter as experienced as Methnara. I mean, that's one thing that I love about this game as well.
And then we haven't even talked about the Netherlands yet. So you have Iris Swilling.
We haven't even talked about that. You're right. I think maybe it will have to be 3. I think it might be 3, not just only from the European countries, but also from the British and Irish nations as well.
Babette, the leader.
Yeah.
Then who do you let keep, Methnara or Babette? Like, that's a horrible decision you have to make as a coach. Dream and a horrible, like it's both. Probably Stereo Colours.
Yeah.
Or Hannah Siegel.
Iris Feeling was a star of that.
No, I think she is definitely.
In
She's
ECI-W.
also a lot of experience on the T10 side of things.
This one is going to get past everyone. I think it's a little bit wide, and that one's going to run away. And this is, I suppose, the thing with the positioning. You have to kind of be able to go the other way as well. Just going to the left, probably maybe not as used to going that direction, I suppose, with that kind of movement. But anyway, that's the way it is at the end of 7 overs, 76 for 3. Hey, what a great time to bring up the Estonian ECS, which starts tomorrow. Mita, you're an Estonian player now. Talk us through some of the teams we'll see tomorrow.
Oh, no. Now you're putting me on the spot. I haven't seen any of them because I have only been there in the winter.
That's true.
But
talk through one of the teams.
Well, I'm excited about the Tallinn Hippos.
I know you are.
They hopefully are going to do amazing.
Hippos are defending champions. They won the series in July 2020. It was just a 2-day series, 6 teams involved. This time there's 10 teams involved, 2 groups of 5. There's kind of like a second round involved, and then ultimately a finals day. As here's Uzma Saeed, Rambo coming on. She did go for a few runs earlier. I honestly hope, because she has such a unique skill set, I really hope she has a good finish to the series, because I know she works so hard. This is in the air, and it's going to pop over for 6. Maximal. Well, you gotta feel for Pyle here. Kind of does everything right. Puts herself in the line of fire, and you'll see this here just pops over the line. So Yeah, that's what. Can't take a trick at the moment, can she? And Pyle, we've seen her take some fantastic catches in that position. That was just a little bit too spicy. And so, who's what? That's a bit of a rough start. But yeah, she's a really interesting ball to watch. This is up in the air. That's going to go as well. Maximo will back-to-back as Methnara. Again, she was pretty brutal before against the spin. I was mentioning with History Lake and Heritage, kind of I think really comfortable against spin, and she gets herself in really great, powerful positions.
Yeah, comes in the blood. Although, not my strong suit.
All right. Yeah, that's right. You weren't born there anyway, so.
German is coming through.
Just straight bowling. That's a nice bit of fielding up there on the leg side. Okay, come on, let's keep trying to build this. I mean, we can have as many as let's just mention players.
Yeah.
I actually think Delisha, if she has a good season, she's come along a long way in a fairly short space of time. I thought her hitting power yesterday was pretty impressive.
Probably between her and Elenia Sims for me. Robin Rikio.
Yeah.
Rikio.
I think Sims is probably ahead just between those two in terms of just I think a bit more experience, I suppose. Delisha's still finding a way, but certainly something she could aspire to. Right, it's going to be 6, and once again, it's a fraction too short. A couple of things with Saeed that I mentioned before is to work on a couple of extra deliveries will take time. It'll take a year even, but she's a hard worker. I said the two things I think that would make her a bit more difficult to face would be to have a kind of a quicker ball, whether that's kind of a quicker version of her stock ball, or whether it's one that's just literally just like a seam-up ball, or yeah, just a straight ball that's quicker to keep the batter guessing as far as the pace goes. And the other thing is to try and develop that leg spinner. Try and develop that leg spin. I know it's not natural for her, but if she could, then the batter's having to play a guessing game as to which way it's going to turn. At the moment, pretty much all of them are wrong, and they're going left to right, unless they don't bounce. As this is going to be caught down the ground. That's a good catch. I'm a little bit nervous as to how high this was, though.
Yeah, I would definitely have a look at...
I mean, she pretty much plays it from the crease. And it's coming down, to be honest. I think that's going to be a no ball. It's a harsh one, I know, because
I'm
Spain...
so happy I don't have to make this decision.
Yeah, but
I'm calling it.
You got to obviously play by consistent
100%. It was the right call.
That's the way it is. Great catch by Pyle, though, and even better celebration. I tell you where you can cut that out. You can just cut before the no ball call. It makes a very good social media clip.
Launches it.
Oh, it's a launch. I almost brought the rain back. I'm glad they
please.
didn't keep running. It could have been awkward. It was a long, high single. Glad it didn't get thrown over the boundary either. Anyway, Bartram lifts this one up and doesn't really time it. I think 2 here. That's a pretty good arm. Back to the keeper.
I think that's what,
there's no chance.
one thing that impressed me the most about the Italian batting side. They have so many different shots they play. Like the amount of rams and reverse sweeps we have been seeing, like I'm super impressed.
And they're not afraid to show them. That's the thing, isn't
Yeah.
it? So 100 for 3 after 8. 100, I said earlier, and who knows what the ceiling is now, but I felt that kind of, once it gets over the 100, it's really tough for Spain to chase at this stage. But again, it's not necessarily just about the win. It's got the point they can take out of the game as well. Or even like the last game, they didn't quite get the point, but they did achieve a best score against Italy as their opponents. Amy Brown-Carrera is going to come back in over number 9. I'll say hello to everyone in the chat. Round of questions, if you like, with Mita Gooch, Estonian International, and ECN crew boss, and yesterday's birthday girl.
I have a question for our chat.
Go on.
Who is your MVP for this ECI-W?
Good question, Mita. And I know you're not just asking it because you can't be bothered making the decision. But, yeah, good question.
I can't be bothered. I'm just, I don't, it's a tough decision to make.
You just want some input, that's all.
Exactly.
I mean, there's
Give me
only
pointers.
There's only 2 teams to choose from, so that's a start. You start looking at, okay, who scored half centuries? I think Methnara scored.
Delisha was
scored
impressive.
half century. For the Spanish team,
Naomi was been great.
Naomi's been great. Andrea Davidson saw there with that player of the match last night.
Amy Brown-Carrera with her bowling.
Actually, that's a good shout as well. And the way she's captained the side. Yeah. Do you want to say who you're leaning towards?
Methnara at the moment. I mean, I also know she just missed out at the ECI-W as well. She was phenomenal there, especially against the great teams, the teams that
That's
more
what I loved. Yeah.
experienced.
Good opposition. She's scoring runs. Amy pushes one across the left hand. A good adjustment for the lefty. Yeah, I think it'd be hard not to give it to her. Also, you know, what she brings behind the stumps as well. And even here, it's not like she's opened every game or even played every game either. She's been unselfish enough to even sit out the game last night. And here, she's batting number 5, right? But still coming in. And sometimes they've got a really simple question.
She's batting at his
Which is if I had to pick one
strike
player,
rate
if I had to
of
pick one
300.
player, yeah, I was just saying, if I had to pick one player to be on my team, who would I pick first? It's Smith Noah.
Yeah, agree. She's incredible.
That was easy. You can save your keystrokes there, unless you want, unless you want to add something. But yeah, you're right. She wasn't too far away in the ECI-W.
Yeah, I think she was like in the discussion. Like we had like a kind of like a top 3. It was Swilling, her, and
Robin
Riker. And what stood out to, I think, the people that discussed it was her and Robin Riker just scored so many runs against really the strong oppositions.
Yeah, and it wasn't really a knock on Zwilling, but just the way
No.
it panned out is that, yeah, she statistically had a better tournament. Bowled once again by ABC. She's going to finish with 1 for 8. And realise who she's bowling to. She's consistently bowled to the best batters in the other side and had a really good time. So 1 for 8.
What is her economy for this tournament? That must have been very impressive.
I'll tell you going into this game. But, you know, when we talk about bowlers and again, who you're performing against, ABC's done very little wrong. You see, she took 1 for 8 here. Yes, you went into this one with... so we did say earlier in the year, so I have to go to this tournament. But her economy this year across all ECIs 6.5, but I think she's even lower than that. Well, maybe about the same. I'll find out.
Let me just we had ECIs
let's
this
get on
year.
to balance here. Yeah, Spain check here. As I've started a new over, Chilangia loses the handle on this first up.
I do like they go with Payao at the end. She just has so much experience. She doesn't really struggle with nerves too often.
She's
So-
pretty mechanical. She,
Yep.
she knows her action really well.
And she gets the occasional wide, but the way she comes back,
Just kind of struggling with the left-hander. Now maybe it's lucky that the right-hander's back on strike, but careful calling it lucky because it's Rathnaka who's coming back on. She's the leading run scorer in the series. Bowling economy rate. This is easy. So best economy rate. Amy Brown Carrera, 6.25 economy. And I will give you another name that's actually even slightly better going into this game. Not sure after this game, but Deepa Chukapali Yanares, economy of 5.66.
wow.
Yeah. And she did go for, so she had 3 for 17 in 3 overs bowled, and she just took none for 10. So even still 3 for 27 in 4 overs bowled, 6.75. So pretty impressive for
Very
a
impressive.
13-year-old.
Debutante, do you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
UK based.
Mhm.
But yeah, even like, I think she's even an option to open. I mean, you don't want to put too much responsibility on her yet. And leg side and gets through Tasbih Mirza as well.
And she seems to struggle a little bit with the big swings from Emilia to predict the line.
Yeah, I mean, she actually gets a good position there. Just actually went through her legs. So, yeah, just needed to try and make herself a bit bigger, which isn't easy when she's not a huge human. Anyway, this is hit pretty hard, and Amy Brown Carrera. I think her fielding's been excellent, Amy. I think she set the example, set the standard in the field. So, John Deere trying to keep things quiet, maybe below 120. Bartram probably likes the matchup. She's eyeing off that leg side, probably wants to go with the spin, with the angle. She won't be able to this. I think this one might have gone straight over the line, so...
I think it looks like a wide because where Tasbih is collecting it, but at the popping course, I think.
Yeah, I think
It's a very good call,
snuck in.
actually.
Yeah. This one, not so much. So she'll have to roll that one again. Yeah, that's change interpretation. Again, we'll still see how it plays out. We can always kind of maybe revert to the the previous interpretation. But what I like is the umpires, they've got enough to worry about. Now they don't have to worry about when a batter moves and how far they move. Anyway, Bartram's going to blast this one. Maximo! Up and over wide, long on. That was right out of the meat of the bat.
That is a beautiful shot. She kind of predicts where it's coming and just comes down the track. Beautiful foot movement.
So Bartram 23. Now she goes up and over the offside, and that might have just landed inside, or it might have hit the rope. This is going to be an interesting call. Let's see what we got here. It's very close. It is... Yeah, I think that's 6 to me. I think it hits... Well, it's very hard because it's a bit of a blurred picture. It just looks like it's bounced over the line. Yeah, so Amelia, she was talking today a little bit about May being Mental Health Awareness Month in the UK, and wearing a green ribbon, and her club Oxfordshire are right behind that, which I think is a really great cause, and see some of the Italian players also sporting the green ribbons. And she's going to get stumped last ball, so Mirza will finish with a catch and a stumping. Chilangia will finish with a wicket. Nice way to finish her series. And Italy, not quite as many as before, but not far behind. They're going to finish on 124 for 4.
I will quickly go and see how the...
Get back to doing your
other
actual job. Yeah, your jobs, because it is very, very busy. Anyway, let's go back and get busy while we look at the highlights of this. And Malwata, surprise option to open, but she lost to Elisha very, very quickly. Nice catch taken there in the covers. And again, even though this is match 5 and it's been a long weekend for both of these teams, you can see there's no shortage of effort. Amy Hilmer Bamako took a nice catch low down to get Kumar Pedrick, who batted in 3 position. Andrea, a bit of a mixed bag, didn't she, with the ball. Sometimes the pace kind of works against her, but she was pretty happy. Get a little outside edge, and that was a little personal highlight as well for Mirza, who's working really hard in her keeping at the moment, taking a good catch low down. Andrea kind of lost the handle when there's 1 ball to go in the spell. And to be honest, as I said at the time, no good deed goes unpunished, because we saw Ratnaka come out and basically belt the ball around. And you've got to say, I'm very surprised if she isn't the MVP of this series. What a cameo from her. 38 off 15. Amelia Bartram also sent a couple out of the ground, but she was stumped off the last ball. And finishes 124 for 4. Bit of a team effort there, even though Delisha misses out, but they were able to cover with the other members of the top 5, all doing a bit of a shift. Malwata batted really well, played some nice shots in her, 24 including 5 boundaries. Pedrick with 14 in there, Bartram 29 out of the last ball, and 38 not for Methnara Naika, including 5 Maximos. Count them, 5. 1 for 8, Amy Brown Carrera continues her fantastic series. I honestly think she has come on in leaps and bounds. Her controls have been outstanding. Chilangia did take a wicket eventually, but was also a little bit expensive to her taste, I'm sure that. Naomi Hilmer took a good catch off her own bowling, 1 for 16, her figures. And Andrea did pick up a wicket, but also ended up in the dirty 30s. Deepa Chukapati Linares only gone 1 over for 10. Saeed, unfortunately, not able to keep things quiet when she was brought on with her wrist spin. So 124 the total for Italy, and that means Spain will need 125 to win. And I suppose there's always the prospect of trying to get the point as well if they can't get the whole lot. But let's see how they go to get the point. They need 87, so roundabout kind of the rate they've been going so far. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. I hope you're enjoying a nice sunny Sunday afternoon wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll be back in a few minutes with the second innings of Match 5 in this ECI-W Italy-Spain.
European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. Time for the final innings of what's been a really entertaining ECI-W series between Italy and Spain. Match 5, Italy batting first and making 124. So 125 is the target for Spain to win the game. And obviously, we've seen the Spanish batting improving steadily since they've been a part of the ECN universe. Naomi Hillman-Bamako is going out to bat with Paul Chilongia. And for Spain, they'll be just hoping to put up a good show here. And who knows? We have seen them have a few overs in the kind of 12 or 13 region. They can string a few together. Maybe they can challenge for the win. If not, I'm sure they'd be pretty satisfied to a degree if they can make 87, at least take a point off Italy, who, yeah, look, they're probably a little bit ahead of where Spain are in their development. I remember when I first did an Italian game. It was actually a club game. It was a women's club final in 2021. And I kind of look at where Italy were then to where they are now. And I just think Spain, they're kind of that 1 or 2 years behind, but I think they're definitely on the right track. Many sound to him, Mr. Maximo Minigut joins me once again. Welcome back to the box. Time for the last innings of the ECI-W.
Thank you very much. What an exciting series.
There's so many highlights. That's what I think.
Yeah.
So it's got a little kind of dash of ECN craziness, but just a lot of sensational memories to be taken away. That's what it's all about. Bartram is going to start around the wicket. And this is driven, not quite carrying. That's Sunuri Dalawata, who's into the side. Handles that one pretty well. Again, it's nice to see the squad kind of being given more opportunities, particularly on the Italian side this game.
Why do you think she's going to start starting around the wicket?
I think she's just trying to do something a little bit different to unsettle Naomi. It's kind of exaggerating the across angle because she's probably going to bowl outswingers. You can see the way that breaks. That one is going to get through Sunuri, though. That's going to be 4. So was hit pretty hard from Naomi. Sunuri probably knows now how fast this outfoot is. Kind of almost got down space. Didn't really get the body down as far. Went with a more attacking technique. And Spain are on the board.
Really nice shot, but yeah, I think that's one thing where Spain has been better than Italy is the fielding.
Across the board? Yeah.
Across the board, I would say.
Yeah, it's probably a fair comment. This is driven. Sunuri's ball magnet at the moment. This one will get past her, but only just. She makes a partial stop as Naomi will get through for a single over to Payal. And I like these two as an opening combination. I like the left-handedness of Payal and the experience. And that's one thing you talked about, the fact that Naomi kind of takes on a lot of the burden, doesn't she? So to have someone like Payal out there, I think is a pretty useful opening partner.
Yeah, she definitely rotates the strike very well. She's very capable of hitting a couple of quick boundaries, as she showed yesterday in that game where Spain actually won against Italy. So she's probably her ideal partner out of the lineup. Especially when you have Andrea coming there 3, takes a bit of pressure away as well, because she is obviously very capable.
Yeah, you know, I also really like Deepa, even though probably maybe it's a bit too much for her to bite off at this stage, being so young. But I like that, again, she's left-handed. Technically, she can handle herself. But I think the experience of Payal makes her the player for the job. And also, she knows her own game really well, Payal. She's probably not going to sit there and blast sixes over the camera, over the sight screen. But she's a very good deflector. I think she handles the moving ball pretty well. And she's got a good temperament. Those 3 boundaries she hit last night in match 3 were pretty important in setting the table for a successful chase. She might have got a little bottom edge on that. Might have been on the line anyway. But that'll be a dot ball. Bartram. She spoke really well earlier. She talked about how she's very passionate, obviously, about mental health awareness. You see the green ribbon there. Her club, Oxfordshire, getting right behind it. Some of her Italian teammates sporting the green ribbon as well. Obviously, very passionate about European cricket. And this one's going to go straight through everybody, and that's going to be 4. That's going to be 4 byes, but again, this is kind of just the movement. Let's have a look. This is almost the keeper's view, and you can see, don't get a great look at that, the late movement. Just gets past Ishara Jamanagi. So that'll be the end of the first over, and the score is 9 without loss. Well, we do call Spain the Golden Girls, and to be honest with you, it'd be strange to have a series these days that featured the Spanish team, and they don't give us a golden ball. Last chance here. It's a long way away at the moment, but we don't call them the Golden Girls for nothing.
You have the gold ball tingle.
Not really.
Fair enough.
But I'm prepared to be surprised. You know what, I didn't really pick that men's game with all the wild momentum swings this morning either. So expect the unexpected, that's what I normally say.
How crazy was that game?
So crazy. Matthew Rahman.
I was so happy he got to redeem himself,
Yeah.
bowling the last over after a not so nice finish against the Netherlands in the ECC last
Yeah,
year. So
definitely.
I'm very happy he got the opportunity to bowl a last over again and came on top this
Yeah.
time.
Really, really good effort. And yeah, didn't he? Didn't he do it with style? 3 for 3, including Joy Pereira, who'd been outstanding. And I think, yeah, for me, the women's game last night in match 3 and the men's match 3 have been the 2 games of the tournament. Such heart-stopping entertainment. Well, Naomi Hilma-Bermejo will face up, and it's a slinger, Dalawata. I just love watching her bowl. There's something kind of mesmerising about that kind of acute angle, the 45-degree angle. Talked about earlier that when she does get it right, it's pretty much middle stump to middle stump. If you look at Malinga when he used to bowl, there was a time where the umpires weren't allowed to wear white hats in one-day internationals because the ball was coming out of their hat. That's how straight it was. And she reminds me of that.
Yeah, slinger.
Yeah, you love a slinger, but this is a nice shot from Naomi. Punches it off the back foot into the gap, 4 runs. Classy batting.
I think that's the thing. She has a lot of pace, so if you get bad on it on this ground with the outfield being so fast, you do get quite a lot of runs, but her action is hard to pick. I'm happy I don't have to bat it against her.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's hard to practice against this stuff as well. If you do, I said this before, but if you're coaching kids and youngsters, people new to the game, if they do have something a bit unusual, don't necessarily just kind of correct it straight away or do the normal. He's not hurting themselves. Really good Yorker there, just chopped into the pitch. But yeah, you see some of the top cricketers, they do things in an unusual way, and it makes them hard to play because how do you practice against a Malinga? How do you practice against a Murali?
You can't.
You get stuck
Definitely.
out there and you're like, you have no idea what you're
The
doing.
Bumrah, like that
Yeah.
action is also.
Bumrah, yes, another good example. The old frog in the blender, the old days, a bit before your time. Paul Adams. Nice shape there from Dalawada. She actually does swing it a fair bit, despite her irregular angle of release. Did you ever see the frog in the blender bowl?
No, I haven't.
Paul Adams? You're in for a treat.
Okay.
You'll
I'm
totally
excited.
understand why his nickname is Frog in a Blender. I'll have to describe this. All right, looks like a no ball, and it's going to disappear for 4. They're going to check this, but I'm almost certain this is going to be a 5-eye. Yeah, I think you got to call that. So it will be a no ball, and free hits come. You've got your homework here. Yeah, Paul Adams, left arm unorthodox. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, frog in a blender.
That is just confusing.
All the frog lovers out there probably don't like that nickname. That was his nickname. Free hit time. Naomi, can she cash it in? Belts it. Actually, really good fielding. And there's Smith Nara. Well, she continues to impact the game, even though she doesn't have the gloves in this game, just playing as a straight bat. And she prevents that from racing to the boundary. And they won't even get a single run there. So Spain tracking in this chase there. 18 without loss after 2.
There you can see a bit of the difference, what we talked about before. Italy is standing a little bit closer. Have the angles right. So running a single there is just not possible.
Yeah.
Especially if you hit it as hard as Naomi just hit it.
Yeah, exactly. And also means less confusion, balls hit between fielders. So if you're fielding the same depth, then you can kind of crash into each other, or it's unclear who's doing what. But if you have at least one fielder in a little bit, then they know if I can reach them fielding it, the other fielders kind of back them up a little bit. Anyway, it's going to be suddenly Malawata batted well, had the opening position in this game. She's going to bowl over number 3, just adjusting the field for a left-hander. And having a bit of a chat. Maybe it's an issue with some tape on the fingers or something like that. But the other thing with the left-hand, right-hand combination does kind of slow the game down a bit, which means the fielding team have to work a bit harder to keep the right side of the clock, which is still ticking at the moment.
I mean, we've talked about MVP for the ECI-W. Who's your MVP for the ECI-M?
Good question. Zayn Ali's got to be up there,
Yeah.
I think.
I think he would have been my first pick, although he hasn't done as much today.
I've got a couple of smokies for you. Don't think anyone for Spain's really played well enough to challenge, so we're kind of sticking with Italy. I think Mohamed Arslan's had a really good series
Yes.
for Italy. With
Both
the
of
ball
them
and
actually
the bat.
had a really good 2 weeks, both of them.
Yeah, I think he's been a break. He could be an interesting candidate. I don't think he's ever really let his side down. I'm not saying Zayn has. Give you another one. Joe Pereira obviously was great this morning, but normally player of the series you're looking for, I suppose, multiple influences. I'll give you another one, young Hassan Ali with the ball. I think often we overlook bowlers, but if you want to look at why the Spain batting hasn't worked, he's been a bit like Jack Jarvis did in the Western Series. He's been right on the money. They've given him the first over pretty much every game that I can remember, and he's taken wickets, and then he's come back at the death sometimes and done a great job, or he's come back in the third over and done a great job. So he's another one that I would consider.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Jack Jarvis obviously had also had the benefit of being also pretty amazing with the bat.
Yeah,
Like
that's
he
true.
offered quite a bit with
That's
that.
true.
Whilst
it's just
Hassan,
like
I don't think has batted once in the
But
series.
it's just like me
but
saying
it's fair enough.
Zayn Ali hasn't bowled. You know?
No, absolutely.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think it's not saying that eliminates him from potentially getting the. But I know Jack Jarvis back then got it because he was so good with both bat and
Yeah, that's
ball.
true. We're throwing names around. Maybe let us know your thoughts in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network.
Gonna have a little cheeky look at some of the stats. Who else is up there?
Well, what just 1 run conceded in 3 balls. That's a cracking pull shot, but finds the fielder again. That's Kamunu Pedrick out there. He has to use several parts of her body to make the stop, but she does in the end. Hello to Steve McVeigh, hello to Dave B, and I think everyone in the chat agreeing that Spain moving in the right direction. So Italy, for that matter. Dave wondering, can Spain beat their best of 92? Well, I think they'll be happy if they can do that. Means they will at least take a point out of this as well. And again, the point's kind of used only if wins are tied, but it still is a good kind of metric of being competitive. So I quite like it being in these games. As this is going to be 4, it's going to sneak away from Core. And now Whitesup does go to the boundary. And that's that kind of trademark little chop shot from Payal. Bang, kind of chops down on it. And this outfield is lightning fast. Races for 4.
Yeah, I do like that we kind of eliminated the possibility of, due to the Western Shield, of a team actually with less wins winning on bonus points. But I mean, in a 5-match series, it's simply not possible.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's a good dive, really good dive from Chilingia, giving it everything. Yeah, so if you won 2 games with 4 points, you'd have 8, right? And then let's say you didn't get another point in the series, you'd have 8 points. The other team could have 3 wins.
Oh, no, you could. I'm wrong. You
I
could
think
end
it's
up with
tied.
10. You
So
could end up with 11 points
11 points that way.
with 2 wins.
2 wins, yeah. You could 11 points, 2 wins, yeah.
And 9 with 3 wins.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I
Oh,
think
wow.
that, yeah, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. I think in teams in series with 3 or more teams, you just go exclusively on points. But I think bilateral series, you go on wins. I do like the points being in there, and because it's a bit more of it's an easier way to split teams than net run rate. I mean, net run rate obviously plays equally in all matches, but you need a calculator. You need a, you still might
I
come
like
down
it.
net run rate. But I also think I like, for example, especially when you've got two teams that might be in slightly different places, that teams can take a tangible something out of the game. So I'll give you an example. When Croatia were playing Czechia last year, Czechia were a little bit too good for Croatia, but it just didn't sit right with me, Croatia. You know, there were games where they were more competitive than others, but regardless, they get 0 points. So I just think it's something you can take away. And I know, just speaking to the players as well, they take pride in saying, yeah, look, you know, for example, we took a point off England 11 in the ECI-W last year, for example. Anyway, here's Delisha, who's a little bit short, but it's flat batted, no run. Good backing up there as well. 25 without loss after 3. Delisha missed out with the bat, so I'm sure she's keen to get 1 or 2 wickets to finish her series off.
Yeah, yesterday in the game where Spain got over the line, she struggled a little bit with the ball. She got taken to the boundary quite often. Oh, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
I think she will be in, but
She does have a little kind of slide out at times, doesn't she, Paul? Because she puts everything into the shot. Well, Methnara might be costing her junior partner a stumping here. You get a great view of the number 19. I think, to be honest, that foot's still in anyway, even without the bat being in. But yeah, that's actually a pro move from Methnara. Just making sure her job's safe by blocking the camera and preventing poor Ishara of any chance of a stumping decision from the third umpire. That's what I'm talking about. Keepers, they know all the tricks. I know you know that.
Yep. Always appeal on the wide.
Appeal on the wide's a good one. I know which umpires to be friendly to. Just get a reputation for being honest, so that when I appealed, it'd be out. Things like that. Oh, that one I think will be out, and there's no doubt about this one. Tiny bit of keeping from Ishara Jamanagi behind the stumps. That's a nice moment for her. And Delisha will open the wickets column as Spain lose their first. It's 25 for 1.
That was really tidy work. Quick hands, and Methnara once again in the picture. She gives it out though.
Yeah, okay. So keepers are honest sometimes. So if Methnara says it's out, it's out. I think you can see pretty clearly that was out anyway.
Yeah, we didn't go upstairs. The on-field umpire made his decision just as quick as Methnara did.
That's right. You see here anyway. She's well out. Never really gets back at all. That's actually a pretty good stumping because the stumps act as a bit of a distraction. It kind of goes past the inside edge. And Pyle kind of does her job well enough. 6 off 11, obviously. Not quite the strike rate she wanted, but kind of gives someone else an opportunity to move the score along. And it's Andrea Davidson-Soler who's coming out in the number 3 position. Nice bit of flighted bowling from Delisha as well.
Yeah, she's been doing really, really well. In this game, she looks a bit more confident than she did yesterday after she got hit for a couple of boundaries. I feel like made a few mistakes then, got a few wides, got a few no balls, and then suddenly she opened the door for Spain. But she looks a bit more comfortable right now.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's cricket, isn't it? Sometimes it comes out better than others. Sometimes you bat better than others. That's the way it is. Yes, Davidson-Soler deflects this away, but again, field pretty attacking. Audible gasp went out.
Sorry.
As that ball was deflected away. It is true, actually. That's on the tour. We're doing quite a lot of hours. We love what we do. But some people wouldn't realise the kind of hours going. How many hours would you have worked this week? Go on.
Well, we have
hotel to hotel.
We have 12.5-hour days.
Yeah, 25 for 1 here after 4, by the way.
That's calculated. I had 1 day off.
6 times 12.5.
75 hours.
75 hours this week.
Yeah, plus then a few late night registrations. Chuck on another hour or 2.
Hour a day.
Yeah, no, not quite that much. I would say like 2 hours over the week. So yeah, we get to about 77 hours a week.
Must be rich. 25 for 1 after 4 as Kankanamage is going to bowl. Let's see if Tashani can close out the series well. As first one is going to be called away. This has probably been the issue that's kind of plagued her weekend, that when she's been good, she's been really good, but there's been too many that just kind of snuck away from her. Steps and hits what would have been a wide this time. And they're going to take a run. Well, they're not going to take a run. I'm not sure what's happened there. I'm not sure whether well, Andrea kind of looks, and maybe Naomi didn't realise the ball had gotten through, and by the time she realised it was too late, she's probably right. That's
A bit of ball watching going on there.
If they were ball watching, they weren't doing it that well because the ball was in the outfield. But anyway, that's the way it goes, as Naomi will get the next one away for a single.
A bit slower this game than she usually is. I think she strikes around like a 160, 170 a lot.
Yeah, I don't think they've let her bowl well. They've let her bat well as well. I think that's the key. Talk about how many kind of hit me balls you're delivering in an innings, and I think for the most part, Italy have been reasonably accurate.
I was very impressed with how little extras the women have bowled this weekend.
Definitely.
I think it was a
That's
great
huge area of
improvement.
yeah, huge. That's a pretty good shot, and that's into the gap. Gap's pretty close pretty quickly. Kamudu runs around, does the fielding. So Davidson Soler is off the mark.
I'm going to have a cheeky look what the average here was for Spain and for Italy.
Well, this one is a full toss. Again, well fielded. Have a feeling this might be high-ish, but I feel because it's a slow delivery, it comes out to hit. I do think it's going to come down. So it won't be a no ball. It'll be a single only. Clipped away this time again. I've been busy out there. Yeah, that will take us to the end of the over. So the score is 30 for 1 after 5. And a pretty good over in the end. So just the 5 off that one gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Medaguch with me, who will be playing in the ECI-W. Estonia, Malta, if selected. I hope you're selected. How excited will you be to get out there? Not as an ECN Blue Crew member, but as a genuine certified international player.
I'm so excited. I'm a bit scared to finally get another opportunity, if I do, after last time's disaster. So
yeah, look, I think, well, it's an amazing bit of fielding. It's strange, but I think it's effective. Esmail Wata actually uses a little kink in the rope. She never touches the line. Look at this. Longest part of the field. Never touches it. Throws it away.
She does really well to keep her feet up so they're not touching the rope.
Yeah, like a bizarre game of Twister. This is Kieran Deep getting a bowl. I thought she bowled really well earlier. Picked up a wicket. Seemed to get her length right. Yeah, well, I suppose the thing is, look, I saw the Estonian team in the Estonia-Malta series. I know that's the same matchup again. And look, one thing I would love to see is just a bit more urgency and risk-taking from the Estonians. I know that you're part of that setup. And, I suppose, they're a little bit behind where, for example, these teams are. Look at how Spain have come along with their urgency and their, I suppose, team approach to batting. Obviously, Naomi is a little bit different gravy, but apart from that, they've got several players that, can go at that minimum run of ball and at least turn the strike over and hit the odd boundary, rather than kind of just concentrate on batting time, which I think was probably an area that cost the Estonian team a little bit last time we saw them.
Definitely. It's going to be also interesting. We have quite a few ins this time of people that missed out due to work or other.
Yeah, because that was an away series, right? So that might have caused some complications for people.
Definitely. So especially Anna-Marie Vesic, she was the former captain as well, and she is a very experienced player. I played against her in 2011.
Wow.
Germany against Estonia. So she has been playing for a long time. So very excited to have her back in the side.
Yeah, that's a good in. But yeah, I suppose it's difficult because obviously cricket's normally taught in a certain way as well, and typically defence is taught before attack. But you always have to teach it backwards here in 10 over cricket. Anyway, that'll take us to the end of the 6th over, and it's 36 for 1. There's Naomi Hillman-Bameko with 18 still there, but It's just the 4 boundaries through the first 6 overs. I think most of that's got to do with how tight the bowling's been. And Kieran Bowl's good over there, just 6. And she's a young player developing. Jaipal's daughter from Friends 11. Anyway, time for over number 7. ECS, it's hard to believe. It's calming up pretty quickly in Estonia. How many hours away is that? Probably around 16 hours away or something like that.
Yeah, time difference, 1 hour.
Yes, so it will start, probably see it in a second, but it'll start 8:30 a.m. GMT, sorry, 8:30 a.m. in Central Europe, which is 9:30 a.m. in Estonia, which is on Eastern European time. And yeah, it's got a few different dynamics, doesn't it, some of the other places that we would go in a year. So maybe touch on that. What makes Estonia a little bit different with the player makeup and things like that?
I think, especially when we get to the countries that might not be as high on the international rankings. That's a really
coming
nice
on to bowl.
sweep.
Yeah, really nice sweep. Seems a good player to have with the bat and the ball.
I always feel the impact of an ECS series is a lot bigger in countries like Estonia, like Hungary, like Romania.
Well, that's powerful strike. It's going to take some stopping in. Pedrick, she was coming, she was going, and the ball was zipping past her as Babeka gets that one out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah, she was a bit unsure if she should go to the front to maybe even try and get a low catch.
Yeah,
or
the thing is, you're probably better off coming forward and dropping the catch. At least you can stop the boundary that way.
Yep.
If you let it bounce, you're pretty much toast with that kind of one. We've seen it happen a few times over the weekend.
One spider disappeared, and I'm a bit afraid where it might have
That's all
gone.
going to your headphones.
Don't say that.
Last ball, 7th. Little dab. They decide against the run. So Spain are going to finish the 7th over. 42 for 1. Why don't we have a look then at what's coming up in the last game of the day here. Italy versus Spain, the last men's ECI match, as Italy will take on Spain. And for the first time in this series, Italy have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Now, let me tell you something. Spain didn't send out Christian because he's getting rested away leading the side, and he's let the team down because he has lost the only toss of the series for Spain.
Imagine getting a call up as the replacement captain, and you are the only one losing the toss for Spain this weekend.
Yeah, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? But oh well, they won't mind being a loser at the toss. They win the game. Spain hoping to get the series back to 3-2.
Oh, maybe it is, you win the toss, you lose the game. Except for 2 games that has been the case. So, let's see. Maybe that brings back more luck to the Spanish side in the actual game. Full toss. Pumped away for 4.
Yeah, finds the gap. That's a nice bit of hitting. I suppose it was a full toss. Just quick to spot it, get on the front foot. Just trying to think with Tashani. I haven't really seen her maybe bowling over the wicket. I think it's something she might want to try. I just think it would create a bit more of an across angle, and I think it could work for it. Sticking with the plan here. Pushes this one a little bit too far outside. That's the other thing. She has missed a bit to the left more often than missing to the right. So if she goes over the wicket, maybe she's got a bit more leeway in that channel to kind of hit that area between the off stump and the offside tram line. Goes across and punches this. Bit of a chase on, and unsuccessful chase. Naomi starts to get ticking here, passes 30, and Spain pass 50 in the 8th over.
I just got a message from Andy House, who's already in Estonia, and he says, Tallinn, what a place.
It is, though. I've been...
I mean, you are an Estonian resident.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Not that they see me that much with the amount of time I'm doing on the tour. I love Tallinn. This is knocked away for a single. And yeah, these are the trouble twins, I call them, that are out there. They're not actually related, but just always seems they're whispering to each other and maybe getting up to mischief. They were my commentary partners once as well in Cardamom, the ECI-W last year.
Yeah, similar
Had both
age as well.
twins. Yeah, I think so.
I think 17 and
They've
17 and a
become,
half.
like, I don't know what you call it, but like if it was a men's side, you'd call it a bromance. Now, what's it called?
Cis-mans.
Yeah, cis-mans. Doesn't really have a ring to it.
No.
Someone else help me out. Cis-mans.
Sister love.
Sister lovers. Probably slightly better. Yeah, but that's great. They'd enjoy batting together, I'm sure. There's nothing better than batting someone that you're close friends with off the field and just enjoying
It's the best.
that.
And it makes things like running between the wickets a lot easier. You know
Yeah.
each other so well that you trust each other.
And a quick no call there from both. Good example. As that's a fairly tidy spell in the end from Tashani. She's going to end up with figures of none for 19, and the score is 56 for 1 after 8, as this one is winding down. Spain, some outside chance, I suppose, of 31 of 2 overs for a point, but it's looking reasonably unlikely. They've just dipped below that blue line. You can see it there. There's normally a word for everything these days with the advent of the internet, so I'll leave that maybe with the chat. But yeah, I do like calling them the Trouble Twins. But they're not really trouble. Great to see so many supporters and family members also travelling.
Womans.
A womance. Yeah, better. Thank you, internet. That's normally, I've become the Corey. Corey normally puts things out there and makes me Google it. And, it's a womance, like spelled like womance. But I think it's meant to be a womance instead of
Romance.
bromance. I think it's how it's
Yeah,
pronounced.
probably. Soul sisters.
Soul Sisters is cool as well. Anyway, good to see again an opportunity for someone else to have an over here, and Surini Dalawata is going to bowl. First one, just losing it down the leg side. But yeah, Italy, I've loved their approach. I think finding that balance between being competitive, but then also finding ways to be successful using different combinations and different players and trying to develop the whole group. Both teams have tried to do that. For Italy, maybe it's been a little bit more of a challenge, but they've done very well.
Yeah, but I guess at this point, all of the Italian players are bringing some sort of experience with them already. So
Yeah.
it's I guess the need to do that is not as. I also know they have a bit more of a developed regional league, so all of the girls get more game time than the Spanish. I
That's
think.
true.
So that builds your experience a lot as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point you make. Sunuri just trying to get the rhythm right here. This is hit. It's going to blast through to Elisha. They picked out the fielder. Not the first time we've seen the outfield eat up a fielder this weekend. Might not be the last either. There's a better delivery, though, from Sunuri. Kind of forces an offside shot, but it's a pretty well struck shot from Bermejo, who gets 4.
She's just such a good player. I just imagine, I mean, she's 17 now. Give her 10 years, she still has plenty of cricket in front of her. Imagine
Definitely.
how good she will be.
Yeah, and just the experience getting into it at such an early age, I think is huge as well. Just going to go get some numbers on Sunuri, who's also still fairly young. She's just had her 15th birthday, so again.
Wow. Oh, I feel so old.
Yeah, so obviously kind of at the start of her international cricket journey. Well, that's pretty well bowled. A fraction short. This is right into the gap. Couldn't have threaded it any better. And so Hilma Bermejo just accelerated a bit. Had a lot of the strike, actually. That's 30 balls faced. But she does move into the 40s, 41 now.
Sally gets the dive out, but unfortunately can't quite get there.
Sandstorm. Can't believe how well this field's held up, actually.
I'm surprised.
Considering how much rain we got in that first week. Just that one storm, really. We thought it would be a bit more of a mud wrestling arena than a cricket arena next day, and it was fine. Occasionally just losing one down the leg side here. Sunuri Dalawata. Have to bowl that one again.
One of the players said it feels a little bit like playing beach cricket.
Beach cricket. So who doesn't love beach cricket?
Yeah, it's phenomenal. International beach cricket.
They had, I
should we
know
do
this
this?
is an Australian thing, but there was a beach cricket series where they'd bring back the retired players, and they had like an arena on the beach with
Lovely.
grandstands and everything. Kind of like, plastic ball, things like that. I think you batted for like 4 overs each or something, or 3 overs. If you get out, you lose 5. But if someone took a one-handed catch, you'd lose 7.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
I like that rule. Should we implement that rule?
Losing runs, though. Well, yeah, if one-handed catch, then both batters are out. Imagine how stiff you'd be.
Oh,
That's
my
what I
God.
think, like a double play. Again, I'm going to show you the power of YouTube. And a lot of our viewers are watching on right now.
One-handed catch should get an extra minute.
Oh, yeah. To celebrate.
Okay, I'm going to have a cheeky look.
You can have a cheeky look. I'll cover this for you. Yes, Nuri.
Okay, shorts.
Oh, well, that's almost one leg shorter than the other because that almost knocks her foot off there to Lisha, but she does make the stop. Unorthodox. It saves 4.
What
If
a
you're watching
what a
If you're
lineup.
watching a game, here's the lineup. It's Alan Border captaining, Mark Waugh, Stuart Law, Darren Lehman, Jason Gillespie, Damien Fleming and Michael Kasparovich playing for Australia. Who are they playing against? Is this New Zealand?
It looks like New Zealand.
Nathan Aslan, Mark Crow.
That is a great arena.
Yeah, it's not like a rubber pitch. They're wearing that zinc. And it's pretty cool, isn't it?
Only inner gloves
Yeah, no need for pads.
and shorts.
Yeah.
Okay,
This is on the Gold
recommend,
Coast.
I recommend this. Give this a watch.
I'm going to put this in the chat as well so people can have a little gander. Maybe between games. Dizzy can open the ball. I'm going to commentate the beach cricket. Keepers don't have gloves. Who's that behind stumps? And it's sponsored by Forex, which is a type of beer, and I'm wondering how much the players might have consumed before these games. But yeah, cool. Area for a crowd.
Now we have a beer sponsor for our big tournaments. Maybe we should get like ECI beer sponsors.
That's a good idea. Well, half the players underage, probably not helpful, but
True. Good point. Although, some parts of Europe, 16 is the drinking age.
I always think that we've got the greatest form of the game, but is beach cricket the greatest form of the game? This one just misses the mark down the leg side again. A little bit of a shimmy from Assel as he just whips one away from Jason Gillespie, and just one really holds up in the sand there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not the quickest outfit, I imagine.
Who's that keeping? Is that Border? I think Border's keeping without gloves. All right, this is going in
Okay.
the chat. You can watch the rest of it yourself, but then come back to ECM.
Double screen.
Double screen it if you need to. Pretty
No.
well. And Bartram does well to block it. So yeah, late bid perhaps for a point. Delawata, I suppose, a little bit of an inconsistent over, but when she got on target, she looked like she had the goods there, like her mechanics. End of 9, and Spain are 70 for 1. 17 off this over if they're going to take something out of this game.
So who's going to bowl the last over? It looks like they're going for Kumudu Patrick.
This is where give Methnara an over.
Just see how she goes.
What do you got?
With the MVP award on the line.
Yeah.
To add a bit of pressure.
Kumidu, obviously, she's done so much for Italian cricket. And handing over the reins during the series, captaincy reins, so she can just concentrate on playing. And Spain have kind of fought through this innings, but don't think they've given them too much for the majority of the innings. Maybe a few other options being used. Kumidu, it's been a bit of redemption for her. Remember, she was bowling that last over last night. Couldn't quite get Italy to hang on.
Yeah, she didn't bowl bad. It was just they were in such good touch at this point that
This one is going to miss the mark on the off stump. Himo Bameko, maybe she can reach 50 here. Running out of time, running out of balls. And she won't get anything off that. But now she will.
oh,
Well, now would this have been out, do you think, if it had hit? What it has done, it's probably cost Naomi a fair chance at the half century because now she's at the other end.
very selfless.
Cricket IQ from Bartram playing party pooper. Try and keep Naomi in the 40s. We'll get the strike back though as Andrea will hit it down the pitch. I'm trying to think if this is the first. We haven't had too many mixed ECIs, have we? But first brother and sister combination. I know they played together also in Spain, Czechia.
Yep.
But
Probably is.
yeah, this one is fraction short, and that is going to be 4. Nice shot. So, well, maybe it is on here. She's on 47. There's 2 balls to go. Be a bright way for Naomi to exit the tournament. This is where you've got to go for 2. If you hit it, any chance, you've got to go for 2. Give yourself a shot. Naomi, well, it'd be very Naomi if she finishes 49 not out to go with her 99 not out that she scored last year against Malta. Third umpire still, I think, having flashbacks about that.
Yep.
Anyway, go on, run. Oh, I don't see how she's going to get 2 here. So she's going to be stranded. Unless we have like a wide +1 or something like that.
No ball and a single. Gets a free hit.
But Kumuru doesn't bowl extras. She ain't bowling a wide or a no ball.
Don't jinx her.
Impossible. Anyway, here's the last ball of the series. Right on the money. It's quite a good shot. Bartram goes for glory. And it goes from new captain to old captain. So that's kind of a fitting way for Italy to finish things off. And Spain are going to finish on 80. So again, it's not a bad total at all. The 80, obviously not quite enough to get the point. Not far off that. Obviously not enough to get the win either. But Spain, I think they fight really hard. In the end, 4 games to 1. Italy, probably a fair reflection of the difference between the 2 sides. But still, a lot of positivity, a lot of development. 2 sides going place. In fact, they'll end the season on ECN in the 2nd edition of the ECI-W. Wishing all the best to them for their cricket journey during the summer. Italy, Spain in the men coming up in match number 5. And that first ball will be in 25 minutes. Italy win the toss, finally, and electing to bat first. No Christian Munoz-Mills in there. Spain, well, they kind of crumbled with the bat in match 4, and they'll be keen to at least finish on a positive. Again, at the moment, they're losing the series 3-1. And Rajmani, I notice, comes back in for Italy. So, I've got to say, it was some nice shots hit, but it was kind of the exception rather than rule, wasn't it? Because the Italian bowling, I think, was pretty tight. They throw the ball around as well. So despite just losing 1 wicket during the innings, Spain just unfortunately not able to go at the kind of rate to be competitive. But again, I think it just shows you the depth of this Italian side, that they're able to go to different bowling options. They're able to go to basically different players in key positions and still win fairly comfortably. That was a valiant effort again, and that's what I love to see as well, the players putting full effort in to the last. And Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, well, not too far off the half century, but just kind of ran out of time. Faced 35 balls for 48 in that innings. Did score 9 boundaries in there. Chilongia with a boundary as well in her 6th. Andrea Davidson-Soler kind of picked out the fielders a few times. She did finish with 12 not out. She would have a pretty good average though, Andrea. Didn't get out too often, certainly not here on day 2. As far as the bowling went, like I said, they did throw it around, didn't they? They used 9 different bowlers in there. Still a bit disappointed we didn't get to see McNara, but probably fitting that the outgoing captain, Hedrick, did get it over in there. And how about that wicket maiden snuck in the middle from Delisha, capping off what was a pretty successful series for her. Well, Mita, thanks so much for joining me in the commentary box.
Thank you for having me.
Another successful ECI-W, and ECI for that matter. And I suppose we'll see you maybe behind the scenes a little bit during the Estonian series, but then of course on the field at the end. Now we better get out of here because we're going to do the trophy ceremony, and we'll show that a little bit later on.
Yes, I'm really looking forward to it.
Let's get organising. We'll take a break back in around about 20 minutes to take you into the final match of our Brescia adventure. It'll be the men taking centre stage. Italy batting first against Spain. Until then, Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo with Mita Gooch, and we'll see you after the break for more ECI Italy.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the last match of our Brescia adventure, as it will be Italy-Spain doing battle in the last ECI men's match of the weekend, match number 5. Now we know, a bit like the women's scoreline, it is 3-1 going into the final match. So Italy, they will take the trophy no matter what, but I'm sure Spain, a lot to play for individually and collectively. Now, interesting, Spain have won 9 out of 9 tosses, and the scoop is that Christian Munoz-Mills is sitting out. He's resting this last game, which means Always Ahmed will lead the side for the first time. But the most important thing, can he keep the perfect run alive of coin tosses? Can it be 10 out of 10? Let's find out as the two captains are with Tyrone Peters.
Spain's a call. Yeah. Tails a call. And it's ahead.
Always Ahmed, well, he's into the captaincy position, but he's lost the first toss of the weekend. And a bit like the cooler coming out when the player's on a hot streak, always coming out and changing the luck. Spain kind of need to change luck on the field, don't they? They've had a tough weekend. Did have one win. To be honest, it was a really classic game first up in match 3. They won by 4 runs, and Italy, big favourites going to this, 72% winning the toss and electing to bat. Just having another peek at that lineup card. Rajmani comes back in for Team Italy. Christian Munoz-Mills, I mentioned he's out. And just looking at this lineup, it's a similar looking lineup, to be honest. Arslan's had a pretty good series. Also going to put it out there. Who's your MVP for this weekend? Omar Ali gets another chance for Spain. I think he'll open up in the second half of this game. Alec Davidson-Soler will stay behind the stumps, but always takes the captain's armband. Snehith ready. Another opportunity for him. I know he would love to get on the board with some runs in the series. Now, it is the last game of our weekend, last game of our adventure here in Brescia. So if you do have some random questions, feel free to throw them in. Had a pretty dramatic day already. Need a cup finishing with some rain. Belgium getting across the line over the previously undefeated French. But anyway, right here, it's time for the start of match 5. It's going to start with a 6. Maximo! Zayn Ali has been an absolute beast, and he's definitely in the MVP conversation. Starts with a little clip and a teeth. Just gets too close to those pads again. Just an easy kind of guide to the bat. Shows you what Italy are probably thinking. ECC still a fair way off. Around about 4.5 months or so. But it does look like a combination they've stuck with pretty much every game. So they're trying to get games into this opening pair, batting together. Then you've got options at 3. Several options like Rajmani, probably like Amish Sharif as well. I mean, Joy Pereira even, potentially. A little bit of a back away dab and slightly mishandled, but not costing anything. Just a single. To bring Zayn Nakvi on the strike. Now, Zayn's kind of threatened, but never hit a big score. So I'm sure he's got a bit of a point to prove. I do think they're pretty set with him at the top of the order, although we have seen him kind of bat in the middle order for Italy as well and do pretty well in that position as well. Great to see some of the chat going on at the moment. Nakvi to face the Teef. Teef gets one through. See, both these teams, they've got a lot of similarities. Both like to open with left arm pace. And similar bowlers. Mohamed Atif for Spain became the first ECN cricketer to reach the 150 wicket milestone. Did that yesterday. It's actually the wicket of Zayn Ali. That was his 150th scalp. Hassan Ali for Italy. Expect him to open. Played every game. A little bit too short this time, and it's hooked away. That'll be 4. So Nakvi moves into good position early here. Watch it, doesn't try and hit too hard. No, there's nobody back there. Any piece of it's going to run away to the boundary. Teeth. Slightly expensive so far. It's that rolling cutter. Go to it any time. Kept in the infield pretty well. Well blocked by Booney. Gets the whole body behind it. Bit of an advantage he's got in that position. Down the leg side has been called wide. Good movement from Alec Davidson Sol there. Just saw a fair bit of his sister batting in the last innings for the Spain women's side. Atif looking for an early strike. Last ball of his over. That's a decent one. Is there an edge here? Umpire doesn't look convinced. There's an element of doubt there. Did have a little noise, but even the appeal kind of gathered momentum. I don't know. It just seemed like no one was quite sure if it was an edge or not, but it will be the end of the first over. 12 without loss after 1. Here's the upcoming event, so we've updated it now. So Estonia starting tomorrow. Portugal starts on Tuesday. That's a night series. Various T20 international cricket there in the Netherlands and Romania, even ECS England. But then we've got June on there now. So Cyprus in the first half of June and Czechia in the second half of June. Now both of those series, or both of those tours, if you like, have a European cricket series, but also have mixed ECIs, just like this weekend. And they also have some T20 internationals attached as well. So too much cricket is never enough at the moment on ECN. Shiraz Iqbal, bowled well earlier. This is one that takes off a bit on Davidson Solan. We're going to have the dreaded Minimo to start. Don't think that got anything. Yeah, it's going to be 5 wide. Tyrone continues out there in the middle. Yeah, ledge, and unfortunately for Soler, ends up with dust in his mouth again. Again, wrong-footed to his left, and that's going to be 4. Zane Ali. Not a shot will hang on the wall, but he'll take the result. Iqbal. Stands tall. Bit of a tight single, and we got trouble. It's not going to cost him a run in the end. The backup of the backup will be able to field that one. Right, that's up. It's in the air, and it should be a simple catch. It is. And Always Ahmed making his captaincy debut of the Spanish national side. He doesn't have the gloves on, but no trouble at all. Nakfi, again, I'll be disappointed that he's not able to put on a big score here. Right at the end of the bat. Just need to get over the infield, but he couldn't quite manage. And that is the first wicket down. 22 for 1. So Sharif gets the nod at number 3, replacing his fresh tropical teammate. Big swing and a miss this time, and Sharif doesn't spend too much time hanging around. Sharif probably looking for the wrong shot there. Zainali has a word to him. Both these players based in this region, the north of Italy. Oh, look at this glove ejection. Hey, Alec, how does he get this glove off? He takes it, just missed it out of shot there. He just goes the old, throws a bit of shade and the glove comes off. No need to throw in the end. At least 67% at the moment. Reasonably quietened in the first 2 overs. And Sharif again just kind of goes leg side, goes wandering and can't catch up with it. End of the over. Iqbal's had a good weekend, I think, with the ball. Take 1 for 10 there. Italy 22 for 1 after 2. So having a look at the table, we can see 3-1 at the moment to Italy, and so best Spain could do is 3-2 loss, but 3-2 looks a lot better than 4-1. Up in the air, and this is catchable as well. He's got to make a lot of ground. He's going to take it. Omar Ali, fantastic outfield catch. Had to contend with a few things there. Kind of swirling, it was curving. But Zain Ali is the next to go. So both openers are removed. And Spain flying the flag here in match 5. It's Murad Ali that comes on, draws that kind of hanging outside edge. Italy lost a second wicket. The score is 22 for 2. Nice catch by Omar. Back in the side. He missed out in the only other time we've seen him bat. Actually had a bit of a disappointing time in it, getting retired out for 8. But I think he'll get another opportunity to kind of see what he's all about, to test his game at this next level. Murad, perfect start for him now. Simran's been in good form. Maybe a little bit overexcited there. Murad just loses his run. Simran gets kind of played before at the Carlton Royal for Italy, but it's kind of playing as, well, you say specialist fielder, but almost kind of batting around 8 or something like that. But he's really shown that he can hold down a spot in the top 4. He's in cracking form. Right on cue. Misses the first ball he faces, but he's certainly shown it something. Murad is zippy. First time I've seen him bowling on something that's not wood with carpet nailed over the top, and I've liked what I've seen. Pitched up, crunched, not handled correctly or successfully, but good enough for Matthew Rahman. Wasn't he the hero back in match 3? Defending 9 the last over, he took 3 for 3. It's crazy stuff. Dot for Simi. This time he wants to get off the mark, and he will. Alec spent a bit of time on the ground so far, the keeper. They've kind of shared that role a little bit. No Isan in this squad. And to be honest, they've got a few different options. Easton often plays as a bat. And a very part-time bowler for Team Spain. That's skied. Anyone? It's going back. It's going back. Alex after it. And he makes a really good effort. I think it's been kicked back into play. Wow, this is a sensational bit of work from Alex to even get anywhere near this. I lost him in the sandstorm. I think he gets gloves to this. Almost. He might have got half a finger, but he could only go one glove. That shows not often the keeper has to go one glove, but he had to get that extra reach. Great effort. Murad was pretty close to a second wicket there. That's cracked away, and that's going to be 6. Good shot. Really good shot from Sharif. Just kind of holds his position a little bit better this time. Okay, yeah, he still takes a kind of one step, kind of opening up, but Maximo to finish the over. 31 for 2 after 3. Twelve, 10 and 9 in the power play. Kind of thought around 140 or so is par. I suppose it's played out a little bit lower, mainly because Spain bats haven't really clicked the way they would have hoped. Clicked away this time by Simran. We'll get a single. So, yeah. Iqbal being brought back. I think that makes sense. Not a really good first over. Swing and a miss. Iqbal seems to have the answers at the moment, doesn't he? Sharif, he's not quite himself. Whacked that 6 last ball last over. Apart from that, hasn't really been too consistent with his early strokes. Right, up in the air. This is going to fly out of the ground. Maximo. Sharif, again, he kind of holds his position a little bit better this time, I think. Kind of keeps that back foot in play, in line a bit longer. It disappears out of the ground. 6 runs. A lot of feedback that people enjoyed Meta's commentary in the last game. And I've got to say, I did as well. Look out for in the trophy ceremony that we'll show at the end of this 10 overs. Great effort here. It's a bit of a wipeout job. That's Danny Long Martinez, who's been put into the El Capitan zone. That's he almost turns nothing into something there, Danny. Sharif moves to 18. Six runs. What a shot that is. Well, never underestimate the good old-fashioned hoik. He just basically gives us the old, how you like it. That's out of the ground. 6 runs, Maximo time on a sunny Sunday. And he practices another version of the hoik, which is slightly more stylish. But who cares? That's 6 runs. Iqbal, he's been pretty good, but the last 3 balls have all gone to the boundary or over. Trying to close out his spell here. He's got 1 for 27. Last ball of the 4th. This is going to be challenging, and it's going to blast through Danny Longmortinos as well. Well, this ain't the Green Meadows of the UK, and unfortunately, he gets caught in the sandstorm once again. And almost snags himself in a rope like a baby deer at the same time. End of the 4th over. 50's up for Italy, and it's 52 for 2. Time for a change of pace, I think. We might see Amir Hamza in the 5th over. I've said this before, I'd love to see all the best fielders in world cricket try and field on some of the grounds in Europe. Not that this is the worst by any means, but it's just challenging. You're going to get inconsistent bounces. You've got a rock hard ball coming at you that's getting absolutely belted. Hamza comes on. Simran, first time he's started slowly for a while. I was saying that when he was playing for Punjab, who were the ECS champions, there were times he was kind of, I suppose, a little bit bogged down early in his innings. But often he would break out of it. Hasn't really been the case in this international series. I think with a better standard of bowling. Seems to have cracked that boundary early. It's got him going. Anyway, this is in the air. And I think Hamza's going to have to go for it himself. And he'll take it. Well, easy as you like, running back with the flight. And so that's going to be the end of Sharif. He does hit a few on the way to 28, but now he's got to go. And Amir Hamza, well, he must have done his homework with the wind because it was just drifting back to him slightly. And he certainly made that look pretty easy. So Sharif, again, frustration for him. Again, he's one, Sharif. I have a feeling they may have batted him a bit lower at times because he's like a lock for them in probably the top 3. But he'll be pretty annoyed, I'm sure, to go up that stage after getting a start. 53 for 3. Here's Joy Pereira. And how good was he before? First match of the day. Back 66 off 26. He came in at 21 for 5. Anyway, Pereira, I mean, he would have to bat in at least a cap or a helmet anyway because he would cause an unusual amount of reflection with this afternoon sun. He's one of the shinier heads going around in world cricket. It's not easy to find a helmet that he can get over. He's got the Muhammad Babar problem, actually. He's facing Hamza first up. Chopped away. Oh, Tortuga's got him, and that's probably going to roll to the boundary. It does. Oh, Muhammad Atif doesn't miss too many. And I'll say the same thing I said a moment ago with a slight variation. This isn't the beautiful artificial turf of Barcelona right now. This is Tortuga Central. That one had the crazy bounce. Maybe the double Tortuga there. Now thick hedge, and that's going to run away for 4 as well. I was just watching Corey's reactions on these. That's good bowling by Hamza. Genuine outside edge and runs away. And Babar Khan. I will say it's probably the hottest part of the day right now, 27 degrees. Chasing balls into the dust probably wasn't on your bucket list, but that's what Babar finds himself doing. Pereira, 8 off 2, smoking him. Misses. Hamza's bowled a pretty good over here. In the end, it'll just go for the 9. Italy, 61 for 3 after 5. Been a great 2 weeks here. Been a really great facility to bring in the cricket. Welcome into the Cube. One of the last times, although we will have a quick trophy ceremony at the end of this game. We'll just have the the two captains of the MVP to say a few words. We did do a trophy ceremony a little while ago for the women's ECI, and stay tuned for that. We'll actually play it in the halftime break of this game right now, and that's because the players are already off. They're preparing to fly back, and yeah, most of them will be back for the start of the working week. That's crazy what's happening in European cricket at the moment. Well, these players, they are amateur, they've got lives, they're jetting off to different locations, but everyone's enjoyed opportunity to represent their country this weekend. Great to see kind of a mixture of names we know playing for the country and a few new faces in the national team. A lot of these ones in Spain, of course, we have seen a lot in the ECS. They've had varying amounts of national team exposure. As this is the hero from this morning, Matthew Rahman bowling at over number 6. Came on to bowl his only over of the game, just when Italy were back ahead. A crazy topsy-turvy chase. Had Italy 21 for 5 at one stage, then Joy Pereira came out and absolutely bashed him. Arslan was a good ally for him. Got it down to 9 off the last over. And Matthew Rahman took 3 for 3. Won the game for Spain. In the air, but that's going to travel out of the ground. Maximo straight over the camera 1. Give him 6 for the shot and 3 for the conversion, because this is straight as it gets. Yes, I suppose in the women's it's kind of cool as well, because we saw, again, a lot of players we have seen before in the last year or so, but also saw a couple of new players coming through, didn't we? Great to have a look at Alenia Sims for the first time. For example, Deepa from Spain was another really good find. Another UK-based player. Spain doing reasonably well here. Kind of keeping it more or less an even contest at 44% at the moment. Italy expected to get 129. Simranjit 4 off 8. Trying to catch up. 4 off 9 now. Matthew Rahman. The speed gun, he might have gone up about 30% since he bowled that match-winning over back in match 3. I mean, yeah, he looks like a guy you get to tutor your kid if they're falling behind in social studies, but yeah, he's a good cricketer, and he can do it with the bat, with the ball. Formerly held the record jointly for the fastest century, 27 balls, and that monster 229 Badalona Shaheen total. Low full toss, tempted Yorker, but almost just as good. Danny Long Martinez probably thankful to get one in the mitts. That's the end of the 6th over, and Italy 70 for 3. Matty Rahman goes for 9, and only 9 in that 6th over. $15 off 5 for Joy Pereira, but Simran's had a rough time. 5 off 10 so far. It just shows you with cricket, you never know. Sometimes you come out, even on the same day. One innings you can be off to a flyer, another innings you might not. Amir Hamza's coming back to bowl a 2nd over. First one, he goes for it and he gets it pretty good. Maximo Rabani takes it. Get him out there. He's had a bit of a workload, Rabani, you can understand. So caught Rabani, bowled Hamza. The result, 6 runs. Maximo to start the over. Simran trying to bat himself out a bit of a hole. Gets back to run a ball 11 now. All right, false shot this time. Catchable. Aways takes it, and they've caught pretty well, haven't they, Spain? As it'll be 6 and out for Simranjit Singh. And the captain makes it look easy. We all know that when you become captain of Team Spain, you also automatically become the best fielder. Always having to take responsibility. He's been pretty good so far. Christian Munoz-Mills, the regular captain, out of the lineup for match 5. Italy will lose their 4th wicket now, 76 for 4. But this will bring together the partnership that really got Italy back into the game from nowhere this morning. They came together at 21 for 5. They then put 106 on for the 6th wicket. So 21 for 5 became 127 for 5 before Arslan was run out off the last ball, the 9th over, when he kind of slipped over. And then Matthew Rahman would close the game out, including a big wicket of Joy Pereira for 66 in the last. Full toss, but this might work out. As Danny takes it, and once again they catch well. They're going to check this one for height. It's close. My instinct is that it's not a no ball. But hey, what do I know? Picture tells 1,000 words. Oh, and Always is blocking the camera. Where is he? Give us a look at him. I think that's, to me, it looks okay. Bent leg coming down. I think it's probably out. But again, Always, yeah, he's not giving us a good look at that at all. But it's given out, and well, it won't be a good time this time between these two. The partnership lasts exactly 1 ball. And things changing pretty quickly at the moment. Well, don't underestimate the luck fact. That's the ball you thought might be hit into the jet ski park, but instead it's skied. And once again, a very good catch taker. Danny Long Martinez this time takes it, and so this will bring out Rajmani Sandhu. One thing we haven't had this weekend is a hat trick. I will say it might take more than a full toss to bring up the hat trick, but let's see what happens. Left-hander comes out, Rajmani, batting 7, 76 for 5. Halfway through the 7th over. It's a nice little square drive, digs it out of nowhere. There's Rajmani, runs away for 4. It's almost a perfect Yorker, to be honest. The pitch is right between his feet. Rajmani. This time he's on the walk. Kind of lose his shape. It could be another catch. Oh, he almost reaches it. Another sandstorm is going to be fought, but I do think that it was worth going for the catch there. The value of a wicket's pretty significant here. I think he almost gets 2 hands, so it's not an easy one at this time of day either, kind of battling the sun. Rajmani gets a bit lucky, falls off the shot, 4 runs scored. Rajmani could easily be batting at the top at number 3. Very deep water, this Italian side. Now it's as pretty as a picture, up and out of the ground. Maximo. And this one certainly is probably the most convincing of the lot. Just giving a little bit of length to the left-hander. Up and out of here. And that takes us to the end of the over as well. The score is 90 for 5. Well, coming up tomorrow, I know we're all pretty excited. I'll be going overnight on the Red Eye Express. Talon Strikers take on the Talon Super Riders in the first game of our ECS Estonia. First time back there since July 2020. And let me tell you, the world was a very different place back then. We'll also see the famous Talon Hippos and the Mustame Bulls on day 1. Join Rico Full, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India. Give Rico a big warm welcome back. And say hi for me. I'll probably be in transit, but I plan to be there probably around the middle of the day for day 1. Don't want to miss out on our return to Estonia after a 4-year absence. I think you'll really enjoy the ground and the play group there as well. Latif comes back in the 8th and has a win early. Keep an eye on those percentages. Italy's still favourites, listed to score 131. I don't know, I bet there's a few Spanish bats that are pretty keen to get some runs here. It's been pretty lean, pretty mean for runs for Equipo Rojo. Another good ball from Latif. To be honest, I wouldn't change anything. Even if you can show your cards, if Joy hasn't hit a couple, I think you stick with it. Make him establish he can do something with it. Spain's percentage climbing after a couple of dots. Well, hits middle stump. 2 stumps left, but the batter makes his crease fairly easily. Well, the straightest of straight drives. The stump's the unofficial 12th man. Teef's going dot, dot, dot with the help of the stumps. Dot, 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 dot. Well, blocked by Davidson Soler behind the stumps. It's a great over. For Spain, that is. He's going to get a French cut for 4. No justice, really. Teef. I suppose he had a bit of luck when the middle stump saved 1 run, but and 4 runs. As Tony Gregg would say, right off the vegetable of the bat. Last ball, the 8th then at Teef. Still a brilliant over. Now in the air, but I don't think this is carrying. But can anyone reach it? Oh, potential collision. And the fact that it's only a single probably is better than potential injury there. Didn't really get the communication right there. They're also battling the sun in that part of the ground, but it'll just be a long, I think 2 in the end. But anyway, it'll be the end of the over. Score is 96 for 5. Great over by Teef. Dot, 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 4-2. 4 was a French cut, the 2 was a drop catch. Oh no, looks like he might have took that at the end of the finger. Did kind of look that way, didn't it? It's an external injury, so he could always kind of come off, still has the ability to bat. Oh, okay. Well, I've just seen a poll in the chat, and it's, who is your favourite Davidson Soler? Alec or Andrea? This will be an interesting one to follow. Well done to the robot for putting that in. Keep me up to date on the numbers. Murad gets pretty close to knocking over the stumps. And there's Alec. He's got the quick glove ejection. But can't prevent a run. It's a good run. I mean, think about what the keeper has to do here. Has to gather it first and try and throw it. So yeah, let's see how that goes. I'm sure the robot will leave that up for a while. Played pretty carefully this time. Spain, I wonder with that, they may go back to 50-50 in the game. See that. Danilo Martinez has been replaced by Rabani for Spain. It's a shame. It definitely was kind of put off by, I think it was Reddy that was coming around from deep mid-wicket. Hit pretty hard, but pretty good stop. Now, whether it stops it going to the boundary, I don't know. It doesn't. Wow, good effort there from Reddy. And that will be 4 more to the total. Okay, so early polling. Who's your favourite Davidson Soler? And Alex, 77%, and Andrea, 23%. High drama. That's a pretty good pull shot. He's going to crack it straight over long on's head. Maximo. Well, someone hide Danny. I don't know where he's gone. But he's already taken one blow. It's a classy shot. Rajmani, I know he's been working on just trying to stay a bit stiller at the crease. Maybe don't have too many pre-movements. Now walks at it. And could this be stopped? It's a great bit of fielding down there. Really nice work to keep that to 1. I think that's Shrazik Bull down there. Murad, let's give him some credit. He's had his ups, he's had his downs in the series, but he's continued to steam in all the way into game 5 here. He's got 1 for 21 as his figures. Last ball of his spell coming up. This should just be a single down the ground to the straight man, because now the substitute fielder Rabani, and that'll take us to the end of 9. Italy 110 for 5. This game's pretty even right now. A reminder that we will be having the trophy ceremony, brief ceremony for the ECI-W. We'll be broadcasting that during the halftime break of this game. So stay tuned for that. Great opportunity to have a bit of a chat with 2 captains as well as revealing the MVP for the ECI-W. Now, here's Matty, the 10th over specialist. He's going to bowl to Pereira. He hasn't had a lot of the strike, especially lately. Last overtime. Second last time we'll have a last over here in Brescia. And it's Matthew Rahman. First one's not really going anywhere. Knocked into the ground, just a single. That's a win. This is on a knife's edge, this game. Percentages, keep an eye on them. Spain 47%, 48% after that single. Rajmani 25 off 7 has certainly kept Italy ahead, albeit just in this first innings. Sandu faces up. Cracks it over the offside. Nobody back at deep point. That's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, if Matty is going to go for a few in the 10th, this is probably better than if it was before. But still wants to keep it tight because they certainly have it down to something chaseable. 117 now, 4 balls remaining. I suppose you just hope Danilo Martinez would be available to bat. I suppose they've got other options they could put ahead of him if required. I'm sure he's keen to get out there and score some runs. He's not the only one for Spain, I'll tell you that much. This is pulled away. That's into another gap. And that's going to be for clever batting, really. Rajmani. It sounds funny, but I think he's scoring quicker when he's not trying to hit the ball so hard. He's got the power anyway. Just good shot selection there. Gets to the side of it and turns away to the leg side. What from us? Three to come, then 120. How high can Italy climb here? That's a pretty good shot. That's into the gap as well. That's going to be for Matti, not quite hitting his spot. He was so good at hitting Yorker when he needed to earlier. But he gives Rajmani something to play with, and he says, yeah, I'll do it. Two to come then. Italy chasing 130s. Won't get there yet. 126 with the ball to go. Atif finds himself as the next guy in the hot spot. So 1, 2, 6. Really comes down to the fact, can Spain's batting finally get going? Pereira. Looks like a guy that could wrestle you to the ground with just a dirty look. He's facing up. He's 24. Last ball of the 10. And he'll nick a 4. So 130 it'll be. Matti Rahman is going to end up with a magical over in the last 20 come off it. But to be fair, it wasn't all his fault. Hey, look, 130. It's a really good test for Spain. I think it's kind of maybe a roundabout par if you go on the run rates in this series so far. I mean, there's a lot of Spanish bats that want to prove themselves. No Christian Munoz Mills in the lineup. Don't forget Daniel Martinez. Well, hopefully he recovers from that finger knot to be able to get a hit if required. Let's go and have a look at the start of this one. Spain just trying to fight to get back to 3-2. 3-2 always looks better than 4-1. And always leading the side was a bit of a ball magnet, wasn't he, early? That was a great catch by Omar Ali. He's another player, I'm sure, would love to take this opportunity with both hands. Alec Davidson-Soler wipes himself out in the sand, but I love it. He's being aggressive, trying to turn that into an opportunity. I mean, Sharif did hit a few decent blows, 3 6s in his 28. But Kenny Long Martinez was having a bit of a tough time down the ground. That was a good caught and bowled by Amir Hamza to get Sharif. And remember, the Giants again weren't able to do too much in the opening combination, so it was kind of left to some others. And Pereira, again, led from the front. He ended up with 28 not out. But after Arslan went first ball, it was actually Rajmani. And that's something about that number 7 slot, I think, is the key. That was Arslan getting out, but then Raj came out and he was able to get 40 of just 11 balls. 5 4s, 3 6s in there. So it has been a bit of a tough day at the office for all the players, I think. As the Mercury's been climbing, the score's been climbing as well. It ends up at 130 for 5. 14 out from Rajmani Sandhu. Everyone's going to want to bat number 7 soon for Italy because that's where the runs have been scored today. 28s as well. Pereira undefeated on that score. Amir Sharif with that score. He's batting 3. Zain Ali and Zain Naqvi not really getting going the way they wanted, but not wasting too much time. Simran did kind of battle back after a very slow start. Ended up going 6 and out for 11. Bowling-wise, well, Latif, I think, was excellent early. None for 18 were his figures. Hamza cleaned up with a wicket 3 for 29 and singles to Shiraz Iqbal and Murad Ali. Matti Rahman, well, he had the tough task to bowl in the last. Did go magical, but I think Spain, they're near enough if they're good enough. 131 will be the target. So what we will do now, instead of going to the break, I want to just remind everyone that we'll be showing the trophy ceremony of the ECI-W. So stand by for that in just a few seconds. It was fantastic to be there and to present the winner's trophy, the MVP, and also have a chat
to both captains. So let's stand by now for the trophy ceremony for this weekend's ECI-W Italy-Spain. Hello everybody and welcome to the trophy ceremony for the ECI-W Italy-Spain. It has been our honour to be spending the last 2 weeks in Brescia, and now we just have a very quick and fairly informal trophy ceremony. I want to congratulate firstly all the players, first and foremost, to both teams. It was a really hard-fought series. It's a long weekend of cricket, isn't it? 5 matches across 2 days. I know, obviously, the Spanish team must be pretty excited for you to travel and play away. I know Italy, you were thrilled to play on home soil as well. Now, just before we go, I want to say a big thank you to our partners. We couldn't do what we do without Dream 11 fan code, as well as Paramatch and HCL Software, also Local Lifestyle, have provided these fantastic trophies that you see Bizaway Travel to get us all around Europe, which is pretty tough a lot of the time. Now, firstly, I just want to have a quick word with the runner-up captain, Amy Brown-Carrera. Amy, commiserations, but you must be happy with your team's improvement in the performance this weekend.
Yeah, huge. I think I'm so proud of the girls who've improved. Like every single game we've seen improvement in the field, batting. It's just been an absolutely wonderful experience, especially with this amazing team, which we keep seeing new players come in, and I think we're really growing as a strong team. And I'm excited to see what happens in the future for us. Yeah,
absolutely. I thought you bowled sensationally as well. I think you had a real knack of getting your team off to a good start. I know it's tough. They're 20-over match. I suppose 10 overs each innings is longer than you'd think. But I really have noticed that how much more of a team vibe there is and more players stepping up in key situations. And you're a very young team, I think average age of 19. So obviously you're going to have some pretty big ambitions. And you'll be playing in the Challenger division of the ECC-W, which will be the last event of our ECN year. You must be pretty excited to get back to the Cartmore Oval as well.
Yeah, super excited. That's our home ground, so we like to be there, don't we? Sun shining, and yeah, just super excited for this new team and see what happens.
Congratulations on your captains as well. I thought you did the job really well. Let's hear it for the runners-up in this series, the Spain side. Wishing you all the best for the summer ahead. Now, I do want to quickly thank all the supporters, the support we've had from the club, the federation. Quick shout out, I got to say, to the umpires. I think you've done a sensational job. I know they're long days for you, obviously Tyrone Peters as well, handling that side of things, and wishing you all the best as well for the season. And also, I'm sure the players would like to give it up for all the coaches and the supporters and the support staff, the managers that have come and been part of this journey. Thank you so much. And we see how much work goes on behind the scenes. First trophy we'll present will be the MVP trophy. And Mita, who will be playing in a couple of weeks, and she'd probably like to get her hands on one to keep. But right now, we'd like to present the MVP trophy. And we decided, due to her consistent performances across the weekend, and also the way she led in pretty key departments of the game, that the MVP from Italy would be Methnara Ratnaka. Congratulations, Methnara. I love the way you take the game on. I love your wicket keeping. I also love that you're a real team player and that you would take time to step aside, maybe play out of position to do what's best for the team. And also know that you were that close to winning the MVP in the ECC-W. So I wish you all the best for the season ahead to you and your teammates. Congratulations once again. And now it's going to be my pleasure to hand the winners' trophy over to a team that are always very exciting. Obviously, the journey's come over a year now since I met you at our first ever ECI-W event, and you stunned the world then when you hit a ball halfway to the rock, Amelia Bartram, to knock over the Netherlands. The only team to beat the England 11 in the ECC-W last year. Now, I know a lot of you, this goes for both of the teams here, will be hoping to make the Team Europe women's team to play in the first ever Meltzer Shield, which will be held here in Italy at the Roma Cricket Ground in August. So I want to say congratulations for a 4-1 series win. The winners are Italy. Congratulations. There you go. Now, Amelia, congratulations. I suppose now you're the captain. You didn't start the series as a captain, but you've taken that over, obviously, from Kamudu. You must be very proud of the team this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I've inherited a great team and Kamudu's done a great job. And yeah, really pleased to see Methnara get MVP and to see the youngsters come on and play their role and do really well. So yeah, couldn't be happier.
Yeah, well, I'm really proud of the way you went about it again. And I think this goes for both teams. The sense of spirit out there kind of within the teams and also across the teams, I think was quite inspiring.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we always bring, enjoyment and fun to cricket. We're a very bouncy team, a bit loud at times. And yeah, it's always really nice to play Spain as well. So yeah, it's been a great weekend.
Yeah, well, I talked about your win over England 11, the eventual champions of the first ever Women's Euros of Cricket last year. And you will be in that Premier Division this year, but that's going to be pretty tough, right? We'll have an Irish team joining, have a Scottish team joining as well. You've also got the English, the defending champions, the Dutch in there as well. How do you think your chances are for that?
I really rate us. I think bring it on. We're going to be ready. So yeah, it's going to be a really exciting tournament. And yeah, watch the space. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, it's going to take a lot of talent, but also hard work. And I know that you guys are some of the hardest working teams in European cricket. So I want to say congratulations to you once again. Let's hear it for the Italian side, led by Emilia Bartram, taking over from Kumita Pedrick. And while I am here, and I did say this on the broadcast, but Kumita has captained the side for a long time. I know that yesterday you decided to hand the reins over, but Kumita, I know through seeing, but also through hearing how much you put into the women's program in Italy over a number of years, even through difficulties. And I've just heard so many times that you're the one that's held it together. So I certainly think that you'll be very, very proud moving forward, obviously playing in the team, but even after your playing days are over, that you've created something really special. So I'd like to really mention you and say congratulations and wishing you all the best in the next phase. So we'll leave it there for the trophy ceremony. Of course, the men's trophy ceremony will be coming up shortly as well. But let's have 3 cheers for cricket. Ready? Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip. Hooray! Have a great season. We'll see you soon for another ECI-W.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we're getting into the final innings of our 2 weeks of pressure in Brescia, and it's Spain coming out trying to get back to 3-2 in the series. 131 is the victory target. 92 to keep their point. I think they're really concerned about going after the win though. And Hassan Ali, I've really been impressed with his bowling all the way through this series. He's going to come into Omar Ali. And Omar misses out. Now, Omar's a guy did see get on the park yesterday. It's his first time playing for Spain this weekend. Ended up being strategically removed for 8. That first ball almost knocks out his off pole. And maybe an overly aggressive shot given the situation. And look, he's out there with Babar Khan. Now, these two know each other pretty well from the domestic cricket scene in Barcelona. Hassan Ali goes full, almost gets the result straight away. But hits him on the back leg, but it's heading down the leg side, so Omar will get out of the way. Maybe not the best spot for him at the moment. Just give him a bit of time to kind of settle. Here's another guy, Babar. Spanish boonie, but he has only 4 runs in the series, which is not really where you want to be. He's been in and out of the side this weekend. There's been so many Spanish bats that are keen to get out there and prove what they can do. Danny Long Martinez, I know he's struggling with that finger. Don't think he'll bat unless absolutely necessary. Even then, I think it might be doubtful. Hassan to Babar Khan. And Bubba absolutely bombs it. That's one of the biggest sixes we've seen. Has triple digits. Oh, boy. That would have reached the green on a par 5. And Booney, well, must be a blue moon because he gets one in the middle of the bat and it goes about 120 metres. Booney's back. But Amir Sharif, well, he might need a packed lunch because he's gone so far to fetch that. It's taken about 3 throws to get back. That was an absolute monster from Babar Khan. Could one of the batters even click? Go to a 50 or a 60, kind of do most of the heavy lifting for Spain. And won't want to walk away with a 1-4 loss in the series. Sharif almost feel like he needs a drink for chasing that one down. Now he goes again, and he's that kind of confidence player, isn't he? Babar Khan lifts it up and over the top. Maximo! And I just dream, and Babar's still a young guy. One day he'll be playing for Spain. We'll have 20,000 people, and they'll all be They'll be booing him, but they won't be booing him. They'll be saying, Booney. That's the future I want to be a part of. Hassan Ali is definitely a part of the future as well, but I don't think he wants to be a part of it at the other end. A couple of times, just getting a bit too straight, giving a bit of length to Baba. But how long can he keep up with this heater? Hassan, like I say, he's been one of the bowlers of the tournament. Goes genuine bounce and tries to knock his head off. He's called a wide. I'll be interested to see this one. Probably is. He's not the tallest. Yeah, that's a wide pretty easily, actually. He spends his bouncer. Hassan has been pretty good at judging where to bowl the short ball, so it isn't necessarily above the shoulder. Obviously, that one was significantly. Booney wears a body blow. I used to love watching David Boone bat. A couple of times he had his hand broken, but he refused to take his batting glove off because he didn't want to look at it. And Booney, I think he might have worn one. Well, what part of Booney has been disturbed? Well, whoa. Might be time to put the kiddies to bed. No one likes to see that. You ever seen a guy that size sing soprano? You might see it tonight. Now he gets another short ball. He's going to hook it away. Oh, you hit me, I hit you. And poor Sharif, he's getting his steps in. He's going to have to do about another 200-metre chase. Spanish Booney. About time, say the Spain supporters. Spain 20 without loss after one. A magical start, even though maybe the magic spray might have to be used in a sensitive area. After 1 over, 22 matches since the Golden Ball. A few of our viewers said they've got a bit of the tingle. Spain, the men have never played a Golden Ball, but the Italian team have. They played a Golden Ball against Austria last year. That was in Rome, in that ECI, which featured Italy, Austria, and Finland. Well, Omar Ali just kind of needs, similarly, he needs a couple of boundaries to get himself going, doesn't he? Italy, they wouldn't have seen too much of Omar, so they don't really necessarily have any particular plans. Here's Arslan. And first one just beats Omar outside the off stump. Omar was the best young player at the ECS in the tournament late in 2023. So I know he'd be very keen to kind of show what he can do at the next level, but you know, there's an adjustment period. We saw him score 2 centuries in a day in the ECS Barcelona late last year. Yeah, it's a nice looking shot, but you know, when your luck's out, your luck's out. Can't find the gap. Well knocked down there by Rajmani, who throws himself to his right. Couldn't quite see because of the sandstorm. Yeah, Omar, the only other time he was given a hit was when he opened the batting back in match 2. And eventually he was retired out in the 4th over. Just couldn't get going. 8 off 16, 1 boundary. This will be a wide. Arslan's had a very good series as well. The MVP is going to be really interesting. Who are you going to pick as your MVP? Hello to Phil G, by the way. Hopefully you're well. Had a question about my favourite Italian meal. A bit of a carbonara habit. People know that. Had one last night. It's just really a first course, to be honest. Oh, Booney gets another one. Well, he might have the whole pair bruised up now. Check it out. Well, if you want to, again, maybe squint. Bit higher that time. Just gets him in the 6-pack. But he's all right. Booney is fun to watch. And I'm telling you, he wants to biff this out of the ground. Slow ball, chipped, and oh, you wouldn't believe it. Twice in a day, Simranjit Singh has taken a one-hand stunner And it's a bit of a stinger as well, but shows it wasn't a fluke. We'll have to put those side by side because they're two very similar catches for Simranjit Singh, one of the best fielders going around. Bubba probably feels like he gets his over, and I got to admit, I thought he had two, but that's the standard of fielding that we tend to expect. It's a very, very good catch from Simran. Again, he times the jump perfectly, he judges the catch perfectly, has to go with one hand to get that extra reach. And Baba, well, he hits some good shots there. I'm sure he stays in the mix for selection consideration, but there, he'll just say, you got to be kidding me. How has that been caught? And so Aslan is going to bowl. Tisne's ready. And I would tell you his aggregate for the series, but I'll give you a clue. It's the same as his current score that he walks in at. So he'll be very keen to get something going here. And he's not quite out of the middle of the bat. Then he goes a little bit of a wander. It'll be the end of the over. Aslam, what an over from him. 1 for 2. I think he probably owes a firm handshake to Simranjit Singh for taking that one-hand catch. 22 for 1 after 2. A lot of love for Booney in the chat. He is a cult hero. Italy 3-1 in the series. Trying to get back to 3-2. And 3-2 looks a lot different to 4-1, doesn't it? Also a lot of love for Simran and that catch. So Hasib Abdul is going to bowl. Nice Vinder in the side. Got some good left arm options to the Italian side. Looks like they're going that. They're dropping the fine leg. They've got 3 on the leg side. Ramps there if you want to go for it. What's Omar thinking? He's just going to hit it straight. He's going to hit it over the top of the infield, and he's going to get 4. Well, that's a confidence builder for Omar. That's what you want. He's a young player. It's his first opportunity in the red shirt of the Spanish national team. And this is the power play, so you've got more gaps in the outfield than usual. So probably later in the innings, that's out. That's not out now. Hasib Abdul with a comeback ball. This one kind of hits him high in the bat, sends back his partner. The last thing he wants to run out at this stage. Good heat from Abdul. Pete Sommer upstairs, 5 off 7 at the moment. Hasib Abdul wheeling and dealing. The left arm is here. Wow. To be honest, that one's still climbing when it reaches the keeper. Well, you know when you're doing your Oscars speech and then the music comes on and it starts really quiet? You know when you're running over time? I can feel it. You're making your acceptance speech and the drums are just starting to kind of, the timpanis are tingling. Come on, Omar. Bat yourself out of this hole. Does get something on it. Get 1. It's better than none. Again, it's a tough place to beat. at the moment. Obviously, different pitch conditions. And these little things make such a big difference, actually. That's a pretty good shot. And so, Reddy has his first runs of the series and does it in style. Just reaches, punches this one over point, takes us to the end of the over. And Spain now 31 for 1 after 3. Not quite the kind of production they would have liked, but it kind of keeps them hanging in there, especially 20 off the first over, then 2, then 9. Hussey Badwell was pretty good over there. Finally goes to the boundary. In that last ball. They're only conceding one boundary and over. I think they're winning the over. Team Italia. Well, here's Vimukti. Let's see if he's got any energy left in the tank. Bowling to Omar Ali. Oh, yeah. Well, Omar, he's found his batting boots. Oh, and he flips this one out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Omar has been tied down a little bit, but he got every piece of that kind of made position outside the off stump and slog sweeps the paceman out of here. .94 or 41 at about 14 and over. So to be honest, still in the 13s. So pretty much on the pace after that shot from Omar Ali. Now it goes over the top, finds the gap though, and that's going to be 4 more. So Omar's catching up now. I keep faith in Omar. Yeah, the way he was going, a bit scared he was going to suffer the same fate as the other day. But he's ticking now, and he'll just be feeling a lot more relaxed. And batting's one of those funny things. It is a nervous thing early. It's hard to conquer those nerves sometimes, especially if you've been shorter runs in the series, and even especially if it's your first opportunity. Now he's going to go, and Vimukti, well, he looks pretty nonplussed. Everyone's kind of giving him a fair bit of room, as they normally do when he takes a wicket, but this time he leaves the flips at home. And Omar's going to go, but look, at least he gets out being productive. Vimukti, he makes us imagine the backflip this time. But Omar, look, at least he does catch up a bit. That's a positive. He finished with 16 off 12, 2 fours and a 6 in there. Spain 41 for 2. Alec Davidson Soler coming out there. And we did have the poll. Who is your favourite Davidson Soler? And Alec won 73% of the vote. But I've heard the Andrea camp. I've already had phone calls and emails. Alec was listed first, and a lot of the people that don't speak English will often just click the first one. So maybe we'll have to run it again with Andrea at the top. But anyway, Alec, he can probably take that home and win the sibling bragging rights. Alec's facing up now, and he's going to sky one. And Zain Naqvi should catch this pretty easily, and he will. Oh, it's a short stay at the crease for Alec, unfortunately. And Vimukti is going to break through again. And well, Vimukti, you know what's coming when there's a wicket. He's like, yeah, this time I'm in. Bang. And maybe he knew he was going to get another one. Unfortunately for Alex, not a happy end to his series. I've liked the energy he's brought when he's been on the park. I've liked his keeping. I've liked some of the attacking shots he's played as well. He's normally pretty good on the pull. This one, to be honest, probably a little bit too full to hit square comfortably, and Naqvi takes the high ball easily. And speaking of high, that's some height from Erosh. Now, if Erosh takes a hat trick, I don't know where he's going to end up. He might end up at the top of the hill. It could just be a combo. He has played for Kent Lanka, who once took 4 wickets in 4 balls. Achinta Danuwan did that in the European Cricket Series. From memory, that was back in 2022. Awais Ahmed, acting captain, is facing up. Hat-trick ball for Erosh Vimukti. in the air and 6. Well, ECN would probably have more hat-trick balls hit for 6 than any other competition in world cricket, and it's Maximo. Always he's actually played incredibly well with the captain's armband. That's a brave shot to play first up, especially after seeing back-to-back wickets. Slower ball, picks it, hits it into the gap and 4. That brings up the 50 as well for Spain, and how quickly things can change. 2 wickets but 2 boundaries. I like the change of pace there from Vimukti. You can see why they like him in this national setup. He provides something, doesn't he? That enthusiasm, that excitement, and those skills, those limited over bowling skills. But in the end, his over has 4 boundaries and 2 wickets. Welcome to ECN cricket. That one goes for 20 exactly. Magical over, but a 2-wicket over. And it's 51 for 3 after 4. Snehith Reddy's a guy. I'm sure they'd like to see him show a bit more of what he can do with the bat. Haseeb Abdul to continue. Off 36. Here's Haseeb. This times and just out of the grasp of Joy Pereira. Otherwise, it might have been a run-out opportunity. All right, here's Aways. Started well. 6 and 4 to start for Always and Hungary. Not necessarily related, but still. Faces up now. And he's going to clunk one. As will run away for 4. Well, there, why not? Feels like all roads are downhill on this outfield when it gets into the afternoon, and this is not necessarily convincing, but it's effective. Another boundary for the captain. Pressure in Brescia here. Match 5 to close out the weekend. Wasn't a bad ball, really. It could have easily been chopped onto the stumps. But instead, it was chopped to the boundary. Slow ball. Picks it. He gets enough. He does. Maximo. Always stepping up when his team needs him. And he's actually been pretty good fighting his team out of tough positions this weekend, Always. I actually think he's played one of the best series we've seen from him. He's kept really well when he's had to keep. He's fielded well when he's had to field. He's batted pretty well most of the time when he's been called on. He's led the side well in Christian's absence here in match 5. That one's going to be a wide, which bounces on the return crease. Spain are kind of creeping up. A little bit surprised, if I'm honest, that they're not given too much of a prayer by the computer. They've been stuck in the 30%. Up to 39 now, though. I feel it's a bit closer than that. There's one concern would be Danny Long Martinez. Very much doubt that he would bat that finger injury. Goes up and over the top. Maximo! Oh, Always has come out and he's gone to 26 very, very quickly. So here's the 5 balls he's faced. 6, 4, 4, 6, 6. He's got his own little magical start, doesn't he, across a couple of overs. Till 2 to come in the 5th. Cracked away at the fielder. Not an easy stop, but well handled out there. Ishan Shaminda getting a run for Italy in this one. Another Kent Lanka player. hit up in the air, and that one's got a bit of legs. Corey's going back, and he doesn't attempt it. Disappointing. Pretty good shot, though. And Seth Reddy, he may be kind of boosted by the form of O's at the other end. He just waits on that, and you can see that was an easy but very powerful strike out of the ground. And at the end of the fifth over, 76 for 3. The ECC is back, and it's even more exciting, really, with 2 trophies on the line this time. The Challenger Division, which will take place over the first 10 days, and the Premier Division, which is taking place from the 3rd of October, featuring 21 countries, Spain and Italy in Groups C and D respectively. We'll go to Estonia tomorrow, and they're actually in Group 1, so we'll see them very early. We'll see them on opening day, I'm pretty sure, on the 23rd of September. The top 2 teams for each of the ECC Challenger Division groups, they'll make the Challenger playoffs. Those 4 teams will play 3 days of cricket, and ultimately the top 2 will get promoted. The top team will get the first ever ECC Challenger trophy. Here's Sharif getting a ball. Slightly slower ball. Interesting that he goes at first up. Always just gets one. Sharif's a clever cricketer. We saw him playing for Team Europe alongside the fellow Italian international Christian Kalagamagay. He's being rested this game. Edged, and I think that's gone for 4. It has. So Reddy rides his luck. Probably feels like he's owed a bit of luck, and he's not wrong. Poco de suerte para equipo rojo. Ball runs off the edge. A little bit of luck for the Spanish side. Sharif, he'll shake it off. Spain not without their representatives in Team Europe as well. We saw Daniel Dorkayet, Mohamed Ishant playing as well. Unfortunately, Hamza Saleem Dar, last minute withdrawal. Right, up in the air, but I think this is holding up, or is it? Back to the line, and fantastic catch taken by Zayn Ali, and he holds on to it. Fantastic bit of work. Ends up with a bit of a sandstorm, but Sharif again takes the pace off. Reddy takes it on, and he would have got the distance as well, but Zayn guarding the boundary, takes it, disappears in a puff of dust. Goes so close to stepping on the line, but doesn't. And so Reddy, look, at least he does get a couple away there. He'll feel better at least for that. He'll have to go for 15, 81 for 4. So yeah, Seth Reddy, again, another player trying to establish himself in the lineup. Better than nothing is probably I'd call that. Does hit one very handsome 6 down the ground. Amir Hamza comes out, and he's been a bit of a weapon with the bat in this series. Having said that, failed in the last game. But let's see if he's got the plan here. To Amir Sharif. That'll do. Now, it's been another slow ball, and he picks it and he pumps it out of the ground. Maximo! Still think this is on. When are these percentages going to change? They're kind of locked in at 39%, but I know they've lost some wickets, but yeah, Spain in the driver's seat right now, 67%. Yeah, that's more like it. Edge and 4. Spain probably feel like they're owed a couple of these back. Because things like when they were bowling, a lot have disappeared. I suppose it happened for both sides. It just seems that the luck factor's kind of tilting back towards the red side a little bit. 40 off 25 now. Under 10 and over required. 6 wickets in hand. Maybe 5. Not sure if Danny Long Martinez will bat, but we'll see. Well, can afford to leave that one alone, I think. Another one closer. Maybe the Spain side, let's say they do get across the line here. With the team they've brought, the kind of development team, I suppose, against I won't say completely full strength, but not far off Team Italy on home soil. I mean, 3-2 loss probably isn't a disgrace. Right now, though, Hamza's in big trouble. Sun's a factor, but that one's caught. They haven't dropped too many at all, have they? As Hamza, he's productive while he's there, but he goes 6-4 and out. And the 6th wicket finishes with a wicket. Sharif grabs a brace in the over, but also goes for 3 boundaries. He scores 92 for 5 after 6 overs. So 39 required off the last 4. Tick under 10 and over. Always Ahmed top scores, and he's only faced 7 balls. See there, 5 reaching double figures, but 4 of the 5 not reaching 20. Italy have just hung in there by taking wickets. What we thought was a kind of middle-of-the-road score. Well, here's Shiraz Iqbal. Again, he's a pretty handy cricketer. They come out in this position. And that's why, because he's going to start with a 6. Maximo. Yeah, what a shot that is by Shiraz Iqbal. And look, he's a player we do know pretty well. This guy does have an ECN 100. And he scored against Gracia back in 2022. That was in Khartoum. A little bit short. That one's going to be put away. And Maximo. So Shiraz watches, and the acting captain says, look, just do this. He goes 6 over off. He goes 6 over leg. Really, they better get rid of him soon, because this game's creeping away from Italy. A bit more than creeping pace, actually, with the waist out there. (27 off 22). Arslan steaming off the long run. Maybe trying to distract with some of the dust in the run-up. Slow ball hit, but that's out. Gets enough. Gets out of the ground. Maximum 46 now for Always. Like the thinking there from Mohammad Arslan. But you know what I like about this shot? Doesn't get lazy and hit across it. He hits a genuine straight bat shot. Covers his bases. And he's 46 off 10. We're staring down an 11 ball 50 here. Need a boundary to do that. 46 for Always. And he'll do it. What a shot. Maximo! As Always brings up his 50 in a lightning 11 balls. And we said, who's going to step up in this situation? It would help if someone could score a half century. And that's exactly what the acting captain's done. Always Ahmed leading his side. Leading his country for the first time. 1 ball off the equal fastest half century ever on the network. The day will come that we'll have a 9 ball 50. I don't think it'll be today. Arslan getting a bit of the punishment. 4 balls, 4 boundaries this over. Wide down leg side, slightly mishandled, gets away from the keeper. Always attempting a 2. Well, certainly had his reservations about the distance. But not take the 2 free runs. Probably not needing to take any crazy risks at this stage. Chance for Shiraz Iqbal then. See if he can get them closer. This is in the air. That is going to be 1 run. So just 12 off 19 now. They've gone pretty close to doing this in 7. Won't quite manage that. And yeah, good choice as well. I just like he's kept his shape a bit longer. He hasn't got into bad habits in this innings. And yeah, look, he's had a bit of luck now and then. But I particularly like the way he's opened up the offside and hit straight when required. Sure, when it's in the zone to go leg side, he will as well. 120 for 5 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, well, get ready because we're a stone's throw away from Estonia now as Rico Full will be standing by. And yeah, we're less than 14 hours away from the first ball in Estonia. I'll spend most of that 14 hours travelling on the red eye to get there. Looking forward to Talon Strikers versus the Super Riders in the first game. The Hippos will be munching on a snack in number 2. Also, we'll see the Mustame Bulls on day 1. Join Rico Full, 8:30 European time, which is noon in India. It's 11 to win now. Yes, like I said, credit to Spain. Look, Italy also deserve a lot of credit. I think that their combinations come together well. I think that they've certainly kind of made some decisions they want to stick with, and one of those is Zayn Ali opening. Simran at 4, I think they gave him extended opportunities in there, and he's done pretty well in that position. Rajmani comes on. He gets cut away for 4. Maybe using Rajmani a bit more as a bowler that can float in around the middle order or higher, depending. Again, sometimes it's useful to have left-handers in certain situations, in certain matchups. So despite the fact that Italy are going to lose this game, they will win the series. And they're certainly showing they're a threat. Remember, they're in that so-called group of death with the Netherlands and Jersey in there as well. But hey, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. 6 to win now. 5 to win now. As Rajmani loses this slower ball. Geez, it's been a wonderful time here in Brescia, though. I know we had our trophy ceremony for the ECS on Friday. We've already seen the women's in the break. But I just want to, on behalf of ECN, thanks to everyone once again that's helped us with the transport, with the organisation here for the first time in this location. Obviously to our partners and also Spring Media for their work and tireless work really in always challenging conditions to keep us on the road, keep us on the park. We've had all sorts of things. We've had crazy weather. We've had other kind of unforeseen things come up, but it's due to their professionalism. You're still watching ECN. 4 to win now. As that'll be 3 to win now. One thing about the player group, they must be exhausted. I mean, especially the Italians coming, most of them coming off the 12-day ECS. I know you don't play all of it. Even those that played the finals day on Friday, it was pretty intense. Nicked and gone. So Iqbal is going to offer an edge. And is this the beginning of a dramatic collapse? Surely not. But yeah, good ball from Rajmani. So Nakfi's actually kept pretty well. I do think he's a dabbler with the keeping. I would say he's a pure breed, but he gets the job done, and he's a pretty athletic guy. I've liked his positioning, his technique with the hands, pretty good as well. So Nakfi, I mean, he could bowl, he could bat, he could do anything. Not really going for a specialist, but he certainly hasn't let himself down at all in that department. Well, maybe it's fitting that Mati Uraman gets the opportunity to hit the winning runs here. He better do it quickly because there's 3 to win. But he was the match winner this morning. So it'd be great for him if he could essentially be the finisher in both of the Spanish victories. Last ball of the 8, 3 to win. And knocked away for a single. So he will get the strike back, Mati. And we'll go to a 9th over. It's 129 for 6. Just 2 runs to win now. Thanks again to everyone in the chat and everyone that's been watching both on Fancode and our ECN YouTube channel. I know we really are thankful for your support. It's long hours here, but we do it because we like what we're doing. We love what we're doing, actually. I love seeing European cricket moving in the right direction. Zube is asking which ground in Estonia, but it is in Tallinn, and yeah, it's the Estonian National Cricket and Rugby Ground, that's right. As DC mentioned, it's a beautiful facility there. First time I've been there live. I did watch the series on TV back in 2020, back in the Wild West days. It was in July 2020. All right, 2 to win then for Matti Rahman to get his team across the line. They go back to Hassan Ali. This one kind of locks him up. Well, Hassan, one at a time. Can he keep dotting up Matti? 6 down. Sure, this is a foregone conclusion. I know Rico will have already arrived in Estonia, and the rest of the blue crew actually be joining them probably around halfway through the day, but I'm looking forward to seeing it with my own eyes live and bring you all that action on a Monday morning. Hopefully it's an easy Monday, if there's such a thing. Lifted away, and this will tie the scores. That's not a bad thing, I suppose, that the captain in his first game leading Spain will get the opportunity to win the game. It's a very competitive series. We thought it would be, didn't we, between these two teams, Spain and Italy, both teams that have made deep runs into the ECC. And who knows, they could meet again later in the year. Battle of the Reds versus the Blues. The Reds are going to win this battle, but the Blues will win the war this weekend in the ECI Men's. Any score wins it now for Spain. Let's see if Always can take us home with a bang. It won't be a bang, and it won't be a run. It will be a run, and what a way to finish the weekend. Credit to Spain, and particularly Always Ahmed. I think that was a really good knock. 56 in 15 balls. Actually slowed down towards the end, but they needed someone to stand up, and he did. And although Spain do win this game, they will go down 2-3 in the series. Italy with the 3 wins had locked it up with the game in hand. So lots of handshakes there, lots of mutual respect, I think, between the teams. And I think for sure, both teams, both kind of coaching and management panels get a lot of information out of that about how the players handle the pressure, how some of them go at the next level up that maybe weren't as tested. Coming up tomorrow, like I said, 6:30 a.m. GMT, so it's a bit earlier. It's probably 45 minutes earlier than we've been starting here in Italy. Starts at 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India, starting with the Strikers versus the Super Riders. Rico Fool will be standing by, and I'll be there as soon as I can. Do have a connection. Let's keep our fingers crossed that the Maximo suits make the connection. But anyway, let's connect you with the highlights of the second innings. And don't forget Spanish Booney going out there and going absolutely wallop. First up, he hit some huge bombs. And then how about this? The jumping hand from Simranjit Singh, pulling in the second one-hand catch of the day in that position. Omar Ali, at least he did get a couple away before he hit back to Vimukti. And then Vimukti would have a second, and it gave him time to plan the cartwheel. And here it is. And he never misses it. Never misses it. Nice work by Naqvi behind the stumps to finish that off. And so I suppose it seemed like kind of middle of the road target, maybe a few short of the par. That was a great catch by Zayn Ali, wasn't it? They kind of hung in there for a while, didn't they? But Awais, he came out and shut the gate, didn't he? He hit his first 5 balls to the boundary or over. That was the moment that Awais brought up his half century. And so that was the moment that Spain brought up the win, but they won't quite
be able to take the trophy on this occasion. Italy had earned that right by outplaying the Reds in the first 4 matches of the series. And in the end, it's a fairly comfortable victory by T10 standards, with Spain getting over the line with 9 balls to spare. Thought for a while that it might have been even quicker than that. 56 off just 15 for Always Ahmed. And some little mini contributions there. Spanish Bruni went 18 off 6 Babakan. Omar Ali, at least he did get to 16 in the end. Apart from that, 15 for Reddy, 10 for Hamza. Traz Iqbal with 6, and Mati Rahman was there to finish things off. Bowling-wise, I mean, I think they had a lot of good performers. Hassan Ali, okay, got a bit of tap there, but still not the worst figures for him. 2 for Vic Muthi and Amir Sharif. And apart from that, wickets also for Muhammad Arslan, 1 for 30, and Rajmani Sandhu with 1 for 9 off a solitary over. So obviously that brings us to the conclusion of this ECI, but we are going to stick around. So that gives us an opportunity to welcome you back into the box here, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Once again, thanks so much for your company. Quick look at what's coming up tomorrow. Let's look one more time. I know a lot of people are keen to know more about Estonia. We haven't been there for 4 years, but we will be there in the morning. And so it'll be the Strikers versus Super Riders. We'll also see the Hippos, and we'll also see the Mustame Bulls in opening day action. Rico Full standing by. They join us 6:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and 12 noon GMT. Let's get back here live and have special guests here. This is the mini trophy ceremony for this ECI. Joining me, the runners-up captain, Christian Munoz-Mills. Always great to see you, Christian.
Thank you.
Well played personally on the weekend, and also obviously your team fought hard. Slightly new look squad, wasn't it? 3-2, probably a fair reflection, but also to win a couple of games against a very strong Italian team with that squad, must be pretty proud of the guys.
Yeah, it was a weekend for developing other players that we have in the country. So yeah, we were very happy that we could get a result of 3-2 in the end.
Yeah, and it was looking kind of pretty bleak at one stage yesterday, but it shows you the sun comes up another day, and it must be nice to see some of those players step up, and it also shows them where they need to get to, right? Some of the teams and some of the players that have had success at the domestic level, but it is it's next level, isn't it, when you get to international cricket?
Yeah, there's a big step between club cricket and international cricket. I think the boys are found out, especially yesterday, but today they've done great and they've stepped up. So, yeah.
I want to congratulate you on your performance. I thought you were outstanding with the bat. Great to see you running around in the field again, taking amazing catches. I know you had that knee injury. How's that coming along for you at the moment?
Yeah, 2 days ago it was a year when I had the operation, so I'm really happy that I can dive around, run, play cricket. So yeah, it's been tough 8 months, but I'm back. So yeah, I'm really happy.
Well, I want to congratulate you also, obviously the T20 win over Jersey a couple of weeks ago, put you in the top 30 in the world. I know you've got the World Cup qualifiers coming up in Guernsey in a couple of months as well, and then obviously into the ECC and beyond. So look, wishing you all the best for the rest of the season. Great to see you always.
Thank you,
my best to all the guys back in Spain. That's Christian Munoz-Mills, who's the runner-up skipper. And well, now we'll get the winning skipper in here. And another guy that's probably a bit bigger than I am, but it's Joy Pereira. Joy, I'll just have to get that over you. And look, firstly, I want to say congratulations on a wonderful performance. Must be great to get the guys together. And you had a lot of good performers, didn't you, over the weekend?
Yeah, especially we have tried a lot of new guys in this tournament. So actually giving the opportunity to demonstrate everything they can. We preparing for the next stage at Malaga. So we're looking after a few players. So
yeah, it was pretty clear to me there's certain things that you kind of persisted with, such as Zain Ali and Zain Naqvi at the top of the order. That must be something that you feel that they might be the right combination to get you off to the right start? Yeah,
especially even the more than T10, these guys are preparing for the T20s as well might be in the next few months. It's going to be held on Rome.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting to have it in Italy, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. They're going to play in Rome, so it's going to be a qualifier. So these young guys has a huge opportunity to represent Italy national team. So.
Yeah, for sure. So I know that last year you guys had a kind of deep run into the ECC and
made it championship week. Obviously, you've got a pretty tough group, and there's a lot of kind of chat about that. You must kind of relish the challenge, though, to take on such quality teams. And if you do get out of that group, you must be in fantastic form for championship week this time around.
Yeah, we are looking forward to play on those teams. We've seen the table, so it's going to be a tough week.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've seen you guys beat England more than once. I've seen you put on some good performance, so I think anything's achievable. I want to say congratulations. I have one more thing to do, and that is to present you with this ECI trophy, thanks to Local Lifestyle. Congratulations to you and the guys. I wish you all the best for the season.
Thank you.
So that's Joy Pereira, and also well done this morning. I know it's been unlucky you didn't get over the line, but that was one of the best innings I've seen, the way you turned things around.
Much.
Just what you want out of a captain. Good on you, Joy. Always great to see
Thank
you.
Winnie.
And we have one more trophy to give away as Joy hops out of the box. And this is the MVP, and it's going to go to none other than Mohammed Arslan of Cividate and, of course, Team Italy. Arslan, congratulations. Let me give you this first, and I'm really happy to present this to you. I want to say congratulations on a great weekend. We've seen you kind of around the fringes of the Italian team. You must be really happy with your own performance this weekend.
Yeah, I'm happy that I with this performance. Yeah.
And I think, obviously, seeing you playing, probably the best I've seen you play for your club, Cividate, leading into this tournament. I mean, how do you feel? Did you feel there's pressure on you to perform, or did you feel kind of relaxed going into the tournament?
No, I'm relaxed. I feel I have to perform before we have youngsters in our teams. They look up to us, me and Zan, so we have to perform well for them.
Yeah, well, look, I want to say congratulations. Yeah. Hopefully see more of you throughout the year. I know you're pushing for a spot in the Italian team. There's lots of great international cricket coming up, so congratulations one more time. Wishing you all the best, and congratulations on being the MVP for this European Cricket International. I'll let you go and enjoy that with your team. I know you want to get back. And I want to say to all of you out there, it's been great to have your company, not only over the last 2 days, but the last 2 weeks in Brescia. It will continue with Estonia tomorrow, and then Portugal starting on Tuesday night. We have the Netherlands starting on Saturday. We've got even more cricket coming the week after that with the Continental Cup in Romania. And then it's going to be crazy because we will finish May Madness with our first ever ECS in England. Well, I think in the vague distance, I can hear the end of day music coming up. I want to say thanks to everyone in the chat. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. ECN European Cricket Network. Don't forget our website, europeancricket.com. You can check out some of those teams, including the hippopotamuses from Hippo, the Talon Hippos who will be in tomorrow, including our very own Stefan Goot, who holds the best ever bowling, 6 for 2. I wonder if he'll get a bowl for them. And Estonia starts tomorrow, don't forget. And our social media, European Cricket, at European Cricket. I think there'll be a few highlights today on there. Amazing men's and women's weekend. I love the compare and contrast. Everyone learning, everyone developing, everyone looking forwards and looking forward to a big summer of cricket, including international cricket. Big thanks to our crew at Spring Productions, to all the locals here that helped us out over the last couple of weeks, the Blue Crew, all the spectators and all of you out there for making this what it is. I'm going to enjoy what sleep I get because I'm on the red eye. I'll see you in Estonia tomorrow. Rico will be standing by, taking through the first half of the day. But for now, here's some of the best bits of day 2 of this ECI from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. Stay happy and stay safe, and I'll see you tomorrow in somewhere else. For now, it's good night and hasta mañana.